Then I go over to the YouTube channel itself, and nothing shows up. So I'm streaming right now, and I go over to YouTube, and I go over to...
Actually, I remember what happened last time. So shut the OBS down.
Okay,
Like,
shut.
Yeah, I remember that last situation.
Okay, well, for some reason, wait, it's starting to stream now. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
What? I just pressed start streaming, and it started streaming. So let me get back to the YouTube channel. I see it. Look at that. It's live now. What the fuck?
Right.
So
Everything should stay in there. You just gotta what you gotta do is make sure if it drops off to press stop streaming first.
That's what
it'll just keep going.
Yeah.
OBS will just keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I did, and then it wouldn't get back on to the wouldn't get back on. So it said, oh, it doesn't recognize URL or whatever or the address.
Right.
And
if that happens again, just cancel out of the OBS and then open it back up and then start that way again.
Okay. Okay, I see. That's what I'll try and do next time. But
like do a full reset of like the software.
Full reset of the software. But doesn't that mean I have to cut and paste all that shit again?
No. It'll stay in the OBS.
It'll stay in the OBS. Okay, yeah. So what I do is I shut the OBS down and then reopen it. Is what you're saying next time. And how do I shut this stupid question? How do I shut the OBS down? Just by pressing. Where's the off button? Aside from
you can just press the X. You got to press the red X because if you do it any other way, it won't shut down. Or exit. There's like a little exit on the bottom right.
Okay, a little exit on because I don't see any X. Where's the little fucking X? Like this X, this red X at the top. Here?
It's either that one or down below it says exit underneath the stream now.
Okay.
That's the one you want to click on.
I see.
It'll shut down the stream completely.
And then just click it to reopen the OBS again. Click the OBS
then reopen and then...
I see.
Exactly.
Okay. That's what we'll do next time. Thank you. God bless you. And honestly, we're live streaming Vent. Tell us what you hate about the world.
Oh, dude. Oh, I can't even start. There's too much. It's fucked up. I just wanted to laugh at Trump for getting corona.
Yes. Yes.
That's true. But anyways...
Oh god!
I have to go back in. I was like
stuck
with customers, otherwise I would have answered earlier. But you guys have a good evening.
We love you.
Much love. Douglas.
Hugs.
Have a good one, JMO.
Oh god.
Good night, everybody.
Yes. Good night.
And, see that?
Yeah. So this will be our YouTube for tonight. Honestly, I really want to go on for just a few minutes, really, and then we'll just cut off. We're gonna be super casual about this. We're gonna do this seriously on Sunday, but for right now, just remember we are live, we are recording. We're like, I'm not really gonna take this very seriously. I'm not even gonna. This will be our YouTube for tonight. Honestly. Not even going to bother with it's just talk whatever you want that you don't mind having recorded for posterity. So if somebody could give me the link to the whatever the new address is for
I just sent it in Skype. You want me to send it in our messenger also?
No. Skype is best. You did right. Thank you. Bless you. Okay, thank you. Oh shit. Okay, so while
I'm getting ready to go to bed now. I gotta go to sleep, but I'm gonna leave my phone on.
Yes, and we'll all be hanging up probably about half an hour to an hour after you sleep. So we love you dearly, Derek. Hugs.
All right,
good night, bro.
Yeah. And
all right. My world is a. Oh God. I don't have a world, so.
It's all right.
Some
might say you aren't missing anything.
Cloud news. I can say personally, I tried to save this kitten in my backyard that was abandoned.
Oh wow!
It was 2 weeks old, and it wound up. So I paid some of my money to actually get the thing, checked up and everything, and it wound up. I had to sign it over to the veterinarian at some point. It wound up dying. Poor thing.
Oh shit.
But at least it got a little more. At least it wasn't being picked off by flies like it was when I found it.
Holy shit! What did it have a large gaping injury or something?
No. The thing had a infection. It had a upper respiratory infection, and its eyes were literally sealed shut because of the respiratory. The thing was so small it could fit in the palm of my hand. So I literally I walked it down I walked it several blocks to get there in a little teeny cardboard box.
Oh my God.
And I had it in some cloth so that it could stay warm. I was with the thing for hours, just making sure the damn thing didn't die.
Is this something you do regularly? Because you actually knew where the veterinarian's office was. Did you look it up, or is it just something that you do?
No, it's well, I have 3 cats, so
Okay.
it's literally within like walking distance.
Okay, I get it. I get it. If you have 3 cats, you would
Yeah.
know where the veterinarian's office is. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you'd be there all the time. So yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry about the kitten passing on, but oh my God.
It was kind of weird because it's like I got really emotional about it. The thing is like I could get really emotional for like animals and stuff like that, but when it comes to people, it's just like I shut down. It's like no, no,
Yeah, you'd be there
it's
all
not
the time.
happening. I'm not connecting.
Right, but
know?
but the way the barking laughter anyone heard in the background is because I'm testing out the live stream, and that's a disconcerting, jarring, what do you call it, incongruent convergence there for a minute. It's not me laughing live, so please continue. Yeah.
But other than that, just mostly focusing on Magic. Games have gotten boring. I don't know why they're boring. It just feels like I don't feel joy anymore unless I'm doing rituals. Only time I feel joy.
Okay. I mean, well, we'll see what happens in the future with that. One thing I want to say is hello to Vicky Johnson. Hey, Vicky Johnson, honey. Mwah! Love you. And Brandon Young says we're back. And to tell the truth to everybody who's listening, we're not quite sure how long we'll be on because honestly, we're wiped out for the night. And the blue button to your right. Click on the widget. The blue button to the right. I'm afraid to do that, honey. So let's see now. Let me try. And our lady, Selena Khan, is asking me to click on the widget. And let's see what that does to us. All right, live streaming, YouTube streaming. Open widget. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, when that happens, here's the problem. Then we get, it says stream status good. The problem is once I click on the widget, I don't know how to go back. So then I have to but it's a good thing I've got 2 computers and 2 screens because then I don't need to go back because if I need to check the chat room, the studio, I can do so on the other computer. So at least we've got that for production. So that's secure. Yeah,
I can see your operating system must be Windows XP or some shit like that.
It's whatever it is. It's what it is. It's other people have identified it, and by the way, Brandon Young, hello to him, and we love him too. So Selena sent another photo. So it says, warning, no data. YouTube is not currently receiving data for this stream. If you believe this is incorrect, and then it says stream is healthy. So, stream health, overall it's analytics. That's this warning again. Please check video resolution, but that's always part of that. Honestly, what it reminds me of is an older cover of the TV Guide. I don't know. You're all too young to remember the TV
No,
Guide.
I remember TV Guides. My father used to get TV Guides. Yeah, I remember the TV Guides.
So I opened it, honey. I opened the widget, and that's what I got. Stream health is good. Seems to be, overall we're working. So is that what you wanted? You want me to share screen again? I'm sharing the screen, so you should be able to see it if you're on the call. The screen share is open, right? I mean, everybody can see the screen, right? Who's on the call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can see what she's saying right now. I'll go back to the live stream so she can see that. This is what it says, honey. And so that's all our listeners are really going to hear is stupid stuff like this tonight.
Technical jargon.
Yeah, for this wretched new format of YouTube, really. But that's not what screwed us up, people. We were knocked off. It says chat disconnected, unable to disconnect, but it's actually going well. If I refresh the page, let's see how that works. That'll give us something, I'm sure. Let's do a refresh page, and then I'll check Selena Khan's message here. Right now, the rest of you cannot see this, but here we are. Oh, okay, so that's what I need to do is refresh the page, and it goes back to the original shit. So let's see now. I'll go back to checking on what Selena's trying to tell me. No worries, we'll go over it another time. Yes, honey. Okay, thank you, honey. And Okay. Honestly, don't know what I would do without her. Of course, I wouldn't be here without any of you, and that goes without saying. And all right, let me go back to pretending like I care about this stream. And believe me, I love everybody who's listening to us tonight, who cares and supports us. But it's frustrating enough where it's just yes, honey. Okay, thank you, honey. And so somebody's got the audio. Wouldn't be here without any of you. And okay, so that goes without working. And good, we got multiple echoes.
Yeah, which means you're live.
Yes.
I just wanted to hear it.
Yes.
So it's all good.
Yes, honey. Thank you, honey. And unfortunately, at this point, I'm totally demotivated. So we're just going to casually talk for a few minutes, and then we're going to go our separate ways for the night. Pack one, though, why don't you kind of, cut loose with whatever you feel is safe to talk about, kind of like an intro of yourself. Oh, please, talk about your cousin. Let's go in depth about what you're comfortable with. Do you think that it's legitimate for me to voice my suspicions, or you can tell people what my suspicions were and how you feel about that if you wish, or do you feel that's too private? We can go into that some other time. Just tell people prayers for your cousin. Tell us what you're comfortable telling. Okay. All right. Pack one. Pack one.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now we can. Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For the most part, so they weren't sure. Well, pretty much where I left off before we got cut off, or whatever. He was diabetic, and he had his restaurant, and he just started his mobile business, and we weren't with this. He had diabetes, and he didn't take the best care of himself, but he was always fine. He's been good for years. When they found him in the morning, he pretty much had like vomit on him, and he was breathing, but he wasn't like waking up. He wasn't responsive to anything, and so they weren't sure if he had strokes or heart attacks or whatever. And after a couple of EEGs and him having low oxygen flow to the brain, they took him off all the sedation medication, and they found out that he had swelling on the brain. And they did testing or whatever, and they found list of things in his system, which he drank and smoked a lot of weed, but they found a couple other things, and they're suspect on if that could be the number one cause. And lately there have been a lot of bad things going around,
Mm-hmm.
So at this point they said that like his brain all the way down towards like the stem, that's been all damaged. So whereas we were praying and hoping that he would wake up, really his mom, my aunt, she's more or less concerned with quality of life he's gonna have at this point, like
Yes.
she's like, that's her rock, so she don't want him to not come back whole, or that's pretty much where she's at. So at this point it's just either what she says is either God's gonna show us a miracle and he's gonna wake up and be good, or he's gonna have served his point and done the good that he's done in his life for the people he's done it for.
Right.
So it's like one of those hard things.
Oh my God. And when Pac-1 Mireles is referring to his aunt, he's talking about this man's mother. So this man's mother is now making the choice, essentially, of coming to terms with the potential that her son, at this point in life, with the condition he's in right now, no one's making any decisions just yet. We're waiting to see developments, but she's already being very realistic and mature about this. It may be better that if he's unable to maintain a high quality of life, that he pass on. Is kind of like the resonance that I'm getting. And yes, very impressive from Selena Khan. Selena Khan has gotten back a message to us saying, Maria Michaela Grigorich has posted the PayPal link. Good job. And she did that on the timeline, which she administers for me. And Maria Michaela Grigorich, we want to maintain her in our thoughts and prayers as well, because she's developed some influenza-type symptoms. And it's so we want to pray she doesn't have COVID, and I love her dearly for helping us, and we want to especially give the prayers not just for Mr. Pacuan Morales' cousin Luz. Could you give us his full name again, please? But also maybe his mother.
Luz Martinez and Elida Martinez. Yeah.
Right. What's his full name, please? Because the Luz is
Lucerio
Martinez, and his mother is who again? Say it again.
Elida Martinez.
Thank you. Yeah, and honestly, everyone, maintain them in your thoughts and prayers. Just so sad and tragic. But his mother's very mature, very astute, very. I'm impressed by her maturity, and Selena Khan says her prayers to Maria as well as to Mr. Lucerio. Lucerio, did I get that right?
Lucerio, yep.
Yeah, Lucerio, and it's a beautiful name, and he is a beautiful human being, and it's indescribable. I mean, I honestly cannot put myself in his mother's place. As for yourself, tell us what he did to teach you. Tell us what he did.
So one thing was traditionally the way we were raised in the restaurants was everything had to be done one specific way, and that was the way that my grandmother would teach us, or whoever it was that would be teaching you, you had to do it that way. No other way was right. Cut the lettuce like this. If it's too thick, type stuff, and when I started working with him, it was different, man. Because whereas we'd work at restaurants and we'd sit there all day, and it would be you'd be either busy or you'd just be dead and it'd be boring. Dude, we'd go out, we'd go smoke, we'd go, roll fatties, go smoke or whatever, have a couple beers while we're working, or whatever, and just cutting corners, oh, you don't have to, this don't have to be done in this order, you can do it just like this, or and just he revamped me on the restaurant working, man.
I have
he made
no
it.
idea what you're talking about.
You said what?
Jameson says it was hard for him to follow that. I'm not quite sure why.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Cutting corners and getting high on.
No. Cutting corners, whereas we would have to cook, for instance, making our gravy, we would have to cook the grease or the lard, and then you'd have the flour, and you'd have to sit there and you'd have to mix it, and you'd have to wait until it started turning a light rose color and smell like cooked bread. And then while that's going, you got your spices and your waters, and it's boiling, and you have to add slowly the water into the flour mixture, and you have to stir it, and whereas Luce would be dude, you can sit there and put all that stuff on to boil, take your stuff, mix it up. It doesn't have to be brown, it doesn't have to be light. You can set it to the side and let it cool down, whatever. You can cook that first while that's boiling, and then you can slowly add it into. It's not gonna pop, because it used to pop and fizzle, and it'd be like battle scars. No, you have to sit there and stir it even if it's popping, and no, you can just mix it in, or where we would have to take spoonful of seasoning. We would measure by the spoon or the count of whatever shaker you have a seasoning in. You would turn it around the pot 2-3 turns, or and then you'd mix it up, and then you'd cook it, and then you'd have to. He was no, it's a scoop of this, and this. He had it down to where it was a lot of the time where you would think something would take forever would really take 45 minutes to an hour,
Right.
And that's what I mean. But like as far as like the smoking is whatever is like, you know, like we all would smoke, you know, whatever, and you'd be stressed out working all day, and then, you know, whereas working like for the older family, you would have to be just, you'd be stuck there, you know. You didn't really get a break, you didn't really get, you know, it was frowned upon, you know. With him it was like, come on man, we're gonna go in the back, we're gonna smoke, you know, there's nothing going on, go back, we'll get back to work, you know. Like it was chilled, like it was a whole different environment, because I was always so used to just like straight line working with family, you know.
Yeah.
So it was really lax, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what I mean by like cutting corners. Like it wasn't the extra like steps. Like for instance, also cutting lettuce. You know, I mentioned it. We used to have to literally cut the head in half
Yeah.
and slowly slice. Like keep it literally like you're shaving your the hair on your face. You know, and you're slicing these super thin slices of freaking lettuce, and it's like it always had to be done one way and turned the, you know, like, and with him it was like, man,
rid of the core. The core was the big, you know, where the iceberg lettuce was. You
yeah,
had to get rid of the core.
yep, and this it's just stuff like that, man. He's a really cool guy, man. And like I said, when I stopped working for him and decided to do my own thing, he was super supportive. Like he was like I'm gonna go with you the first couple times, because, you know, that was like one of his things, you know, that he wanted to do too, you know. It's like it's a big deal, you know. But yeah, he's just really super cool guy, man.
Yeah, and certainly I understand that he was a mentor in so many ways. It's almost impossible to really do it justice. So and anyhow, so we're trying to contact Noreen simultaneously, and also Crystal River is is someone we're trying to contact, but I think they're all very busy tonight, and I've definitely been asking them to come on, and certainly Crystal does her work at the same time that we're transmitting often, which is a royal pain in the ass, so she can't be too much help there. But anyhow, please go on with everything that you're saying. I want you two gentlemen to talk a little bit about magic, talk some professional exchanges about magic.
Yeah, so I was watching Lovecraft Country, which was sort of a new HBO series on HBO.
Yeah, I've seen that. Well, I haven't watched it. Well, I haven't watched it, but I've seen, like, you know, the advertisements and stuff for it. I was skeptical, because I used to be like a hardcore, like American history, American Horror Story follower, but then it like kind of got real chintzy towards the end, just a couple of seasons. Right. So I was like, yeah. How was that?
I loved it. I think the Lovecraft Country is great. It's you know, it kind of mirrors the Black experience in America with the Green Book. And,
it's like a black girl writes the episodes and stuff, right? She's the creator.
Yeah, the writer.
Yeah.
Name off the top of my head, but I've talked to him a couple times before the book. Well, the book came out first, and then the HBO adapted the series, and it's wildly successful. But it does give you an idea into not so much Lovecraft, into dimensions, into cosmic horror, which is really interesting to see that this new American religion that has taken over Mormonism, which I think Douglas has commented before, that Mormonism, if anything, is an American religion.
Yes.
And the new religion seems to be the Lovecraft religion.
Yes. Or anti-religion, the new anti-religion.
Anti-religion.
Yes, right. Thank you. And very, very astute observation. Deeply appreciate it. And haven't watched it myself, so not quite sure what either one of you is speaking of per se, but, you know, definitely appreciate, you know, both of you bringing it up, and there must be something else you might be saying. Now, the interesting thing about it, of course, is why do you think they decided, obviously, Lovecraft had racial issues because he was an American. He was not German, and he is in fact anti-German. He was very Teutophobic, which means he wrote anti-German propaganda stories during World War One, which many people might not know. With that in mind, the black angle was not something he would ever take sympathetically.
Cool.
Tell us what angle they're taking with black people in the series.
Yeah, it's sort of the reverse. It's almost like the predominant characters are African American, black, and they run the show, and they are the heirs to this sort of waspy Lovecraft country, otherworldly dimension, and it's really interesting to see because it's kind of like the inverse of what Lovecraft characters were, which are mostly white Anglo-Saxon Americans or Protestants, and here you have African American, black, Southern people discovering their roots around a racially tensioned 60s America.
Right.
And so it's very interesting, and you have cosmic horror coming in and out of, and it's getting a lot of mainstream recognition, and so it's something that I've been paying attention to. It's fairly well done, but I'd like to get other people's opinion on that.
Oh, I think that what you've said is wonderful. By the way, this is Brandon Young speaking. And by the way, everybody do us a favor when you do speak. Say who you are. Say, this is Brandon Young, this is James and Reese, etc. So, but Brandon, it's so good to have you back here. And why don't you, before we get other people back in, does anyone want to respond to that? If not, I want Brandon to give us a little update on himself, tell us what he's willing to share about, being a dad and whatnot. But everyone, if you need to, add some depth to what he said, please do so.
Yeah, hey, it's Brandon. I've been with Douglas for about 3-4 years now. I'm a humble teacher. I have many formal education, from law school to Kennedy School of Government to Harvard to many different, the Vatican, and to exorcism, and have taught many different people, including John Evans, who has been on this program many times, and it was still a very big fan of Douglas. And I used to come on as sort of a sidekick to Douglas and to everybody else. Became interested in Lovecraft and the anti-gods as it related to the worldview of Aquino and all his assets, and bringing about a new age of destruction. So I've been, looking at that as in a spare cultish context, and it seems to me that Lovecraft has taken on a sort of a new religion, an American religion to overtake Mormonism in a sense, and it's really frightening to see because what you can tell me more about this, Douglas, is that the anti-gods took over the Norse gods and these the Christian gods and anything like this. These are gods that are beyond human comprehension, so on. So it's interesting to see these things in the mainstream. I've been following these sort of things, but there's a lot to me. Of course, I'm a father. Of course, there's my life to me. And I'm paying attention to many different things. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Oh, please! If anyone, Selena, of course, might still be with us, so if she should ask some questions because she's never had an opportunity to speak with you before. Selena, are you there, honey? If so, jump back into the call, and I'd like you to interact with Brendan a little bit, since you'll be our only female for tonight, quite likely, and we needed as much feminine flavor as possible. Some estrogen, pour a little estrogen on the situation here, and give us all some of those insights that we also appreciate. Okay, darling? If she doesn't answer, that's okay too. We'll find out soon enough. And aside from all of that, Jameson and Pac One, if you can come in and maybe talk a little bit about fatherhood, Pac One, to our man Brendan, or Jameson, you can bring up something about the anti-gods before I,
Yeah. The anti-gods are fascinating to me, but I was actually I actually had a formal this is Jameson speaking. I forgot to do that.
Thank you.
But I had a formal introduction to one of the gentlemen who pretty much was responsible for kickstarting the entire, the cult of Cthulhu, which as I found out recently has been either disbanded or I don't know what happened. Apparently Derek tried to take a hold of the Order of the Nine Angles, and that didn't work for him. But he was the guy who founded the cult of Cthulhu, and I learned about everything and started reading all the books because of him. Because actually, I actually enjoyed Lovecraft's writing. These gods they're alien in the truest sense of the word. They're not alien like we have in the movies where you have sort of anthropoid that still have some degree of human relatability to them. They're alien in the sense that we're talking about multi-dimensional beings that are that don't follow any laws of this universe, and they're outside of this universe for most of the time. I suppose one could, in theory, try to open a portal to try to bring aspects of them in for a period of time, and there are magicians who claim to be able to do such. To what effect, I am not sure, because a lot of the people out there who are presenting themselves in one way aren't who they say they are. And I think the real magicians are smart enough to keep quiet and not share, what they can do.
Yeah.
But apparently the idea of the cult of Cthulhu was that what they would do was when they would awaken Cthulhu, and when Cthulhu and the outer gods would return to this universe, they would use the rest of humankind as slaves, believing somehow they would be elevated and exalted because they worship these things, as if these things would give a flying fuck.
Thank you. Very important point. So when it comes to what Jameson is talking about, Brendan has had a personal experience with the destructive nature, the sinister nature of the cultists of Cthulhu. Brendan will share with us how his life was almost taken, and this had to do with his investigating the slander of his family by Mr. Peter Levenda, who wrote the popular paperback cultural, shall we say, paradigm. It's a template. It's the popular paperback cultural template by which the majority of young people attempting to practice the occult are introduced to such by Peter Levenda and his book Necronomicon, which he wrote under the pseudonym of Simon. This is not the real Necronomicon, has nothing to do with the real Necronomicon, but what he was attempting to do was provide a quote-unquote historical context for the anti-gods that were introduced to the world by H.P. Lovecraft in a sense of popular accessibility, but that means only in terms of conceiving that there is something out there that you cannot comprehend and should not even try to comprehend. But Peter Levenda was trying to make this accessible for spellcasting, for harnessing, like you would try to harness nuclear energy if you were an idiot like the Atomic Boy Scout, who basically took little nuclear components out of smoke detectors.
Smoke detectors.
Thank you.
He was actually the atomic. The people who were actually supposed to regulate these atomic matters, they actually sent him supplies. Believe it or not.
Yes, because he asked. Yeah, go on.
Because he asked. He claimed he was a school teacher doing chemistry and all this other shit, and they were like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why not just send him a fucking nuclear reactor?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and he is dead, which I found out through Jameson Reese. I did not know he was dead, but he's dead because he died of radiation, I would presume, of radiation poisoning.
No. He died of a drug overdose of alcohol, fentanyl, and Benadryl.
Well, he may have been murdered. It sounds, like another one of those suspect cases. They may have gotten rid of him, or he just might have been a total loser and got to the point where he, did that to himself.
I think he was just trying to. I think he was just trying to find a good hot. I think he might have offed himself. I mean, because his mother died of depression, of suicide.
Okay.
So, if we look at it from that way, and if you mix something like Benadryl with alcohol, because I remember I was suicidal once, and I tried to down a whole box of Benadryl and fucking Bacardi 151, and it didn't seem to fucking work. But so I think he suicide.
Okay. And so
well, Levenda's still alive. He's working with Tom DeLonge from To the Stars Academy, and I went down there to Encinitas. He was doing a book signing, and I tried to poison him with a poison pen, and to try to assassinate, essentially, Peter Levenda to take him off the earth.
Right.
And he wasn't having it. And Tom DeLonge from Blink-182, and Encinitas Del Mar. You can look this up. I have all the documentation to provide for this. I went to the book signing, and I had him sign this book, and I wanted to stab him in the throat for all the harm that he's done
to the world.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Yeah,
he's still around. I didn't get the chance to. They took me away by security, and I had to wrestle him out. But I lived like 2 miles away from that place. Peter Levender's a son of a bitch. Yeah, and I wish him nothing but
ill. Yes, thank you, and I appreciate that. I can relate to that. Could you briefly give us in summary how he was slandering your family, and how he almost certainly is the main motivating factor behind the assassination attempt on yourself, so that people understand where you're coming from?
Yeah, so a long time ago, this is about 3-4 years ago, I think, when I first started talking to Douglas, is that one of the, he took notice of me, and I noticed that he had a book on the Nine, or he had a lecture on what is called the Nine. Not to be confused with the Order of the Nine Angles, which I'm sure is somewhat related. This was an early 1900s New England seance cult, in a sense, and a spiritualism sort of cult that my great-grandmother was involved in. She was a medium at the time in Maine, in this sort of milieu, and she was the oracle at that time with Luharich and these blue-blooded New Englanders. And I didn't know anything about this other than hearsay from my brother and so on, until my brother provided a photograph that Peter Levenda had used of Arthur Young, which is my great-grandfather, who had died, who had invented the Bell helicopter and many other things, including the so-called remote viewing program and military men who stare at goats type of thing. And I didn't know about this until I was later on. But Peter Levenda, I contacted him and said, why are you saying that my parents, or my great-grandparents, my ancestors, had something to do with the Kennedy assassination? Because, he in this lecture, he connects it all to the Kennedy assassination. And he said, well, I don't know. I'm just doing that. And, he's like, your grandfather was very influential and so on. I said, great. Thanks for the bad publicity.
Right.
Essentially. Right. And so, I took offense to that, because my family is actually a good family. They're not anything to do with the assassination of JFK. JFK we actually quite liked. besides his bombing of South Vietnam in 1963 and his escalation of the Vietnam War, and so on. And as the war criminal he was, we don't like the assassination of him, but to basically he essentially linked my family to this assassination of JFK, which I took issue with, and I brought this up to Peter Levenda, and he just basically blew it off. And since then, I've exposed him as being the author of the Simon Necronomicon, which is incredibly provable. And he's been involved in many hoaxes since then. He's essentially a dark magician who appears to be a white sort of a scholar. And then, you have Tom DeLonge from Blink-182 from To the Stars Academy, who was kind of leading this charge of so-called disclosure, bringing on Peter Levenda and John Podesta as sort of like the guys that are going to bring through these hidden technologies of skunkworks and so on. And so anyway, I was trying to expose that, and Peter Levenda is not to be trusted one bit.
Right.
And so yes, I have a personal vendetta against him.
Yeah, and it's deeply understood. For people who really want to know why Brandon Young is on the side of right about this, it's just that many youngsters, children, have been lured into the very self-destructive and mass-destructive practice of dark magics by Peter Levenda. If you want to know about the Pied Piper of Hamelin, who's just leading the children down a very dark pit and abyss, and I don't even say this from the perspective of some kind of Christian judgmentalism. I'm saying this from the perspective of someone who is, it's like passing out a manual on improvised explosives, in which it's a sabotage manual that sabotages the user. The user is taught nothing about maintaining their safety while working with these improvised explosive devices, and indeed, it would be somewhat like the Anarchist Cookbook, where you're encouraged to use drugs. You're being taught in the Anarchist Cookbook. If anybody gets a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook, which is a bit of a cult collector's item for this very reason, you have a manual that teaches you how to manufacture narcotics and how to manufacture improvised explosive devices simultaneously, which of course is insane. It's literally insane. It's not even a moral judgment call. It's a practical judgment call. Working with explosives is obviously dangerous enough in and of itself. Working with explosives under the influence of narcotics is beyond stupid, and it's obviously just going to be nothing good will come of it. That is the Simon Necronomicon in a nutshell. So if you can give us a little bit more, either Jameson or Brendan, on what you know of it.
I can. What I can say, this is Jameson speaking. What I can say about the Simon Necronomicon is when you, because I have a copy, I have many spell books anyway. It's not a book for beginners. It is not a beginner's book. If you're new to magic, you do not work with the Simon Necronomicon. It's more or less something that, even if one were to entertain the framework of it as being real and not fallacious or not fake in some way, I can see, like, more or less you wouldn't, again, yeah, you explained it right. It'd be like giving a kid a loaded handgun to go play with other kids in the schoolyard.
Yep.
Yes.
It's a bad fucking idea.
Yeah.
And I've had many copies over the year. The first copy I had was when I was very inexperienced myself. And I figured I would just, I didn't have any of the ritual materials. I didn't create any of the materials that I needed to do whatever. I just decided I would just, say some of the things that I saw in the book. I had a miserable fucking time that year.
Right. Right.
So it's not something that someone who has no experience should go into. I wouldn't entertain buying it with your money at all.
Thank you.
Because you could probably get a PDF for free. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend anyone even doing that
Yes.
unless you're just someone who's an avid occult junkie, such as myself. There are people like me who literally get high off of occultism.
But
Weird.
just for so people can understand this, the in terms of the Necronomicon, it's cheap. That's the fucking point. You see,
Yes.
if anyone's truly interested in the occult, the first thing you're going to find out is how expensive every
Right.
occult grimoire is. Yes, I mean the real stuff is incredibly expensive, and there's kind of a reason for this. It's like getting involved with firearms or any other personal power projection. It's not going to be cheap, and if you get something that's of quality, whether it's firearms or magical grimoires, it's not going to be cheap. And so the whole point is that the occult is expensive for a reason, and the problem
It's meant to keep as many people away from being able to access the deepest and most powerful secrets that exist.
yes.
It's like an initiation in and of itself, just finding the right resources to be able to do stuff, let alone making your own stuff by trial and error.
Right, right, and so what you have is a situation in which, say for instance, someone wants cheap firearms and they were able to somehow get access. There's no real equivalent in the firearms world today, except of course what they've been trying to do is as a basically a agents of chaos. These are Edomite cultists have been trying to put on the internet the program so that you can print a 3D plastic handgun. And the real crazies, you can tell someone is someone you would never want to affiliate with or associate with. If someone is for this, they're no one you want to know. But the idea of putting down a program which anyone can download, including a child, and use a 3D plastic printer to produce a firearm is dangerous for reasons that should be obvious. However, these are dangers to the user as well as to the potential victim. Now, of course, these plastic firearms are not reusable. The plastic that's produced by a plastic printer, a 3D graphics printer, is not meant to last. It's something like a disposable firearm. And all you need is a household nail, and then you have the firing pin, and then you get a bullet, and basically you can use it as a one-shot. But the point is, a person can print up hundreds of these. That person can print up, practically a half a dozen, put them in their backpack, go to school, and then, blow one person away, pull another one out, blow another person away. And these are not detectable on a metal detector. They're not detectable on a metal detector at all. You can literally have a bunch of nails in your pocket that you would get easily through school and or place anywhere else, for the next day use. And you can assemble the guns at school on lunchtime and then, start blowing people away. There's so many easy ways to do this. And obviously I don't want to give people ideas, but the whole point is that you have a situation that is just rendered worse. Our world situation is rendered worse by this. There's nothing constructive comes to the world from this. It's not something useful for home defense. It's not something useful for practical defense of the nation. The only thing it's useful for is chaos. So these Edomite
They're assassination weapons,
Exactly.
basically.
Yes, yes.
Assassination weapons.
Yes, that is the Simon Necronomicon. So the Simon Necronomicon was actually compiled by a group of friends and was intended as a test. This was something that Michael Aquino was involved with, and it was a test like a textbook on chemistry that you are given with parts of the formula missing. So just as you're given a chemistry test book that has parts of the formula missing, and your job is to fill in the missing parts of the formula before you pass, that's what the Simon Necronomicon book was. So it's very similar to, here's the situation with the U.S. Post Office. Literally, I remember one of my first experiences getting online was when I first had a computer, and then I got online, and just one of the first things I fell sucker for was a casual interest in this stupid test book that I knew I would never use, and yet it was at a bizarre period in my life when I was desperate enough just to investigate it because my parents had both just died. I was literally borderline homeless, and one of the things that was offering work that would have taken years to get into, because that was the case of quote-unquote a friend of mine, someone I knew, affiliated with through the gaming world of the old Department of Defense days. So the gaming world I'm talking about is not computer gaming like you understand it. This is old Department of Defense board gaming, where you're simulating historical conflicts or potential future conflicts, such as nuclear conflicts, on game boards. One of the men who took to designing games and was part of that was a man named Keith Johansson, who ultimately went through with this and actually got a job for a single day at the post office before he was fired because he was a dumb motherfucker and didn't do anything he was supposed to do and fucked himself over. This idiot, which, you know, I could tell the whole story behind that just for morbid entertainment, but no point in going into it now. But this idiot gave me the skinny behind what I had gotten myself into, which was basically the post office usually says they're hiring because they have a high cycle of hiring and firing because they're such a stressful job. And they need new mail delivery men, etc. But what happened is they had some old, obsolete government test that they were administering for getting into the post office, and they had a bunch of these test manuals that they had published, as the government does, by the thousands. And so when this test manual was obsolete, then they just said, okay, just take it to a landfill. So, well, who did they have deliver it to a landfill? Since they were the U.S. Post Office, they actually thought it was cheaper rather than paying the garbage services to do this, and it's federal property. They had their own USPS agents, postalmen, deliver it to a landfill. Now, this happens all the time. This is how I wound up with federal manuals on nuclear submarines and nuclear warfare, is you're given trust to get rid of this, and you keep it. So these men took these truckloads, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of these manuals, and they kept them. And then they got online to sell them. So they're selling people this obsolete government test for entering the U.S. Post Office, and they're saying, we have the test where you can enter the post office, and it's the manual, so it's got the answers, so you'll know how to get in. And they're selling it to people, but these people aren't told that the test has been completely revised. And so they're spending money, and then you get on a mailing list where these people are hammering you about everything else. So the way I got off the mailing list was I got an expert to get me off the mailing list, and that's when I found out from Keith Johansson, well, what the scam was. Well, this is a parallel to what the Simon Necronomicon is, that's sold by, it was originally Avon Press, and it may still be Avon Publications. It was originally Magical Child in the very early days, was the publication house was Magical Child, then became Avon. And so you've got this mass market paperback book that a kid can buy for $5 to $7, whereas otherwise, if he were getting the complete books outlining the rituals of the Order of the Golden Dawn by Israel Regarde, he'd have to spend thousands of dollars. So what's he going to do? He's going to buy the Avon paperback edition of the Necronomicon. And so when you buy that, what this was constructed by was to give the occult practitioners in the Cult of the Kings of Edom of Michael Aquino a test which, like a chemistry textbook or the U.S. Post Office manual, is something that is incomplete, and your job is to fill in the blanks, and then if you're able to do so, then you graduate. That's what it was. So it's an incomplete spell book, and if you try to work with it, it's got everything fucked up just in the way that Pac-1 Morales describes some occult experiences. You open a portal, and it doesn't tell you to close it. So you open a portal, there's no instructions to close it. All of these children have been working with this, kids, for generations now, since 1977, since Star Wars and Jaws were released, was when the Necronomicon came out. And like the Dianetics book of L. Ron Hubbard, it's always on the bestseller list. It's perennially on the bestseller list. Now, the way it's kept up there through Scientology's Dianetics book is because all the Scientologists are forced to go out and buy 100 copies and give it to all their relations. And so for that reason, artificially, the Dianetics book is always on top of the New York Times bestseller list. And so that's how the Simon Necronomicon is maintained through the cult of the Kings of Edom. The cultists of the Kings of Edom go out and they buy all these copies of the Simon Necronomicon. They pass it out at school. They pass it out to all their friends on the street. They leave it in bus stops. They leave it in hotel rooms like other people used to leave the Gideon Bible. I'm not shitting you. It is one of the most available books, and it is a minefield. So here you've got people who instantly gain access to this book, and they're practicing the occult rituals, and their lives are destroyed, and they destroy the lives of others. So hopefully that puts it in a perspective approach. And besides that, as a test manual and an incomplete textbook, it was also a running joke. It is like a joke on the world, in which you watch the world destroy itself by passing out loaded machine guns at the party as party favorites. This is what it's like. This is what it's meant for. It is sheer insanity, and it has an egregore, that maintains its cell. So please go on, all of you, with what else?
Yeah, it needs to be said. This is Jameson speaking again. That when you're dealing with these instruction books, they're meant to give you an idea of how to craft your own rituals. You're not. If you do the rituals as people stated, you have to take into account, and some people might not mind doing this if they get the results they want, but you have to take into account that the ritual structure itself is a sort of thought form. It's a egregore. The book itself would be an egregore, and if you work through all of it, you're not working with the actual entities themselves. You're working with thought forms of those entities as writ by that particular person for whatever their intentions are.
Thank you. And so to give you an example of this, also, the formulae are incorrect. It's a test. So just like if you're given a chemistry test in which you're given incorrect formulae, where, say for instance they wanted to pass a janitorial or custodial test. I mean, and this will happen someday, because here's the problem, is that many people that they hire to basically work in janitorial and custodial professions, these are people who are not necessarily chemists, and they're not necessarily aware of how metal interacts with magnetism, etc., at a level of awareness that they should be. So you get results like the MRI, or the magnetic resonance imaging in hospitals. Those rooms in San Francisco are left completely filthy. They're never cleaned. And it's probably the same way in Nevada now, because that's where one of those accidents happened. So because the reason they cannot clean these rooms, and they tell you, say for instance me, I had metal shoes, in the sense that I always have, I have collapsed arches. And because my arches were collapsed in the United States Marine Corps at that time, for reasons I can go into the next time we have Pac Juan Morales and Derek Talion, when my arches collapsed, I wound up later on wearing prescription framed shoes that are orthotic, and you're provided with a leg brace inside of the shoe. They're higher shoes, they're orthotics, they have metal toes for protection of the toes, steel-toed, and metal framed. So you've got these, I'm sorry?
Yeah. Steel toe boots.
Yeah, steel toe. Yeah. So I could not enter the magnetic resonance imaging room with those on when my mother was getting an MRI. I had to take my shoes off. So when I took my shoes off and left them at the door, then I walked inside in my socks, and my socks were coated in grease and fat and lint and dirt, dead bugs, and what looked like rat shit. And it's just, why was this room so filthy that I had to take my socks off to put my shoes back on? That I literally had to throw those socks away. And they said, we can't let anyone clean these rooms, ever. And they told me the story of what happened is, like, somebody, a janitor, went inside the room, They left a metal bucket in the room, metal bucket. And then when the technicians came in and put a child in the MRI, because this child had a brain issue and was only like 6, 7 years old, they put the child in the MRI, and then they turned the magnet on. The magnet's so powerful, the bucket flies directly to the child's head and cracked his skull open and killed him. And in another story, it was a metal wrench left by workers who were helping to reconstruct something in area. They left a metal wrench, and the metal wrench went in and killed a man. You know, it's just story after story. Dozens of people die every year in magnetic resonance imaging, because once you turn that magnet on, some janitor has left something in the room that will go to your head and kill you. So it's something to be concerned about. It's a legitimate concern. So they don't let anyone clean these rooms. And this is why janitors need to be educated. So at some point, janitors are going to have a college degree in which you cannot do custodial or janitorial work unless you're college educated. So at that point, go on. Yeah.
No, hopefully, because, what the...
Say this is Brendan.
This is Brendan Young. Is that the rulers would love to have the janitors to be so uneducated to not question what goes on, and they have their livelihood dependent on their own job, so they better fear that they might be fired if they say something. So that's the big deal, is that I think you can speak of, Douglas, is that this whole thing about ratting on each other, or exposing something that you might think that might not have a big impetus in the world, but you don't know. So the lowly level of a janitor, for example, who's sweeping up the bed of a poor, sedated subject, might not know exactly the higher echelons of what's going on, the higher ends of what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so the truth is, we need more educated people in the services. So we're ultimately going to get to the point where they're like salonists. Now, a salonist has to know a lot of chemistry, because you're sticking chemicals onto a person's head, on their skin, that will absorb directly through the epidermis and could scar them for life or potentially kill them. If absorbed through the skin, certain chemicals will kill you. And so a salonist goes through an incredibly difficult test in chemistry. So the point is, when they design these tests for salonists, and someday they'll have them for janitors, then you're going to have to know what chemicals do to each other. Now, in terms of the Necronomicon as designed by Peter Levinda, Ed Buczynski, all the rest who were involved with Michael Aquino as cultists of the Kings of Edom, they composed a faux grimoire that is loaded with deliberate mistakes. So it's up to the student to identify those mistakes, and that is how he graduates. Whereas all the people who get it the way they do, by buying it off the shelf, all those kids practicing it, all they get are the mistakes, and they're putting together something that'll explode in their face without fail. That's the intent of the book, and that's exactly what's happening. So it's a joke on the rest of the world, but it's a killing joke. Like Joker style from Batman franchise, killing joke. So that is what's going on with that. It's part of the chaos, the cult of chaos, and it's continuing to spread chaos. We'll hold the rest till Jameson gets back, but I want Pac-1 Morales to participate if he's still with us. Pac-1, if you're there, please let us know. And yes, by all means, certainly you can understand what I'm speaking of. Anything you're willing to share, please do so. And because I want to spend, of course, more time the next time you're with us on Sunday speaking about the Marine Corps, etc. It would be a good time tonight to speak about other issues. Tell us a little bit about something that you might be willing to share about this kind of mistaken occult experience and what.
Yeah. So definitely, like, I grew up in like a really superstitious family, and we like my great grandmother, she was like she'd cleanse you with the egg and put it in the water and let it sit in the sun for a couple of days, and depending on how the egg hit the water and the way like things, it would describe like what you're going through or what you need cleansed with and stuff. And like grew up in a lot of shit like that, and my grandma, like she was like one of those people, like she'd always tell you like things you see in movies, like they're not just movies, they're they're things they're doing just so that when you come across something like that in your life or something happens, they tell you you're crazy, and they lock you up, like she was always a firm believer and stuff like that. And so like I guess from an early age, like paranormal things and like stuff like that always piqued my interest. And I used to do like Aztec ritual dancing and stuff, man. And so like we would go like these opening ceremonies for like businesses and like colleges and stuff like that, and like do these dances and like open up the directions and stuff like that, and it was always really cool. And then like getting further into it, down the line, I just started just, I guess, my mother's husband, which would be my stepfather, his sister, they're from Mexico. She was a big practitioner with La Santa Muerte, which is the saint of death, and it's like people compare the following to a cult or whatever, and they build shrines, and most of them are Catholic, Mexican Catholic, and it's completely different. Like Mexican Catholics, they pray to saints, and they do offerings, and like they have like whole shrines of churches built to certain saints all over Mexico that people would travel from all over, and like literally risk your life driving up this one road mountain with cars going up and down it, so I got into like dealing with the Santa Muerte, the things we were doing, it was like a lot of the people who, like smuggling through stuff like that, they use the Santa Muerte for safe passage and protection, and some people use her, in other ways and to cause harm and stuff like that. But I did it more or less out of protection. My stepfather, his sister wasn't the friendliest person, and as far as attacking us being in our own house type deal, she had her own shrine devoted to the Santa Muerte, hidden, in the literally hidden in the house with candles, everything. And she was, always like it was just weird. It was really weird, and more out of a fear thing, it drew me to it, like almost one of those things where like whatever it is you fear, just face it head on. And I started dealing with her, and just started following it, and everything came from that. Like my hanging out, like I had been to like in different Latin culture, like Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and Cubans, they have different cultures, but like everybody has like their people, like like and for Mexicans they call them like hermanos or hermanas,
brothers.
Those are but they're like they call them those, almost like a nun or like someone becoming a pastor, but they're healers. They're people who deal with the saints, and they do give you like amulets or pouches with stuff in them that protect you, and stuff like that, or they give you a certain thing to help an outcome for someone in jail, stuff like that. And so I dealt with plenty of those, and santeros, paladeros, and babalaos, things like that, and different. I opened myself up to a lot of different things, man, and never knowing and never really having the true knowledge, or so it always seemed like anybody I ever dealt with, it always seemed like they were always getting more out of what was going on than me, It was always like weird. Like I'd always fall victim to like some dumb shit, So that's really why I like stopped hanging out with people who practice things, or try to like tell me too much about what they had going on, or try to like impose like certain things. Like I had a friend of mine, and you guys were talking about the Necronomicon. Like he like, dude, a lot of like bad shit that happened to me was through him. And like that was like one of the books. Like this guy, I swear to God, like he tried up and down to get me to read this book, and you need to read it, you need to open it up, and it was really weird. Like I had a lot of weird experiences with him, but as far as an Necronomicon and things like that, I don't, you know, people always look to the occult or to magic, like I know you say like cheat codes to things, but that's understanding that there's really no such thing as a cheat code. You're dealing with things that have intents of their own and have reached out to everybody's been affected by a certain energy or entity, and they've made their imprint on the world, times over, and people don't realize that starting to study this stuff or even bringing it into your own consciousness opens those doors up. The same as watching a certain movie or having it's just like the spell itself, the intention. You're scared, the fear, whatever. It feeds things like that, man. And I've I guess scared myself into into submission at times. I've literally found myself like, when my great grandmother died, I blamed God, and I had this whole thing like I was against religion, and I just real hateful, real spiteful person, man. And there came a point in time where, after so much things happened to me and so much denying things or whatever, and practicing or just reading the wrong shit, like I broke myself down, like sitting there, you're crying, begging, for some kind of salvation, some kind of feeling. Like it's almost like when you go into things not knowing what you're going into, you start getting numb. You get to a point where all sensation is just, there's a void, like a certain weird feeling that you come across it meeting certain people or certain situations, but like there was a point where it was constant, man, and it was the most god awful feeling I've ever felt. And it took me a long time. It took me a long time to break that, man. To find some, like, man, like to a point where I had no hope for anything. Like, you can ask like my wife right now. Like, when we first got together was in 2012, and I told her every day, I was like, I just wish I died today. Today, I wish today'd be the day I just get shot in the face. Someone that from the past, just weird things like that, man. And then, later on down the road, like being happy and, forgetting about things, or, just finding a purpose, or, not letting those things eat or consume me no more. I just one day looked and I was like, holy shit. I literally developed a whole fucking life that I don't deserve I don't feel I deserve for my past, but it's just one of those things where I put myself in a place where I cut everybody out, everybody, family, anything, and I we're in quarantine, aka quarantine right now. You call me or whatever, but people didn't check up on me. Came a point where I despised everybody I knew. Like, man, like nobody cared. Like I felt like nobody cared, no one was there. And then at the end there was like this light. It was just like everything that I cut out was like almost a purification of my energy, of everything, like I didn't read dumb shit, I didn't watch dumb shit, I didn't interest, I didn't peek into, oh well, I wonder, JMO talks about EA coding, and I stopped following him. I did one of his books, man, and it was like it was not to promote him in any way, shape, or form,
right?
And it was funny. I actually, after I broke free from the bullshit, he had a book called The Book of Azazel. Don't recommend it. Stay the fuck away. Disclaimer. It really messed me up, man, and it took a long time, and Daniel Arola is one of the people, that I reached out to in that time, because I'd always see him in this page I was a part of called the Indigo Adults, and he would always, like, I would always peep out how he would post and someone would say something, like try to like antagonize or like try to provoke him, and he would just like flip it on him, and I was like, man, like this dude was just like dropping meme after meme, just like shitting on people and like getting people so freaking upset. Like he would get banned from this group, this page constantly, you know. But like he wasn't a troll. He was just like, you know, he just tell people how shit was, you know. So I reached out to him, and you know, and he's like, look, man, he was like, here's how it works, you know. If you think you did a deal or a contract or, you know, whatever with some entity or something, you know, like it's all bullshit. Like you have to have a sense of humor. You have to know like that something like that would never be fulfilled. You'll never, you know, things like that can't affect you. They can't really hurt you. Like those are things that are like a mental, like, you know, like people call them like in another like new age bullshit, they call like archon or whatever, like an energy that eats at you, like attaches itself to you. And he's like, just tell yourself like that shit, that, you know, that contract's null and void. Like from here on out, it's my fucking life, dude, you know. And so that's pretty much what I did, man. And I cut everything out, and it helped me. It helped me tremendously, like tremendously. Like I can tell you, I still deal with bullshit, but when I look at the bullshit, I really like laugh, or really like a problem arises. I look at it and I'm like, okay, now it's a problem to me right now, but if I keep doing what I'm doing now, is it a week later, you know? I mean, people have problems with bills and shit like that, but I'm talking like just random drama that just pop. It seems to always like something that could potentially really stir the pot in your life, or, you know, something. Those are things that you don't really deal with on an everyday basis, but someone may bring your way, and who I mean, I have this thing with people, you know, like is everybody you know, and I mean, Doug, you know this the most, like, is everyone you know really someone that you can trust, or is everyone you know really someone that's for you, even though they say they are? You know, you've dealt with it time and time again. I've dealt with it time and time again, you know, and it always seems like certain people will just get their way in and get you comfortable and get to know enough about you or whatever, and literally, like, either it's a jealousy or envy, or I can't explain it, but they're just like not good people. And there's far few in between that are good, you know. And luckily for those people that I found, and I always find it's the people that I really don't know the most, but really have similar stories, or, you know, really been through shit that are genuine. And those are the people that don't really ask anything of you or anything, you know. And not really people. I have a problem with people that like pour out their problems like every day type deal, you know, like, oh, I feel like they're like energetic vampires, you know, like as soon as you hear bad news, you can be in the best news or in the best mood ever, and it just like drags you down to the dumps, you know.
Yes.
Like I feel like there's people like literally people who live to be like that every fucking day, man. It. Yeah. I know I just went on a crazy like up and down, like back and forth type deal, but like it all goes in with like the energy and the focus and understanding that things will fuck with your mind way before they fuck with your reality. And if they get to you in your mind, that's what affects your reality. And that's what magic is. That's exactly what the fuck magic is. It's understanding where your mind, how strong is your mind. These symbols, all these things, they've been around forever. They're things that have constantly been reused or, you know, put into like, just, it's really in the mind. It's really in the intent. It's that, and that's how at least how I've came to grasp, and how I've broken free, and how I've, you know, still have my problems still today, but can keep going forward every day and make the best of everything.
Right. So let me try and put this into some perspective for everyone. As I was saying before Jameson left for a little bit, you're back with us, right, Jameson Reyes?
Correct.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, you took a brief spell away from us. Basically, one of the things you have in a test book, or a book that tests you on a subject, such as what janitors may someday get and what cosmetologists get. As I was pointing out, salonists and cosmetologists, are both people who have to go through very difficult chemistry tests because you're going to apply chemicals directly to a person's scalp or their epidermis, their skin, and it will absorb through the skin. No matter what you put on them, it's going to absorb through the epidermis and into their body. And so you have to know your chemicals, and your organic elements or any combination could theoretically scar them for life, injure them, make them deathly sick, or literally kill them. So for this reason, Solanus and cosmetologists, they're very serious biochemists, and in that sense, the custodians need to go through similar tests. And what they did with this book, the Necronomicon spellbook, was they provided a similar set of entrapment in that many of the spells are not just missing the elements, they are designed to blow up in your face. This is what some tests that are applied in chemistry for cosmetologists and Solanus, and should be applied to custodians, are like, or should be like. And these tests would provide you an incorrect formula in which mixing such together with such will produce what effect that would be beneficial, but you, through your education, your training, know that this would not be beneficial. This would melt a person's flesh off. This would produce a corrosive effect. Or if you're a janitor, you would know that mixing bleach with vinegar or some other element would produce chloroform and basically knock you out and anyone else who came to help you, including rescue personnel or emergency medical technicians or first responders. So you would know not to put this together, and you would say in the test, this is incorrect and the formula is incorrect, etc. These are how these are conducted, so that they can catch the students and see who's qualified. That's how the Necronomicon spellbook was designed, and yet it's selling off the shelves to people who are using this to produce cosmetics that will melt their flesh off, cleaning agents that will create a chloroform gas that will render unconscious everyone in the home. And this is what people have been doing to themselves through these books for years. Now, our man Pac-1 Mireles was talking about his really negative experience after just a little bit of investigating the teachings of co-editing. And here's co-editing working with Michael Aquino to try and attack myself. So you this person does not have anyone's intent. The better part.
I wanted to say something. You brought up the fact that what you said about the Necronomicon makes perfect sense, because I happen to be reading, what do you call it?
Well, specifically, just clarify, of course, the Simon Necronomicon, or the Simonomicon.
The Simon Necronomicon,
Thank you.
yes, because there's a lot of authors using that. There's a lot of authors using Necronomicon these days.
Yeah, as a selling point, so go on.
Yeah, but it would make sense. I could see it as having been writ for people to like advance from one grade to the next in like the Temple of Set or something. That makes perfect sense, because looking back on what I was reading about from the Temple of Set book that Aquino wrote, he talks about how how he set up the grades and how people advance and all this other stuff. So it makes a hell of a lot of sense, and I could see it as being more like an experiment gone wrong when released to the public like this, which is what it is, essentially.
Thank you. So, and also there's the joke factor, the fact that they took the Three Stooges approach to magic as part of this test, and making it humorous, because most of the people who are the cultists of the Kings of Edom have that Joker, as in the killing joke of the Batman franchise, sense of humor.
Yes. Well, there's also the fact that there's the desire for them to try to invoke that trickster archetype, which is one of the most powerful archetypes that exist to work with. So there's that aspect, by making themselves a sort of trickster, like by pulling off these sort of like tricks and gags. They can kind of make themselves out to be a sort of trickster archetype. They use that to sort of like empower themselves. What I will say is that a lot of these books, again, I usually use the books just for the names of the entities. I won't read about the entities. I'll try to do everything cold, and I'll just come up with my own sigils for the entities and connect to them that way. And that seems to work. Because what I find is that a lot of the techniques feel like there's something not there that should be there, or a lot of the techniques from what I've read feel like it seems sort of redundant to do certain things, as if it's like not necessary altogether.
Mhm.
They do this deliberately, of course, again, because even and the thing is, that's the point. The point is to get the person to read the book over and over again before they start working with it. By reading it over and over again, you read in between the lines. When you read in between the lines some more, you find implications that were not stated outright that might point to a direction that wasn't even covered in the book before you ever start working with any of the rituals or entities in that book. That's the point. The point is to weed out the people who are not meant to advance from those who are astute enough to actually use it to its full potential. They do
Right.
that deliberately as well for that reason also.
Right. By the
So
yeah, go on, please. Yeah, I'm sorry.
so if someone's like in the mindset where like, oh man, as soon as I get this book, I'm gonna start working with the rituals right away, and they start doing it, and it blows up in their face, or let's say they do get something out of it, but they don't get a lot out of it. That's as far as they were meant to go. And if it blows up in their face, then that's one less stooge who wasn't meant to, really deal with magic. Whereas if you have someone who reads and they catch on to something, they're like, wait a minute, this guy says this, but then something's off here. You got yourself someone who might be worth advancing the ranks.
Right. So this is kind of like a social Darwinism that's used to purge and test. By the way, Daniel Arola, I hope he notices that Pac-1 Morales has given him so much credit. And Pac-1, I want to bring you on for a few minutes to give Daniel Arola more of the credit that he deserves, and let everyone know what a incredible life-saving, soul-saving, what a soul-saving individual Daniel Arola has proven in your life. Now, I'm going to be going mute for about 10 minutes. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes at the longest. I am when I come back, I'm going to participate fully in this, and I want to keep this going for a while, as long as everybody can stand it. And I just want to confirm, Brandon Young, are you still with us? Good, sir? And if he's not, then
I am still there.
okay,
Douglas.
good.
Thank you.
Good. I want you to stay with us as long as you can, and I'm going to participate and bring you into this as well when I come back. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, but I want you guys to maintain a great dynamic roundtable. I'll be back, like I said, very soon. Just go on mute for a little bit, and what I'll do is have Pac-1 Morales start the roundtable by, bringing in the subject of Daniel Arola and how, give him more of the credit that he deserves in terms of what a soul saver he's proven to be. I'm sure it was beyond what you've just expressed, and take it away, dear Pac-1. I'll be back.
Yeah, this is okay, Doug. Yeah, this is going. Daniel. I mean, he the method and the way he goes about everything is it's not like, okay, so you have people like who teach things, or like teach a craft, or whatever, like pull you into certain directions in the occult, and they're always like pushing an intent, like not aggressively, but just the way they make you think about things or see things, it'll always be their way, whatever. And they always want to be like a guru, or be like the go-to person, and always be the one to like solve things in your life, or whatever. Daniel wasn't like that. Like, he wasn't like a, hey, he always like would pull up a like it is crazy because it's Facebook, right? That's the only way I've ever talked to this guy. I never talked to him like vocally or anything, always just text, but always seemed to just be able to pull up a fucking mirror and be like, look at yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at yourself. Like, any problem, anything going on, it's you. Like, it's you. You're the source. You're the answer. You're the problem. He has his methods are just it's just he always says basically, you know, like basically, like duh, motherfucker, like common sense, use your head, you know, listen to yourself, you know. Um, he like listening and seeing the way he acts and stuff. It really made me more of a more positive in the sense that I can get upset about something, but I'll always like try to like be positive about it in the same sense, like find something positive about the situation, you know, or you know, and again, it's not like he's giving me a step by step, but you know, like I've asked him, like, you know, hey, what kind of book should I read? You know, like like I'm big on reading books and stuff, and like he gave me like one of them was My Universal Journey by George Kavaslis, you know, and you know, and he told me, you know, like it's not about the whole book, it's just about understanding, you know, and like you said, JMO, when you reread things, you do, and that's honestly, and you said it's like to weed people out and stuff, like that's honestly the truth, because it being able to read something and understand it the first time and then go back and then find a deeper meaning to it, that's even scarier, man. I'm not like a hide in my shell kind of guy, you know, but it's like, for me, it's just like it's like a harsh bite of real reality, right? Because we have like TV reality, magazine reality, societal expectation reality. No, like true fucking reality, like to sit there for that one brief second, be like, yo, like all this shit is legit, you know, and then to be like, in the same sense, turn around, be like, but I got this moment, you know, like I got this is mine, you know. You could let everything consume me, or you could consume the world, and I think that's really what I've taken a lot from Daniel, and the way he goes about talking about things and stuff, because he's not a negative person, and like a lot of like the taboo bros, I think he only has 2 now, but he has that, and then you have the Kane Lawless page on YouTube. And he had those moments where it was literally just like him in the back of his garden, and he'd be talking, you know, and like talking about smoking weed and how it blocks certain frequencies from fucking with you, because that's honestly like, JMO, are you like familiar with like the electric universe theory type deal?
Yes.
And like how everything's like the vibration, and everything has this energy and shit, you know. And like that being able to understand things like that, and how he talked about like the frequencies, be able to interrupt, you know, the weed you know, block and everything like that, man. It's Daniel's a cool guy, man, and he has, if you sit there and really like look at this guy's post or his interactions with people or anything, he's really never, he's not the type of person to bash people or talk shit. I'm sure he could, and you know, whatever, but he doesn't, you know, like most people that he engages with, like he pretty much uses either their own words against them, or, you know, like triggers them with like a fucking dope ass ninja meme he makes himself, you know. And that's like truly someone who has like a concept of like symbol magic, you know what I'm saying? Like, because it doesn't just have to be like a drawing, it can be words, like NLP. That's one of the things, like the neuro-linguistic programming, that's like something he's big on, you know, like you just fuck people up with simple ass things that make them their own enemy, you know, makes their own thoughts, their own self projections, you know, go against them, dude. And that's what's dope about him, man.
I actually learned a lot from him when I first encountered Daniel on Facebook. Initially, I didn't like him, and there was a point where I was like really angry towards him. But then after a while, like I started to see what he was saying, and I sort of started to look at myself, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute, this dude's right, he's onto something. And so
you feel like an asshole.
So as time went on, I was like, yeah, you know what? I started to like him more and more, because it was like there's something about it's the way he's able to get you to self-reflect that I think is like a form of magic in and of of itself that he's really good at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. That's what's he called it? The Hayoka. The Hayoka. You know, like that's like how he sees himself, like as the Hayoka. You know, like the one that you know, like tricks you, or not tricks you, but you know, like makes you self-reflect type deal. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And
that's
that,
go
and
ahead.
that's a very, and there's something as far as my, my practice concerned, it's sort of reminiscent of Lucifer because as an entity, as a spirit, Lucifer does that as well.
Yeah, and that, you know, that's one of the deities, or you know, entities that I've always followed, which was from the Aztec roots, was Tezcatlipoca, which was, you know, the god of smoke and mirrors, the trickster god, you know, and just always making, always, you know, like to create that, like whatever you see or however you see yourself is how you know, project yourself type deal, you know.
Yeah. And what the self-reflection also does is it expands your conscious awareness because what we do know in science is that what's responsible for consciousness as we experience it has to do with certain loops. So you have to, it's almost like a thought will have to be looped back and it would have to be observed. And then, it's like observing the observer. The more you keep observing the observer of the observer and you keep going on and on, the more refined and the more, powerful the altered state becomes, the more clear consciousness also becomes.
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep. It's like one of those moments where you're having a conversation with someone, right? And like you're holding this normal conversation, but then like maybe a day or two later, and you're reflecting on this conversation, and like they say something. They say like maybe every time you run into this person, you have a full conversation, or you know, hours of conversation, and there'll be like that one thing they say that really just like sticks with you, and you're like, damn, like was this directly to me? Like, was this like something else, you know? Like
Yeah.
it may seem like you're looking into it too much, but at the same time, it's like there's no way, like that. There's too, you know, call it
There's those,
paranoid or whatever. Yeah,
there's those synchronicities. There's those synchronicities where it almost seems like the universe could be speaking to you through like somebody else.
yeah,
That
exactly.
happens. That happens, when you're tuned in. That starts to happen more and more.
Yeah, well, you know, and like I mean, I'll talk about it on there. It's over, done and over with. But like in 2015, it was like the last year I ever celebrated my birthday, man, and we rented a stretch limousine excursion, you know, and like we went to all these bars, man, and like we went to we started at this bar called Diablo, and it was like a Latin merengue type bar, you know. And then we ended up at this club called Club Luna, and like it all started. It was crazy. Like my cousin Luce was there. Like it all started like over pizza. I don't know, but the energy was crazy because like there was like a table group of guys, and like there was like the one guy kept circling, like walking around, like circling around us, and like tried to approach, and then like backed off, and then like it just seemed really like an energy was like almost taunting me, you know what I'm saying? Because like I'm not like as impulsive as I used to be. I'm really reserved, and then like out of nowhere, like one of the guys at the table, like I have the video of it, and he's like pointing at me, but from my position, it's looking like he's like saying like, you know, it's like, let's go, like you're the one, you know. And he started
Yeah.
walking up to me, and like he had this really shit smirk on his face. And as he's walking up to me, like I have my hand out, like don't do it. And as soon as he got in my box, you know, I hit him 2 times. Well, as soon as I hit him, I was like, fuck it, I'm leaving. I'm not getting snatched up by security. I'm just gonna go. I'm just walking out. Turned this whole ordeal. Like his best friend like created some app for the nightlife in that city, and freaking I was facing like 15 years because I shattered the dude's eye orbit, and you know, like it was just like all over one moment where I like it seemed like it was a setup, dude. Like it really
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
fucked up.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I got
I
you.
feel that, dudes walking up like they want to pop off or something. and it's like what do you expect? What is it's like, you know, you expect that person's gonna, it's like it's gonna be him or me first, and it's like, well, if it's gonna be him or me, I might as well hit him first and get this shit over with.
Yep. And it was just, and dude, like I was like looking at like 15 years, and like it's just like the security footage that they took like you could see like it was clearly spliced. Like I have it. It jumps from like 1:02 a.m. to 1:09 a.m. So you don't see where I step into the camera, you can see me, and then I step back. You don't get to see where they started circling and walking over. You just see cut from me standing there all the way to 1:09 where the dude's pointing and walking over and I hit him. Like it was, and I tried to argue it, and like there wasn't even no arguing it in court. They're like, no, that's the footage they presented. Like no, it's not, you know, like it's crazy, dude. Like that whole thing. But again, as messed up and as like fucked up as it was, man, like that made me sit down for a while. Like it made me sit down like all through the probation, everything, like and get everything in order. Like that was like literally a push for me to leave a lot of things alone too.
Yes.
You know, so it was like one of those moments though, dude. It was like just when it happened, I was like, motherfucker, you got me. Like I really felt like I was like beat by something, you know?
Right.
And that shit happens fast too, man.
Checkmate.
It comes out of nowhere.
Right. By the way, I want before I come into some perspective about this, I do want our man Brandon Young to tell us a bit about, you confronted Peter Levinda. He invited you up to a trap. He said, come up to upstate New York or wherever the fuck he was. And you said no. And it was after that you almost died. Your car had been sabotaged, and this is forensically proven, emphasize the fact that you were provided the forensics by several different interacting police departments. And we're not just talking municipal police, we're talking about state police and feds got involved. So you were told that your car was sabotaged in so many ways that theoretically you should never have gotten out alive. There was a backup sabotage to the torch job where they had cut the wires to the brakes, and that's what almost killed you and put you in a coma that changed your life. So give us all a little bit of that and tell us that the general background and story. You know, what happened with that. If Brendan's there. Brandon Young? He may have fallen asleep or might be on mute. And
Oh, no, I'm here.
Good. Yeah, so please.
This is going back about 3 years ago or so, and I had contacted Lavenda to confront him about my family being so misrepresented in his books, in his presentations, and he said, "Oh, don't worry about it." Within the next weekend, I had gone out to my truck and taken it to work, and the brakes were fried, and then basically I hit on the brakes and slid into a wood and head first into a tree, from which I luckily survived, but I was pretty much knocked out into a coma, and awoke about 2 days later in the hospital with the state police next to me, asking me who could have cut my brakes, and I had no idea. Until later on, I figured out, well, it must have been some kind of occultist or cultist of these Kings of Edom, these Kiva Venda cultists who are definitely out there, and do not want to have the critics out there. Anyway, so this was definitely confirmed by state police, and I have the records, I have the police reports, and I make them freely available to anybody who wants them. At the time, I was seeking retribution through the court system, but yes, this is indeed what happened, and I was hospitalized for about a week, and then I regained sort of my consciousness and my motor functions and my fine motor skills, and I realized that it has something to do with Peter Lavenda, obviously, quite obviously. And I don't know how he found out where I lived, how he found out where my car was, and so on. But it was all too coincidental, and so that happened. That absolutely happened. I've talked about this at length before on Douglas's streams about 2-3 years ago or so. But it all coincided with the fact that he did not want me, or somebody did not want me, looking into these issues, and wanted to silence me. And then upon further inspection, not only the Venda but Aquino did not like this remote viewing program, this Project Stargate that my family was involved in. He thought it was a waste of money, and so on. And so this was very interesting to me, and it kind of got me more motivated to look into this sort of thing. But that is sort of the risk that you put yourself in as a investigator into these cults, these dark side agendas.
Thank you. And so when it comes to what happened to you, the reason that that's so important is because it outlines some of the violence of this. I do want to give people a few more details. Let them know your car was very special. It had been a security car. It had been a Secret Service car with special compartments, hidden compartments for weapons, and that the sabotage of the car, therefore, was someone was familiar with the interior of the car, and when you awoke from your coma, you were presented the forensics in which, yes, there was a bomb in your car that did not go off. You were meant to die very painfully by burning alive. The torch job did not work. The backup system was the fact that they had cut your wires to your brakes. You were very much the hero, and when you lost control of the car, you made certain to drive yourself off the road so you wouldn't kill others. So bring everyone, please, up to date on all of that.
That's essentially what happened. Is I didn't know at the time, of course, but when I went out to start the vehicle, it wouldn't start correctly, and that is an indication of a torch job, as you would say, or a hot wire, where and this vehicle belonged to the mayor of Boston, and it was a security vehicle. So it was wired in different ways with weapons and so on. But yes, it didn't work for whatever reason, luckily. But then the brakes was sort of a secondary mechanism in case the torch job did not work. So essentially, if I started the car, it would have burst into flames and I would have been fired alive. Instead, as I was going down the street, I hit the brakes and had to go into the woods essentially and escape oncoming traffic and head first into a tree, and that's all I remember. Upon waking up, this has been confirmed by not just local police but the state police of Massachusetts, the state troopers, and I haven't pursued any recovery or restitution or retribution, other than really understanding how dangerous the type of people you're going up against. This is the real deal. This is not some sort of hypothetical mind construct of imagination. This is the real deal. Like Lavenda and Aquino are real people with and you got to listen to what Douglas says, because take it as a warning. And I found out firsthand how dangerous this stuff can be, on a local level.
Thank you. Now, the reason I brought up the midget actor who had killed himself, he was actually a Jewish dwarf. His name was David Stephen Rappaport. He killed himself, or we're told he killed himself, on May 2nd of 1990, or that's what they conclude. Now, in terms of his career, he was on LA Law as the midget lawyer, And so he was definitely someone you would recognize, the overwhelming majority of you. And so in terms of David Rappaport, he was on this particular series that is very difficult for me to remember the title of, and it's almost like it's scrubbed from the internet. It's very hard for me to find anything about it, and for whatever reason, the series was very much vilified, considered almost like a threat, and it's got to be one of the reasons I can't seem to find anything about it, but it was called The Wizard, which has an occult reference, obviously. So this was 1986 through 1987. There's only about 19 episodes. The character was Simon McKay. That was his name in the series. What is important about Mr. Rappaport is that he had attempted suicide just once or twice in his life before, as many celebrity dwarves do, because they get depressed and they're exposed to a lot of abuse. They also get a lot of exposure to just ladies they fall in love with, let's just put it that way, and who they'd like to develop relationships with, and sometimes these can work out and sometimes, most often, they don't. And there's a lot of disappointment with being exposed to a lot of, well, hot chicks in Hollywood all the time, and who feel like they're committing some form of child predation when they're having sex with you. It can play havoc. So it's one of these things that for someone with dwarfism, the horror is when you develop a history or a record of having attempted suicide a few times, when you're murdered, nothing will be done. There will be no investigation. And what they'll say is, well, he's got a history of suicide attempts. And that's what happened with David Stephen Rappaport. Now, David Stephen Rappaport was murdered. And because he had a history of suicide attempts, the Los Angeles Police Department and all other authorities just wrote it off and said, well, he's got a history of suicide attempts. And look at him. If I look like that, meaning if, not that he was ugly, quite the opposite, he was actually quite handsome for a person afflicted with dwarfism. Rather, if I were that size, they would say, I'd kill myself too, is what most authorities would tell you. And so most people just nod their heads and say, yeah, I guess you're right, and move on. Well, the reality is The Wizard was a series that I did consultation for. And that was, of course, anonymous, as were all my consultations. Hence, the occult reference and the fact that the man was a defense contractor. So the series was about a dwarf genius who was called the Wizard, as in the sense of Thomas Edison, the Wizard of Menlo Park, and he designed weapons that he contracted with the Department of Defense, but he hated what he was doing and really wanted to design toys for children that were not war toys. So he was working on all kinds of toys for kids all the time, and this was what he really wanted to do. And he was confronted by, because of his science background, because he had a background in various sciences. I honestly can't remember what science he was supposed to be attributed, was supposed to be his degree or a combination of degrees. But if he's doing defense contracting, it was either some kind of high technology engineering or physics or the like. But I remember one of the most telling scenes of the pilot of the series was a young boy who admired him intensively and was kind of emulating him as a role model. And the young boy was socially retarded. He was just basically undeveloped socially and was socially considered repugnant. And when he was finally got a chance to meet the character of the series, as played by Mr. Rappaport, Simon McKay, he was, Dr. McKay, it's the culmination of my life to this point to meet you, and Dr. McKay is trying to talk to him, saying, when I was your age, I was like you. I hated everybody. I hated humanity, and that's why I went into designing weapons, and I've regretted it ever since. And the young man is saying, "Oh God, well, those people who made fun of you, all these kids when you were in school and everything, look at you now. You're the person who's hailed as this great genius, and this is why I want to be like you. This is all that counts in life, is the recognition for being one of the greatest intellects on the surface of the earth, and therefore, who needs some interaction with humanity at this base level of socialization or social interaction or even sexuality. It's all meaningless." And of course, when he was done with his soliloquy, Dr. Simon McKay, the character as played by Rappaport, and I'm certain that he didn't need to act. He really put himself into this role, and he put himself into the statement that he made in Rejoinder. He basically said, "I would have given it all away, the money and all of the acclaim. I would have preferred the friends." And that is something that also, unfortunately, led to kind of like when he was murdered. Everybody saying, "Well, just go with the suicide." Now, you would think a coroner or various other forensics experts would be able to ascertain or disambiguate suicide from murder. Guaranteed it doesn't matter. It's not up to the coroner or the forensics experts to pursue a case. The police department are the municipal constabularies, the municipal authorities, or the administrations that they work for. It's basically they who make the decision, and they make the decision based on popular acclaim. If someone's not pressing charges, because this man didn't have much of a family, it's definitely without the popular acclaim saying, "Oh God, we demand an investigation like Breonna Taylor style, where the police are forced to do something." Without that, nothing is done, because there's no motivation for the police to do anything. It's just less work for them. And I can understand. Police departments are overwhelmed. If somebody commits suicide and nobody's complaining and nobody's pressing charges, you can't expect them to pursue every case. That's understandable. So this isn't a condemnation of the Los Angeles Police Department or any of the other authorities that were involved. But I hope everybody understands my point, is that, first off, whenever you do a few suicide attempts, make it known far and wide to all and sundry, definitively, you don't want to try to commit suicide again. That this is not a direction you're going in again, that you want to live. Let it be known you want to live, that life is a positive experience for you. So in terms of David Rappaport, the reason that life lesson, that story is so important, there's several things. One is that at the time he became involved with The Wizard, it was an incredibly popular series. Now, unlike the majority of things that I act as consultant for, this actually flew. In other words, the public loved it, and they wanted more. And as a matter of fact, there was a letter-writing campaign from children in American schools from all across the United States, from all 50 states and union, demanding they put the series back on when his series was canceled. And the CBS television, corporate broadcasting system television, said, "Fuck you." They said, pretty much, we've got orders from higher up. This series is canceled and will never be put back on. The ratings be damned. So that will show you what my consultation produced in terms of a threat. So obviously what led to this man's murder, which was dismissed as a suicide, was one of the last series he ever starred in, The Wizard, which pretty much was one of the ultimate factors in his untimely demise, his termination with extreme prejudice. And this is something that was also a factor in the Nye assassination of Brandon Young, was because he had started to contact Douglas Dietrich and had actually shared that fact with Peter Levenda during that few times he was exchanging messages with him, and to the point where he asked Peter Levenda, confronted him about his connections to Michael Aquino, to the point where he questioned him, to the point where Peter Levenda admitted he was basically Michael Aquino's butt bitch, in effect, that he was a servant of Michael Aquino. So just briefly outline that, Brandon Young. to give people a perspective between yourself and a kind of parallel so they understand what I'm trying to outline as context between yourself and Mr. Rappaport, the late Mr. Rappaport, in that sense.
Right. I wouldn't say I am as small as Mr. Rappaport, but
No, not like that.
he is. He's quite the handsome individual, and I recall the wizard. I was very young at that time, but I remember being enchanted by that. But in any case, I did bring up to Peter Lavenda about 2 days beforehand.
Before the attempted assassination, the abortive
correct
murder. Yes, go on.
So, and I did say I was in touch with you, Douglas, and I mentioned everything that I've been looking into, and I just wanted answers. I wanted confirmation. And I got none of that from Peter Lavenda, and he kind of just blew me off.
But he also was trying to lure you to meet him someplace.
Correct. And so he said, "Why don't you meet me down at the Magical Child bookstore?"
Right, where the Necronomicon was writ and applied as a test to occult grimoire students. Go on, please.
Exactly. So, and I didn't really at this point know that this had, the Necronomicon had been written amongst the Magical Child bookstore, which included Chris Claremont of the X-Men fame and other people such as the Ibis Press and so on, and Aleister Crowley, acolytes and so on. But he did want me to meet him down there, to which I basically refused. And upon after that, it was about a day or two. It was upon 2 or 3 days after, on a Monday morning, when my brakes gave out, and the torch job was botched. Luckily, and I survived all that. And he did they did scare me off, but it didn't deter me from pursuing this investigation. And so anyway, yeah, I believe they did want to make a example of me, of anybody who talks to Douglas Dietrich about the real deal of what's going on, because Douglas Dietrich is pretty much the only person out there who would have the actual real story, as it were, as to what's really going on, because everybody else will give you superficial context or dismissive sort of like Peter Lavenda to this day denies that he is the author of the Simon Necronomicon, and stuff like that. So you'll be led astray. But the fact I think that I was kind of onto the case meant that I had to be let go, eliminated essentially, and so that didn't work. And so I've kind of gone undercover since then, and been trying to infiltrate here and there to find out what I could about this, the influence of the Simon Necronomicon, which includes people like E.A. Coetting, and many, many, many different practicing left-hand pathers, including Nicholas Schreck and all these different satanic Temple of Set type people. And it's very fascinating, but these people are essentially selfish and do not care about your life. And they will essentially, they have a worldwide network, at least a countrywide network, where they can, botch your car without you looking. They will know where you live. Essentially, I think because they know, because Aquino was connected to the military-industrial complex and intelligence agencies at the highest level, that they will know exactly where you live, and they will know, and they will target you to no end, and they will make it look like it is some sort of suicide, or they will make it look like it's some sort of desperate attempt, and that your life was going nowhere, and that it was a suicide attempt, much like in the case of the wizard David Rappaport, and so I didn't let that happen. Luckily, I've survived, and I'm here to tell the story, and that's where I am at.
Right.
And so I thank Douglas for being here and continuing on the story and having me broadcast.
This is why it's so important, and I think it's so fortuitous that you came on tonight. And it might have even been foreseen. By that I mean, like, literally someone doing what Aquino used to do, looking in the shoe stone, so to speak, like Edward Kelly did in the past for John Dee, and ascertaining you would be on tonight, along with Pac-1 Morales, and that this would be a potent threat. Now, what's interesting is that none of this was intended. When it came to the Lilith Aquino attack on the night that I was going to speak about Lilith, the archetypal figure, the archetypal entity from prehistory into history, here I was, I didn't even have Lilith Aquino in mind at all, and yet it was interpreted by her in her egomania and her fear for repercussions for justice to be met at some point, because there's no statute of limitations on child predation. She attacked the show in every possible way, took us offline. I had to broadcast from Derek Talley's channel. A nightmare experience that also resulted in the severance of Lena Shane, which is a case I'll go into some other time perhaps, but it was integral to that. And all of this was obviously severe in its repercussions, because Lena Shane and I were incredibly close, and this is public knowledge. Everybody knows this, and we were quite open about it, and we were quite public about it. But she snapped just like that, just like a twig. She was broken, and of course Zachary Garrett, the cultist of the Kings of Edom, was part and parcel to that. He was definitely a factor. All of this is something that is important to ascertain, to understand in context, because that's what happened tonight. Tonight, the first question you ask is, like, when all the while that the Lilith Aquino attack was going on, and I wasn't even thinking about her, just dealing with the attack as it came down. I was dealing with the attack throughout the day. I literally, that day before I even started transmitting, burning bandwidth, I had to deal with the fact that my IP addresses had been identified as persona non grata, so to speak, by Google Incorporated, because their search engines would not recognize either my laptop. My laptop is what I produce with. It didn't impact my PC. It impacted the laptop. When I got my 3D graphics modeler here, who had contracted with Google for years and knew everything he needed to know, he basically got in there and said, your IP address is not recognized by the Google search engine for your PC, for your laptop, which is what I produce on. And so he took care of that. And after we spent all day taking care of that, then I burned bandwidth, and that's when they knocked us off by having Nicole Froelich, the woman who had set up an ambush for myself in an interview. She called in a complaint that I was eating babies on live video broadcasts and streaming it over YouTube, and so they shut the whole thing down. And then this required human supervisors to investigate immediately, because they had to notify the police. And when I filed the appeal and they saw it was all a lie, then they got me back on that very night, though I didn't know it until after I was finished with production. And then I was told I was reinstated, which meant I was completely kicked off YouTube and then reinstated. Her channel was shut down. You could still access the contents of her channel, but she had to start a completely new Enlighten Up channel to start broadcasting from live again. And that was the price Nicole Froelich paid as a asset of the Cult of the Kings of Edom via Lilith Aquino for her attack against myself by filing a false report. They sacrificed an entire YouTube channel to try and attack myself. And then Lilith Aquino expended her asset, who had to start all over again with a different Enlighten Up channel. So that was something that happened, and it resulted, however, in its repercussions, the loss of my sponsors at the time, Lena Shane, with the ongoing simultaneous attack from their asset, Zachary Garrett. Now, all of this brings us back to tonight, because what happened that night was this ironic circle was closed. The ring was drawn to a close when I brought Peter Moon on during the Lilith Aquino attack. And, all the while the attack was going on, we were dealing with all of this. Derek Talley kept saying, why? Why? He kept asking why, and I kept pointing out, making the parallel between, say, for instance, the experience of the African slave who's captured on the coast of Africa and transported across the Atlantic in horrible conditions, everyone dying around him, only to wind up in America with people whipping him and forcing him to do manual labor. It's like that. What is the point of the question why? You may keep asking that. It's not going to help you. You just deal with the situation at hand. This is what I kept presenting to him. I kept using that parallel. But then, when it stabilized enough, I said, now we ask why in the sense of the context. You have to ask why in the right context, not why in the general sense. Evil needs no excuse. Evil does what it does. The person who's a serial killer needs no real motivation that you can comprehend. They do what they do because that's what they are. You, on the other hand, when you're confronted with a situation like this, I was asking, okay, in what context? Why tonight? Why that night? And it was because Peter Moon got brought on. He says, oh, it's because Lilith Aquino thought you were talking about her. And he was right, because that's how Lena had promoted it. Douglas is going to talk about Lilith. And Aquino had just died, so Lilith Aquino thought I was going to do an expose on her. Well, it wound up being an expose on her. And they wound up triggering exactly what they wanted to stop. Tonight, we ask why. Why were we knocked off bandwidth? Why was my internet totally shut down to the point where my cell phones were unable to communicate outside because they didn't have a signal, which has never happened before in my home? Why was so much effort put into interdicting the electronic waves of the Ethernet and the internet tonight? Was it because Pac-1 Morales was going to talk about how he was abused as an experimental guinea pig in boot camp in the Marine Corps? What the fuck kind of a threat is that? That had not been anything other than my original intent to talk about. But then I realized when we were knocked off bandwidth, and this is what Crystal River has to say, I will share this. She says, I agree, this transmission is proof of the reverse or further undoing of their chaos magic against you. This is a transmission you almost abandoned. And she's absolutely right. Seem to come together haphazardly, but further proof of your angelic protection. Thank you, honey. I agree with you on all counts, and I want you to know you're one of my angels, as is Selena Khan. So, in terms of what happened, I realized the threat they were trying to shut down tonight was Pac-1 Morales and Brandon Young and Jameson Reese talking magic. Now, there's people out there who might listen and say, oh, man, when we first started on this and we went to magic, you might think, oh, God, here's the one-trick pony again. They bring on Jameson Reese. And, Crazy Boy talks about, all his bullshit and it's gibberish. And, the reality is when I talk about current events, which is what I prefer, analysis and geopolitics, nobody's really threatened by that because nobody's going to go out and alter the world map by getting into geopolitics. This is how the world gets changed. Pac-1 Morales is saying, well, it's not really the cheat codes because there's ramifications, there's repercussions for what you're doing. It's not like the video game cheat codes where you get in there, you win the game. No, there's repercussions. Yes. And he's paid incredibly harsh price, an incredibly high price for what he experimented with. So has Jameson Reese. And so, in a way, has Brandon Young. All of these men are together tonight for a reason. They were brought together, and it was foreseen they would be brought together. They tried to knock this off the air, and I honestly wasn't going to continue. I wasn't going to do this transmission. I just said, fuck it, you know what? Let's just give it up for tonight. Go get a beer. Everybody go out and drink. We all just go our separate ways. Come back later. It was exactly what they wanted to happen if I had done that. But by bringing these men together, we have now done what they do not want us to do. We went back to the crux of what threatens them. The power of the poor man, which is the understanding of magic. This is not, in any way, shape, or form, intended to say, see, all of you go out there and start practicing magic. No, quite the opposite. It's to discourage you from practicing magic, which is what they want the majority of young listeners to do. There is a book that has been published about the new generation of millennials and all these young practicing Harry Potters. It's called Generation Hex.
Ah,
Hex.
oh, man.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, and if you look up the book Generation Hex, it talks about how all the young millennials are practicing magic. And what are the majority of them doing? Going out there and buying the Simon Necronomicon to start off with. Now, Peter Levinda, Ed Buczynski, all the rest of these motherfuckers composed this fake grimoire inspired by the fiction of their favorite horror writer, Howard Phillips Lovecraft, not just as a test, but also in the spirit of their sense of fun. Their sense of fun is tearing the wings off butterflies, or raping young girls and pinning them to the wall like they were bugs in a collection. They never intended it to be used for the actual practice of magic. And later, they tried to put it to practical use as a training tool. Now, ultimately, a greedy publisher got a hold of it, and they put it on the market to promote the agenda of the chaos cult. And there was, even if these men had been pure of heart, which is far from the truth, these are the blackest hearts of all that beat on the surface of this world. Even if they had been pure of heart, however, and said, oh God, here's a metaphysical bait and switch, let's try and get the publisher to stop producing it, it was too late. It was too much of a moneymaker. So you have the Necronomicon gang, and one of the men involved with it was Nestor. And Nestor is kind of a code name, kind of a pseudonym, but Nestor is someone who was involved with a Magical Child bookstore. Now, if Peter Moon were with us, he'd go into Magical Child and how the bookstore was in New York, and at one time he saw some sex magic in there that involved menstrual blood being collected from a woman who was having her period. And that's when he realized how deep the magic was that was being practiced on-site the bookstore itself. This is why Brandon Young was invited by Peter Levinda to go to the Magical Child bookstore in New York, because this was their home territory. It would be like a godfather in Mexico inviting you into his manufacturing lair deep in the heart of Tijuana. It's something you would not voluntarily do if you had your senses about you. So, in terms of what was going on with Magical Child Bookstore, it's a Warlock shop. It's located at 400 Henry Street in Brooklyn. And it's there that you have the Magical Child Publishing Company, which, of course, the whole thing has been taken over by Avon in terms of the book, the Necronomicon. But at the time when the Magical Child was running it, Howard Phillips Lovecraft was, of course, something all of the visitors would talk about all the time, and they would speak about, Simon Peter. Simon Peter was the pseudonym for Peter Levinda. And that's when they wrote their own Necronomicon in the spirit as I've articulated it to this point. Now, in the original aim was to deliberately fill it with mistakes and pitfalls, give it to the neophytes to read in order to see if they could recognize the errors in the text, in order to evaluate their level of magical knowledge. And if they could pass the Necronomicon test, they were presumably judged to have advanced beyond the stage of total ignorance, or, as the magicians themselves would say, how many people could be that fucking stupid? And that way they would weed out, Darwinian selection style, the people who would actually try to put these spells into practice. Well, book sales statistics proved the answer to the question of Darwinian selection, and we're all suffering the consequences. So now that this is on the loose, and this is the way that so many people practice magic, what we're presenting you, and the more astute among you may have noticed this, is almost an Alcoholics Anonymous of arcanists, of magic users. What you have here is people who have gotten involved with magic, who are now saying, look at the damage it did to my life. This is Alcoholics Anonymous on the occult level. Now, Crystal River is telling me they target young women on social media using hashtags such as Witches of Instagram, encouraging complete novices to practice all types of magic and even join a coven without ever knowing they're actually joining because it's all done online. So many people are parts of cults now without realizing it because the occult meeting place is no longer a dark spot in the woods with a hollowed out ring in which to draw your pentagram. It's online. It's in your home. Exposing this is the biggest threat to their agenda. This is why they didn't want tonight to happen. So now that we're here and we're making it happen, and our young lady, we love you, Crystal River, is joined by Jameson Reese, is saying, like the BOI cult. Could you tell us a bit about that, Jameson?
Okay, the BOI cult is called Blood Over Intent. The woman who runs it is someone named Marie Wackovich, I think. And the guy's name is, I think, I don't remember his name offhand. I think it was Russell or well, that's not important. What's important is that basically they're convincing people to use their cameras and take footage of themselves cutting their fingers and dropping their blood on pages where they write down whatever intentions they have. And these people, by doing that, are part of the BOI cult, which is Blood Over Intent, or BOI as an acronym, which also has another meaning in the Urban Dictionary. So it's interesting how the acronyms all use this new speak that sounds absolutely fucking ridiculous if you ask me. Maybe I'm just too antiquated, but basically these people...
Yeah, go on.
Basically, these people are there are a lot of people who stop and think and realize, oh shit, I'm part of a cult now. What the fuck was I thinking, you know? And so what they don't realize is they're also told to give their blood in the name of this guy, the guy I brought up earlier, who claims that, you know, he claims that he's Satan in the flesh, and that he will lead people to heaven, and that, you know, he's using the whole, you know, we have to break the power structure meme. They believe the earth is flat, of all things. So that honestly tells you all you need to know about the cult leaders and how fucking gone they are. Or at least they're convincing people to believe that the earth is flat, which is completely absurd. But that's it in a nutshell. Basically, people are offering their blood to a human man to empower him. I'm guessing that these two people who are in cahoots, who are on top, are using it as some form of vampirism off of the idiots who have no fucking clue what they're doing. The giving of your blood for a spell is nothing new. That's as old as magic itself. The writing of an intent in like a regular sentence is not enough to cast a spell, unless you're at that level. And if you're at that level, chances are you wouldn't need a pencil, a piece of paper, or blood to cast a spell if you can just make shit happen with your mind. But basically, these are some of it's like chaos magic without the step of turning the sentence into a sigil. Now,
Yeah.
chaos magic, for people who aren't familiar with it, is a form that was popularized by Peter Carroll and Phil Hines after they had studied some of the work of Austin Osman Spare, a British occultist who was also an artist, and he was actually a pretty damn good artist. He was a good he was a really good painter. Basically, what they did was they tried to simplify and deconstruct the methods he used to make it so that you can have easy magic for everyone that anyone can supposedly do. They convince you that somehow wanking off the sigils is going to make your intention happen, which of course I spoke about in the past, how that doesn't work. Again, they tell you this so that they could trap people who are too stupid to know that there's more to it than just that. That's how you separate the wheat from the chaff. That's how you cut the worthless from the worthy. The worthy are going to say, well, wait a minute, there's something off here. You're going to basically, chaos magic isn't actually for beginners anyway. It's expected that if you're going into chaos magic, you've already gone through the initiations, such as a lot of the things outlined in Israel Regardie's books. And you have some familiarity with the Typhoonian current of Crowley and all this other stuff. So, as a young man, I had no idea of any of this, and so I just picked up what seemed to be like the most easy do-it-yourself shit, and so that launched me into chaos magic and experimentation.
Right, which is like going for advanced science or mathematics without understanding calculus as that bridge between algebra and the hyper-advanced non-Euclidean geometry that Howard Phillips Lovecraft cites in his works. So I want to...
It was a hell of a ride, but I would say that what wound up happening was I had a few incidents where things did work, and I had incidents when things worked too well, and I had incidents when things wouldn't work at all. And I had to start to reacquaint myself with the knowledge that people have when they get into this in their advance. So I had to learn all the shit that I had neglected to learn and work my way all the way back, doing everything backwards, in reverse, so to speak.
Right. But by the way, I want to bring up something here. Crystal River says listeners should also be advised to never, ever send personal articles such as blood, nail clippings, photographs, clothing, etc. to a practitioner who they do not know and trust. Believe me, this is something that can be used against you. This is binding material if you're sending this sort of thing to someone who says that they'll bless it or use it to make you rich. Do not do it. And as she says, it has to be someone like you can hand it to them personally and you know them. That's the kind of person you would give that to, if then. So I'll try and make this hit home most practically for people so they understand the enormity of what we're dealing with. After Simon's Necronomicon was published, it became obvious to the true arcanists or the magic-using public that had any level of experience that the Simon book was completely incomplete. And since the first publishing of that book, there were many people who began to bombard each other, wanting to know where they could find more in-depth information about the ways and means of performing the rituals from the Simon Necronomicon, or the Simonomicon, as Aquino used to call it. Now, he would refer to the Simonomicon with the same type of derision that many of us would refer to the book Dianetics, like it was some kind of trash mass market gimmick, like it was. In fact, far more so than Dianetics. And so the publishers of the Simon Necronomicon, this alone should tell you something. Avon Books, the people who purchased the Simon Necronomicon, had enough arcanists and occultists working for Avon Books to say, this is a piece of shit. And what they did was, oh, guess what? Well, originally it was Magical Child before Avon purchased it. they started publishing supplements. And so the people who were actually trying to put this shit to use were told that they couldn't put it to use because all of them had tried and it blew up in their fucking face. And so the publishers of the Simon Necronomicon itself got this financial idea for filling in the missing bits and providing supplemental material. A sort of diabolical Cliff's Notes for the dreaded Necronomicon. Now, the original supplements were published by Magical Child. I have them in my home only because they were gifted to me by Michael Aquino. One was by, well, they're all by, guess who? Simon, who is Peter Levenda. One of them was published in 1981 in New York by Magical Child, and it's entitled A Report on the Necronomicon. The other was published in 1987 by Magical Child, and it was called the Necronomicon Spellbook, which was republished by Avon Press in 1998. So, the Necronomicon Spellbook was it was the first published attempt to flesh out the bare bones of the Simon Necronomicon. Now, this book is completely out of print. You cannot find it unless you look really hard, and if you do find it, I'll tell you why you shouldn't even bother. Now, October of 1998, in time for Halloween, was when the Necronomicon Spellbook was reprinted by Avon Books. And since I already had a copy of the original version of the spellbook, published by Magical Child, and a photocopy, literally Xeroxed, at the military base library, the postal library on site, the San Francisco Presidio military base, that I did so at the behest of the operations manager so I wouldn't get flagged for using too much of the toner without permission, which should tell you something about the operations manager, mind you. I got this photocopy of the report on the Necronomicon. Now, because I had those two editions, I actually went out and purchased, just to compare, for shits, grins, and giggles, the contents of the quote-unquote then-current edition by Avon, to compare all three. And after an extensive search of the text, I found no detectable difference between them whatsoever. So, the good news is there's no reason for your aspiring arcanist to hunt down both editions to find some imaginary bit of forbidden lore they may have missed. The bad news is that since there wasn't much to the spell book to begin with, both versions are equally useless. The report was 24 pages, while the 1987 edition was a disappointingly slim volume of 169 pages of large, double-spaced type, if you can imagine looking at that. Now, though the formatting of the Avon edition is more honest, it cuts down the page count even further so that the spell book should probably be entitled The Necronomicon Spell Pamphlet. Now, the spellbook is obviously modeled after the Goetia, or the Goetia, is subtitled The Lesser Key of Solomon the King, and is merely an expanded version of the Book of 50 Names in the Simon Necronomicon, elaborating on the use of the 50 names of Marduk. It lists the names with their accompanying sigils and words of power by which to evoke them. Now, the important difference in this book lies in the instructions for evocation that the author Peter Levenda provided under his pseudonym. Practitioners are instructed to make a copy of the seal of the name or aspect of Marduk they wish to evoke on fresh paper. The spell should make use of white candles, incense, and a visualization technique. You know, like you're in EST seminar training or something. The readers are then instructed to focus their gaze on the seal, while controlling their breath with 3 deep inhalations. Imagine Peter Levinda himself inhaling on his bong. And then, of course, simultaneously, they are to mentally picture their goal. Then comes the incantation to invoke the desired entity, in which they chant the word of power, like a mantra. In short, these are simple, in fact they're downright minimal, visualization and evocation techniques. I guess if you were totally inexperienced, and had never read anything about magic other than the Simon Necronomicon, as most young practitioners, millennials of Generation Hex have been stuck with, this stuff might be useful, but for those with even a minimum of learning and experience, the spellbook will be about as informative as a kindergarten coloring book, which is essentially what it is. Making Peter Levinda a kind of astral pedo-predator. Well, that's exactly what he is. Now, the spellbook also inherited some glaring, uncorrected errors from Peter Levinda's Simonomicon. Now, Marduk was not as important to the Sumerians as he was to the Babylonians. So there's a completely inaccurate historicity, an e-historicity. That would be the historical equivalent of illiteracy. That is exposed by Peter Levinda's bullshit when he tries to turn Cthulhu and Yog-Sothoth and Tsathoggua and all the rest of the Lovecraft pantheon into Sumerian divinities. So we have a situation in which Marduk is presented in both the Simonomicon and the Peter Levinda's Simon Spellbook as derivative from the Babylonian Enuma Elish. In other words, he's ripping off the Enuma Elish and saying, which is from Babylon, and saying it's from another culture completely, Sumeria. The 100 names of Marduk are not to be evoked like actual goetic demons, but are more like the divine names of God used as words of power in the Kabbalah, which of course I know of through my liaison with Michael Aquino in some depth. Perhaps the ancient Hebrews adopted this idea from the Mesopotamians, which would account for the way the names of God are used in Kabbalistic magic. But it's all perverted in the Peter Levinda sense. And as in the perversion of the Simonomicon, the functions attributed to the 100 names have little or nothing in common with the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic recorded in cuneiform on 7 clay tablets, where 100 names are found. Exemplae gratiae, military power, is attributed to Azaru Limnuna, which you can break down into Azar Alim Nuna in the spellbook, whereas the name was actually associated with wealth and food production in the Enuma Elish. Now, this example stood out to me profoundly because Michael Aquino was a military man. I worked with the Department of Defense. When they cast their spells, this was their idea of a joke. It would be like someone going to logistics and asking the cooks to cook up some ammunition. Worse yet, Peter Levinda, as Simon, botched the order in which the names are given, incorrectly listing Marduk as first, so that the authentic first name, Maruka, is given as second, and so on down the line. Because of this numerical clusterfuck, the actual 100th name, the 50th, Enkerker, the Lord of the Lands, does not appear in either of the Simon books. Peter Levinda's cranium was also deeply implanted in his rectal cavity when he composed the rest of the list. Exempli gratiae, he drops the 35th name from the Enuma Elish, Gish Nenumab, for no apparent reason, and substitutes the name of Lugalab Duba, just for laughs. The 42nd name, Luga Luga, is not even to be found in the Enuma Elish, and is obviously just a piece of Simonian, Peter Levinda-esque dog shit, gobbledygook, gibberish. His laugh on you. It would be like trying to use fertilizer to manufacture a fertilizer bomb. And instead of using phosphate, derivative from bird shit, he said, just take a shit. Which is what everyone does if they try to cast spells with this crap. The seals of the names. They are not to be found anywhere in the annals of ancient Mesopotamian arts and magics. So Peter Levinda made them up by pulling them out of his ass. Now, defenders of the spell book, the young cultists, the millennials of Generation Hex, may object that even if the book is a hoax, and the seals are made up by Peter Levinda, they may still have magical power, as do the contrived seals from venerable hoaxes like the Lesser Key of Solomon, which was never writ by Solomon himself. This is the soft polytheism argument, as Jameson Reese points out. So, I must point out that in the old grimoires, even those falsely attributed to legendary authors, the actual seals and names of spirits were received from the spirit realm by scrying and gematria. The seals in the Simon Necronomicon books, on the other hand, were made up by Peter Levinda brainstorming, well, ass-storming really, since it's all coming out of his ass, to look scary and magical, and above and beyond all else, to make himself a quick buck off your blood and guts. And there is still no mention in the spellbook of casting any protective circle or banishing spirits. The practitioner is told simply to ignore any eerie feelings or odd sounds that may accompany the rituals. Kind of like telling you to ignore the explosion of mercury fulminate when it goes off in your face. I use that example because 'twas a mercury fulminate explosion that killed Jack Whiteside Parsons, the Californian Satanist, who was a member of the OTO of Aleister Crowley, who dominated American science to the point where JPL, Jack Parsons Laboratory, became Jet Propulsion's laboratory when it was purchased by NASA, your National Aeronautics Space Administration, which went so far as to name a crater, yes, you can look this up, on the moon after Jack Parsons. Appropriately enough, on the dark side of the moon. Now, in terms of Peter Levinda's own testament, for what that's worth, which isn't much, and of course it's emphasized by our man Jameson Reese himself that these entities, they attach themselves to the practitioner. Never allow yourself to forget that. And that they get attached to your body and your mind. Which is, of course, what Peter Levinda is seeking to have happen to you, because he provides no banishment. With no banishment capability, it's like you've started a fire in the middle of a national parkland with all the instructions to do so and no instructions on how to safely put it out. And we know what happens after that just by looking at the western coast of the United States, and indeed all the western states today. Wildfires burning America to the skies and filling the skies with smoke so thick the sun turns blood red. Now, according to Peter Levinda, these feelings you get when the mercury fulminate explodes in your face, these odd sounds and eerie feelings, he says they be, in his own words, unevolved psychic entities trying to disrupt your ritual. They be not worthy of your attention. Well, in my opinion, the Necronomicon spellbook is also pretty unevolved, and likewise not worthy of your attention. Now, a second supplemental volume that I actually was gifted by Michael Aquino. These are like joke gifts, almost like shit you get from a Cracker Jack box or a cereal box, where you're told that you get something like a compass in the box, and you open it up and it's just a sticker, literally a sticker with the 4 points of the compass drawn on it, nothing with the little metal stick that moves. This is what you get when you open up the Necronomicon cereal box. You get supplemental volumes like The Gates of the Necronomicon by Peter Levinda, under his pseudonym of Simon. Now, that's not in print as far as I can ascertain, but it's out there and everybody buys it on the internet as basically a kind of a pirated copy. It's a pirate edition made by Simon himself, Peter Levinda, so he can make more money by not having it published. This way the money goes straight to him instead of a publisher. That's how he avoided Avon taking a cut. Now, according to the people at Magical Child in New York, back when it was open, back when I was working with Michael Aquino, that book never went into publication. And Peter Levinda himself shed more light on the situation when he himself said, "Oh, Gates," that was the guy who owned Magical Child, also the Gates of the Necronomicon as a book. He said it was never published in any form that I know of. It was set in type and ready to go to press when Herman Slater, the actual owner, and the manager, the administrator of Magical Child Publishing — I was thinking of a man named Gates who was the manager. The actual owner was Herman Slater. And I'm reading from Peter Levinda's own writ here. He said, it was set in type and ready to go to press when Herman Slater, the owner of Magical Child Publishing, passed on. Since that time, nothing has happened. In fact, I know that everyone is looking for the M's, the manuscript. He writes MS period. By the way, this is an actual letter I got from Michael Aquino. This is in actual human writing. This is in cursive handwriting by Peter Levinda. This is not anything in print. You're not going to find this statement on the internet. He says at this time, in fact, I know that everyone is looking for the manuscript at this time, since no one knows where it wound up eventually. Now, this was all bullshit he was saying to someone who was in correspondence with Aquino that was handed to me at the time I was liaising with Michael Aquino under orders, and the reality is Peter Levinda never released it, except privately, so he could get the money directly without giving Avon Books a cut, which he otherwise would have had to have done by contract, and now sells pirate editions on the internet so he can get the money without cutting into the new publishers, or getting his profits cut into by sharing. Now, an even more obscure Necronomicon-related book published by Magical Child was The Magical Formulary, edited by Herman Slater himself, which was printed in circa 1981. That was the same year as the Necronomicon spellbook. And that book couldn't even really be considered a supplement to the Simon Necronomicon, since it contained only one reference to the supposed book of the Mad Arab. Abdul Hazred. And on page 90, there was a formula for something called Starry Wisdom Oil. Now, whatever its purpose, this odious ointment must have stunk like Cthulhu's shit, since it contained a discordant blend of pine, camphor, nettles, yasmin, and musk. I mean, just imagining all of that. Phew. Though the formulary never tells us what this oil is supposed to be used for, it does claim that the recipe is from the Necronomicon. Now, oddly, this malodorous concoction is never mentioned in either the Simon Necronomicon or the supplemental Necronomicon spellbook. Then again, my own understanding from Michael Aquino was that Herman Slater was planning a Necronomicon cookbook. This shows you the level of financial exploitation that these fuckers are operating at. Literally, don't buy into it. Just say no. Don't buy it. Save your money. Now, this is some of what will hopefully put into context for you what's really going on. But probably the most important thing to take from what we're talking about tonight is the recovery aspect of it. The kind of Arcanists Anonymous, anonymous practice, magical practitioners, talking about how this has all fucked their lives over. And with that, I'm going to bring the other men back on. I want all of you to more aggressively bring on some other aspects of what we're talking about, or what I've talking about might have brought up in your own minds or your own experiences. Tell us a bit about all of this.
Well, I can personally say that. All right.
And by the way, I'm happy to have James and Reese talk, but I do want to confirm the other two gentlemen are still with us. So hopefully they're there. Both of you give a call out.
I'm still here.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
I'm super Doug.
Okay,
absolutely.
good.
Yep. Here.
Yeah. So
All right.
both of you, in the name of psychic self-defense, we're going to have Jameson introduce the topic. Yeah.
All right. Well, what I wanted to say is personally, it hasn't really fucked my life up. But then again, you have to understand, unlike the other two gentlemen, I'm somebody who is a bit, I would say, unusual from the get-go. So I would say that, so I mean, people have pointed to me, well, you don't have a girlfriend, you're not fucking, and you're like 30-something years old. Well, who cares? It's not necessarily fucked up. I mean,
Well, it's no different from all the other young men living in their parents' basement, so it seems like you're, more than anything, the statistical norm. If anything, you should tell people how blandly
in
uniform...
fact, I should pat myself on the back for being alive this long. But what it has done is it has made things... Well, I'm just gonna go out there and say it. I'm somebody who's drawn to shit that scares the hell out of other people. Paranormal stuff. I suffered paranormal attacks since I was a child, and I tend to think that to some degree the craft runs in the family on both sides, I suppose. And so I'm gonna say that it's probably in my blood, but more or less I've had some really fucked up run-ins with some entities that I would not repeat, I'd say. Some really bizarre experiences where for years on end I was deprived of sleep by entities that would just try to rape me while I was paralyzed by sleep paralysis.
Hold on for a second. I want both Pac-1 Morales and Brandon Young. I think both of you have had similar experiences. Am I wrong?
No,
100%.
you're not. I absolutely. That's one of the things that. One of the first times I heard J-Mo talking, and he described one of the moments that he had. That to me, when it happened to me, I didn't know it was called sleep paralysis till I, started investigating. But definitely something that drove me fucking crazy because I had no control over it, and I heard and was a witness to something that lasted hours upon hours that just didn't seem to quite end. But yeah, you you got it on the head right there.
Yeah, and the thing about it is you could try to go back to sleep and then it would happen again, and then it'd be like, what's the fucking point? I'll stay up all night till I'm fucking dead, fucking tired. And then it's like, even in the daytime it would happen, so it wasn't a question of it being night or day. It was just like, when is it not going to happen? And so I started to what that did was it brought me into alcoholism and drug use.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to kind of say that Pac One was going to say something.
I was just going to say, that's basically where I'm at with it, because you'll even if like Jane was saying, and it happened to me starting when I was younger, but it always felt like an electrical taste in my mouth or like a vibration, and it's just like an overwhelming sensation, like almost like if you had your tongue. The only way to describe the vibration or the uncomfortableness is like if you stuck your tongue inside the outlet of a light bulb,
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. So I'm getting a message from Michaela Grigorich. I'm going to see if she gives me permission to read it aloud. She says, the Necronomicon is available online as a free download. One site I just saw the complete book is called holybooks.com. Holy shit. And so she says, understandably, what the fuck? And she basically also says, don't worry, I have no intention to read it. Good night, love to you, and love to you, honey. We love you. Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. So she provided the actual link here, and it is Lindsay Traynor is involved. I don't know if anyone knows who she is. She says, I don't know how that link got attached to this message. Creepy, huh? Thank you. It is creepy, and definitely appreciate her relaying this. They're giving this away free now. This is how much they want to destroy the world. They want all the kids to play with this shit. It's no longer even a money-making venture. They literally are passing out machine guns as party favors at the child's birthday party. This is what we're down to. And this is what brings to mind a couple of quotes that I will relate. First, from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Do not expect the enemy not to attack. Instead, assure yourself that the enemy would not be successful in the eventuality of their attack. And then, let me follow that up with a misquote by Peter Levinda. And our young lady, Crystal River, before I go there, she says, when it's free, it means that you are the product. So just bear that in mind. They're producing Generation Hex and converting the millennials, as Brandon Young said, to the new anti-religion. And in the concept of that anti-religion, we can't even get correct quotes of Job, chapter 3, verse 8, by Peter fucking Levinda. As Simon, in his Necronomicon, he says, let them curse it who curse the day, who be skillful to rouse Leviathan. Well, to give you a more accurate quote, as accurate as one can get from the King James Bible, which I always recommend that people burn and instead take up the original Bible brought by the Pilgrims, of course, which was the Germanic version that was originally published in English as a Germanic language by the Gutenberg printing press. The writings of the Gutenberg Bible are far more accurate. The King James Bible was rewrit under King James, hence the name, by a bunch of Oxford scholars, and it's fairly misinterpreted. It's written in Shakespearean as opposed to biblical. Now,
have you ever heard? I'm sorry. Have you ever heard, Douglas, the thing on like the Shakespeare, like in Psalms, like 34 words down, 34 words up, and it was like shake and spear. Like that's how they like hit it.
Wow.
You ever seen it? Yeah, I'll send you the link later.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you. This is Pac One Morellis talking, by the way, so that people know.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't forget to introduce yourself. Monkey Gorilla deleted his message, which was actually Maria Michaela Grigorich deleted it, and hopefully deleted him. He wrote, "Who is Douglas Dietrich?" I mean, it's like, well, that would take a volume to answer, right? In terms of a real quote, but from King David, from Psalms chapter 74, verse 14, which you can find in your King James Bible. "Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. So take these anti-gods, and, well, I don't know if anyone would ever want to eat them, but turn them into meat." Now, the Simon Necronomicon has been increasingly linked to occurrences of black magical and psychic attack. And while many of those attempting to use the Simon book in this destructive manner are occult dabblers, whom I myself would hardly classify as skilled adepts, this is not always the case. Even so-called dabblers can be remarkably talented. Now, since Necronomicon users seem to be prone to obsession and possession, the Necro-nerd himself may have no skill whatsoever, and the creature riding him may be the true source of the power and intent behind the attack. In magical self-defense, as in most areas of life, it is wise, reflecting on the quote from Sun Tzu, never to underestimate anyone or anything. And let myself issue a warning. Do not assume you are under magical attack based on some isolated incident or misfortune. Just because somebody knocks over your coffee cup, do not assume that you are the victim of an occult conspiracy, or that some terrible cosmic force is working against you. Only when you notice misfortunes of an unaccountable nature, and patterned in certain synchronicity, should you become suspicious. Even then, you should use the most reliable form of divination you have, tarot, the I Ching, Nordic or Viking runes, and so forth, to double-check your intuition. And remember that the best defense is to take precautions and set up strong magical wards around your home and workspace. Don't become complacent or lazy where this be concerned, as any arcanist can tell you they've done in the past. When all else fails, laugh. The forces of evil can stand almost anything, except being the butt of a joke that leads to a good, hearty gale of belly laughter. Now, having said all that, there are types of astral creatures that Michael Aquino would alias as watchers, usually deployed in these sorts of attacks by the devotees of the Simon Necronomicon. Michael Aquino called the Simon Nomicon cultists Simontologists. And Crystal River brings up salt. Of course, honey. Thank you. Now, in terms of these watchers deployed by the Simontologists, or rather, the Simontologists are deployed by the watchers. The watchers themselves generally fall into one of three categories. Crystal River reemphasizes salt, salt, salt. Yeah. Thank you, honey. Now, in terms of these three categories of the watchers, of the Simontologists, and remember, it's the Simontologists that are the butt. The real mind is the watchers themselves. And prayer. Crystal River brings up prayer. The three types of watchers are thought forms, or egregores, created entirely from the imagination of the magician. That would be the first type. The second type would be ensouled elementals, thought forms or egregores into which the creating magician has grafted part of his own soul or personality, or has ensouled by the invocation of elemental essence, sometimes referred to as artificial elementals. And the third type would be opportunistic qlipothic entities, ergo demons, that will happily take on any guise for a chance to be evoked into the earthly plane where they can hunt human prey. Now, easiest to deal with will be the basic thought form or egregore. Always remember that these simple thought forms are a product of their creator's imagination and have no independent existence or identity of their own. Usually, these entities will be repelled by a basic protective circle or ward, as that cast by performing the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, which you can look up. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram should be available online. Any simple visualization process can destroy them outright if you apply it with enough will and intent. The defender has only to visualize the attacking thought form exploding into fragments like a shattered glass figurine, or bursting into flames and being reduced to ashes. As Dion Fortune once said, that which is thought into existence by the imagination can be thought out of existence by the imagination. Now, if you've already attempted to destroy what seemed to be a simple thought form by the visualization technique and find that it successfully resists your counterattack, you are probably dealing with an ensouled elemental. If this artificial elemental is ensouled with an elemental essence, in the Western paradigm it would be of the major four: earth, air, fire, water. It can be banished by use of the upright banishing pentagram. If the ensouled elemental is imbued with the personality of its maker, a different technique may be required. Dion Fortune, in her book, Psychic Self-Defense, which of course is what I would call required reading. Psychic Self-Defense by Dion Fortune, surname spelled as Fortune. She recommends an absorption method. Okay, just get the book and you'll find out what that is. You may even be able to find the PDF. Now, I consider the absorption method intolerably dangerous, even for a highly accomplished and experienced practitioner. That is the arcanist's equivalent of a Roman Catholic priest performing an exorcism. What you don't understand about exorcism, all you idiots out there who took part in the fucking Protestant Revolution and Reformation, all you Anglics out there who are the product of the Church of England, to these white boys, it's all about rebuke. I rebuke you! And that to them is like an exorcism. That's not an exorcism. It's bullshit. It's like somebody saying that they've got a sign up in their neighborhood that says, no burglars beyond this point. By the way, signs like that have impact. They show that there's a neighborhood watch potentially in force. They do discourage people who are petty criminals. However, that is not the equivalent of a security force in effect. So when you have something where a Roman Catholic priest is doing an exorcism, that is not rebuking. That is, if you read Malachi Martin's Hostage to the Devil, which is worthwhile, if for nothing else, than its introduction, which talks about a failed exorcism being a factor in the rape of Nanjing. where the Japanese army went on a rampage and killed hundreds of thousands of Chinese civilians. Aside from that, the main point of the book, Hostage to the Devil, is that Malachi Martin is emphasizing the fact that the Roman Catholic priest offers themselves as the hostage to the devil. This is what you see in the movie The Exorcist. In the movie The Exorcist, the young exorcist, who unlike Father Marin, survives for a while. Father Marin dies, and the young exorcist becomes so incensed, so angered, he grabs the young girl, Reagan. By the way, I'm hearing somebody is not mute. They've got their sound on in the background. Just make certain everyone to go mute for the moment. When he grabs the young girl, Reagan, he says, "Take me! Take me!" And he shakes the young girl so violently, choking her to the physical point of death, that the entity has no choice but to take him in order to escape a dying body. At which point, when the entity is in him, he kills himself. He hurls himself out the window and kills himself, and then the entity has no one to possess. That is the end of The Exorcist. This is what a Roman Catholic priest goes through. This is nothing anyone, including the Roman Catholic clergy, ever willingly wants to do. This is the Christ-like sacrifice they take upon themselves when they perform a true exorcism. It's no joke. It's not entertainment. That, in the secular, irreligious, magic user sense, this is why in Dungeons and Dragons there is a difference between the magic user, or the arcanist, the magician, and the cleric, which would be a priest, or a monk, or a nun. The difference between the religiously motivated and that someone else at a secular level using the power of magic for selfish purposes. That's not necessarily evil, but it's not for the greater social good in the ideological sense of a member of the church or any church. So, instead of Dion Fortune's psychic self-defense absorption method, I would advise the practitioner to evoke a powerful god or goddess form for defense or even counterattack. A sufficiently powerful divine entity can annihilate an ensouled elemental, with the added bonus of the devastating effect such destruction may have on the attacker themselves, who will feel whatever part of himself he put into the elemental being destroyed. Now, any benign yet militant god or goddess, Jameson Reese himself recommends the Archangel Michael, with whom you feel sufficient rapport will be appropriate. Christians may call upon Jesus Christos, Jesus himself, or the Archangel Michael. Norse pagans can call upon Odin, or Tyr, 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 which would be Thor. And his other name, of course, Donar, the son of the goddess Earth herself. Wiccans may call upon Morigu, or Lu. Hindus, or tantric practitioners, would call upon Durga. Yeah, I could go on and on. I assume you get the point. Use your imagination as well as your faith. If you have no particular belief, you may need to experiment within the bounds of time limitations caused by the emergency of psychic attack. Now, folktales of cantankerous demons irate at being summoned by black magicians, they're just a load of bullshit as far as you be concerned. They have nothing to do with what goes on in this type of magical warfare. The demons attacked the Magicians because it was fun, not because they were angry. Qliphothec entities like nothing better than to be evoked into the earthly plane where they hope to run amok and cause as much suffering as possible. Denizens of the Qliphoth, the Tree of Death, the Sphere thereof, the Qliphothic realms are willing to adopt the guises of any Lovecraftian monstrosities that suit their natures. He wants Cthulhu? They'll give you Cthulhu. Stupid, gullible, or unethical practitioners will sometimes accidentally evoke these Qliphothic entities even when they think they are only creating a thought form, a tulpa. He wants a Shoggoth? We'll give him a Shoggoth. Interestingly, the Cthulhuid disguises, forced on some Qliphothic entities by their incredibly naive summoners, may actually hamper their activities. Lovecraft's great old ones were not actually even gods in the sense of divine spirit beings. Despite their ability to travel interdimensionally, the Cthulhu Mythos crowd were essentially a bunch of science fiction space monstrosities ignorantly worshipped as gods by primitive or degenerate humans. People literally so downbred they were mentally incompetent. By the way, the Lay Renee Encounters says, "Hi Douglas, wonderful show tonight. Hey honey, so glad to have you with us." Now, you can exploit this materialistic Achilles heel, created by Lovecraft himself, by evoking a militant pagan god or goddess far older and more powerful than the Cthulhu mythos. And defend you, well, you can defend yourself by evoking them to defend you, and, as I said, actually counterattack the Qliphothic entity of the Cthulhu mythos, so worshipped by Generation X. The pseudo-Sumerian daemons, or demonoids of the Simonomicon, evoked by the Simontologists, offer a more convenient role for these Qliphothic vermin to assume. He wants a watcher? I'll give him a watcher. But even the watcher is no match for the ancient gods. These daimonic Qliphothic entities may sometimes be easier to deal with than ensouled elementals, since they are almost always susceptible to banishment by the use of the pentagram. And remember, if ye be Christian, the pentagram is the Christological symbol, representing the 5 injuries, the wounds, suffered by Christ in the body of the Son of Man via his crucifixion. It is the ultimate symbol against the anti-gods next to the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, or swastika, that very elder sign, which will repel them on sight. So, these entities, however, even if these ensouled elementals are almost always susceptible to banishment by the deployment of the pentagram, they may, however, be more persistent than the Qliphothic entities. The Qliphothic entities being of a different order, a whole different class from the ensouled elementals. The ensouled elementals might be more persistent than these Qliphothic entities in terms of their ability to maintain themselves in our material dimension, since they be independent creatures with minds of their own. Or the Qliphothic entities, of course, would be more so than the ensouled elementals, is what I mean to express. It's been so many years since I've personally dealt with this that when I try to instruct others, sometimes I have to dredge from my memory exactly what's what and what manifests as what. So the Klupathic entities have more independence. The ensouled elementals are essentially essences of the sorcerers themselves who deploy them to attack you. Yes, Daniel Arola brings up the fact that the drowned god in Game of Thrones lore was patterned after Cthulhu, since author George R.R. Martin did admire Howard Phillips Lovecraft's works. Yes, that is exactly the case. And that makes, of course, the drowned one the center of a Cthulhuid cult. And the warriors of the drowned god, essentially cultists of the kings of Edom. Now, you should be aware that magical attack may affect not only yourself, but also members of your family and friends. Try to shield them as best as you can. Hunting wolves will circle the herd, waiting to pull down and devour its weakest members. Klipothic spirits will do the same. Without relating her name, I can recount in brief the case history of a girl I knew who was attacked in dreams by a hideous spider-like creature. This arachnid entity could have been either an ensouled elemental or a pre-existing demon. The girl tragically lost her grandfather to a sudden illness during the same period of magical harassment from the cult leader who victimized her. She told me that her grandfather's house was the setting of the dream in which she was attacked by the arachnid creature. Perhaps the house of the dead, or murdered man, was the site of its most recent victory. Other cases of psychic attack related to the Necronomicon are reputed to involve psychic vampirism. Now, in an article for Fate magazine, which is no longer in publication or circulation, sadly, the occultist and writer Michel Belanger cited the case of a young man in the United Kingdom who opened himself to possession by an astral parasite through his use of what she herself referenced as the false Necronomicon. That, of course, is Peter Levinda's Simonomicon. The Necronomicon written under the Simon authorship. Now, Michelle Ballinger never names the version of the Necronomicon this young man used, but since she describes him as using it to open a spirit gate, it is obviously Peter Levinda's Simon book. And according to Belanger, the astral parasite used its possessed victim to drain energy in turn from his friends. Often he would appear to them in dreams as himself, pulling their auric energy into himself. Now, Peter Levinda himself wrote to Michael Aquino in some personal correspondence in my possession, in which Peter Levinda wrote in handwrit cursive, my book, Simonomicon, himself admitting he wrote the Simon Necronomicon, protects itself. My book protects itself. He didn't even name his book. We all knew what it was. He says it has a life of its own now and has never been out of print for a single day since that fateful publication, the first publication of hundreds, in December circa 1977. He's not referencing hundreds of books here. That book's been published in the fucking millions. He's referencing hundreds of cycles of publication. Season after season, year after year. So he says, the book protects itself. It has a life of its own now, and has never been out of print a day since that fateful December in 1977, when was released George Lucas's Star Wars and Steven Spielberg's Jaws. It is on equivalent with these tropes, these viruses of the mind. What does it want? Where is it going from here? None of us, none of the original band of my cultists have the foggiest idea. We have but projections. We have notions, but we don't know. A life of its own indeed. I will not belabor the listener with an itemized list of the unaccountable depressions, vicious psychic attacks, Fortean overworked coincidences and occurrences of bizarre, actually tragic synchronicity that have entered the lives of all who have opened that goddamn book. But one example might suffice. I knew an investigator into Peter Levinda other than Brandon Young. He found himself grief-stricken over the loss of a close friend. The same week, they tried to publish an exposition on Peter Levinda as the false author, or rather, the true author of the false Necronomicon. Peter Levinda, a column known as The Prince and the Pauper, with Howard Phillips Lovecraft as the Prince and Peter Levinda as the Pauper. Brandon Young knows of this article. The authors thereof suffered a death of their close friend, and that same week the hard drive in their computer crashed just as they desperately needed to make revisions. Another friend of theirs was on their way to install a new hard drive when both front tires on their car blew out simultaneously as they were driving through a clean, well-paved parking lot at the tortoise-like pace, the speed of 15 miles an hour. This is supernatural. There is no physical explanation for that. You can only turn towards the metaphysical. These material occurrences can not be dismissed as psychological delusions, though they might be written off by the lame and shop-worn explanation of coincidence. However, at the same time, these seemingly mundane disasters were occurring. A menacing, unclean psychic entity was detected in the upper floor of the author's house. That thing had to be rigorously banished by the efforts of several arcanists, who I personally knew, who were called in for consultation. What is really interesting here is the synchronicity of these incidents. They all occurred just as that column, The Prince and the Pauper, about Peter Levinda and Howard Phillips Lovecraft, was about to go into publication. And I myself must point out that these occurrences have no similarity to the so-called plagues that Michael Aquino himself told me accompanied the so-called translation of the Simon Necronomicon by Peter Levinda. So, the Simonomicon, or Peter Levinda's Simon book, itself has no power. Instead, these incidents be created by certain individuals with a stake in the Simon hoax. And, of course, by something else. The Simon Necronomicon, the Simonomicon itself, is defended by an egregore, created by this cult of the kings of Edom, rather than by any one lone magician. And further energy has since been added to this Necronomicon, or rather Simonomicon egregore, by the Simontologists, the Simon Necronomicon devotees, who have all pumped their energy into it by the millions over the years since the publication of Peter Levinda's Simon book. Like the maddening novel of Sutter Kane, from the work entitled In the Mouth of Madness. The Simon Necronomicon takes its strength from new readers, new believers. And as Peter Levinda himself has pointed out, the Simon book has never once been out of print for a single day since the initial date of its publication. This would be remarkable enough when one considers the number of profoundly valuable works on occult topics that have been allowed to slip quietly out of print forever. When one considers the relative lack of criticism the Simon Necronomicon book has received, it is truly amazing in the most negative sense. No topic is more overpublished than the occult, and no group of people more outspoken in their opinions than the occult community. You can but listen to Jameson Reese to get a whiff of that. And yet, in the 20 years since its publication, no. I'm so old now, I live in the past. It's been 40 fucking years. How long has it been since 1977? My God. Generations have grown up with this goddamn book. And when we do a 2020 minus 1977, it was 43 years. We're working up to over 4 decades since this book has been unleashed. And in all that time, no one has ever written any in-depth scholarly deconstruction of that work. This in spite of the fact that the Simonomicon is at once a bestseller and a flagrant hoax. And aside from the casual comments of a few arcanist authors and inconsequential flame wars on the internet, there has been no criticism of any substance of the book at all. Why? Because everyone is afraid. They shake in fear. All but me. When Lena Shea turned against me, she said, "It's all about you. It's you. I'm the only one here. No one stands by my side. Never to the degree that I have stood up against the cult of the kings of Edom and against the kings of Edom themselves." Thus only I can tell you of the Magicians who have come to me, beseeching my help, some of them dropping to their very knees, stating that what they encountered, well, one I knew of, who begged me for assistance, told me of what he encountered in his experiments with the gate-walking rituals, which was an egregore, as he described it, an egregore whose boundaries and ultimate nature remains a mystery, something nearly unique in modern times. Who warned myself that this egregore appears in many respects pre-human and does have teeth, and because of its ancient nature, be unpredictable and could not be defended against by any regular magical means. Well, I myself knowest that this very egregore aggressively defends the Necronomicon from all its critics. Its primary weapons be those of the cult of the kings of Edom as manifest in Q, which itself be but shorthand for Aquino. as he preferred his pronunciation, Aquino. The weapons of the internet. Fear, hatred, and disease. Disease can be more than the Rona, as Crystal River calls the coronavirus. It means a disease of the mind. Not just a virus of a mind like a meme or a memory that keeps replaying itself, a mind worm, but mental illness. The Necronomicon egregore, or rather the Simonomicon egregore, may seem formidable, but it be hardly invincible. And contrary to the magician who came to me on bended knee to beg, it can easily be defended against by conventional magical means, provided one does not grow lazy or complacent. While I don't usually encourage those defending against psychic attacks to expend their energy on counterattacks, I myself makest an exception in cases involving the Simontologists, or the cultists of the Simon Necronomicon. I knowest that an effective course of action for those who know themselves to be harassed by someone evoking entities from the Simonomicon is to launch an attack, not on the human using the book, but on the book itself, or rather on the egregore, what guards it. Again, I advise the practitioner to evoke powerful avenging deities against the Simonomicon egregore, which, though intimidating, is of pathetically recent origin and low voltage power compared to the mighty goddesses and gods of the ancient Mesopotamian, Indo-European, Hebrew Semitic, Native American, Asian, and African pantheons. This Simonomicon egregore will eventually be broken down and annihilated by a steady bombardment of this type. Hence why tonight's transmission was such a threat that when perceiving it, precognizing, meaning pre-recognizing it via their divination of tactics and techniques, shoe stone, or whatever was applied, remote viewing, they did their best to discourage me from burning bandwidth tonight. The practitioner who must defend themselves against magical attack is encouraged, of course, to consult books that would be beneficial. I realize those embroiled in a magical war may not have the leisure to run about collecting a library. So, I'll do my best to bring up some books in order of importance by naming the most immediately useful. The first that comes to my mind would be a book by a Eastern European of Serbian or Croatian ethnicity, Draža Mihajlović. And Mihajlović, the surname is spelled Mickaharic. Mihajlović. The first name Draža is spelled Draja. Draža Mihajlović is important to me. I encountered them as a practitioner myself, a convert to the Serbian Orthodox Church. The book they wrote was published in 1982 by Samuel Weiser Incorporated. It's basically a book on psychic first aid techniques entitled Spiritual Cleansing. Spiritual Cleansing is subtitled A Handbook of psychic protection. Then, of course, as I mentioned, Dion Fortune's Psychic Self-Defense, published by the same company, Samuel Weiser Incorporated, at least originally, back in 1996. It was actually first published in 1930. This is the seminal book on defense against magical and psychic attack, and it's still required reading. The real name of Dion Fortune was Violet Firth. Her surname was spelled Firth. Violet Firth was herself a survivor of the magical lodge scene of the post-Golden Dawn period at the turn of the century, when Aleister Crowley was waging magical warfare against the Ordo Templi Orientalis, the OTO, which had evicted him, excommunicated him. Much of the occult skullduggery she describes in case histories will show you that things have never really changed. Though her Victorian morality will not allow her to name names, you can tell that some of her anecdotes involve the occult celebrities like Crowley and Leadbeater from back in the day. A third book I would recommend would be The Level and Practical Guide to Psychic Self-Defense and Well-Being by the authoress Melita Denning and Osborne Phillips, published by Levelin Publications, of course, circa 1993. It's a grimoire for yuppies at that time, giving good advice on fending off not only deliberate magical attacks, but also the constant, stressful psychic noise of modern urban life. And I could go on. If I get enough of a demand, I'll publish a list. By the way, we've got Bizarre HD in the chat room. That's George Knight, who says, just came on to say hello to everyone before I go off to work. Much love on to you, Douglas. Much love, Team Dietrich. We love you in return, dear George Knight. Look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to get some calories in myself and rehydrate myself. I'm going to grab a Coke. Well, I wish it were the powder, but I'm stuck with the sugary malted battery acid that is produced by Coca-Cola. Oh, and Ballinger, the authoress who wrote in Fate magazine, is cited by our man Jameson Reese. I'm going to bring him on now to talk about what he recommends, and I want both these men beside Jameson to participate, Pac-1 Morales, and if he's still with us, Brandon Young. Please tell us about your advice for what I would call a kind of, I hate to use the term psychic self-defense. Niles Lars says, great show. Thank you, sir. I deeply appreciate that. But yes, talk about the Necronomicon and psychic attack, and tell us what you gentlemen recommend. Besides Jameson Reese, who will start it off, segue, Jameson, as soon as you can, to Brandon Young and Pac-1 Morales. Encourage them, and I'm sure the three of you can maintain a good roundtable until I return, which will be about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Bless you, and I'm going mute. Thank you.
All right. I would recommend also Michelle Bellinger's Psychic Vampire Codex, because she goes into some of the introductory, energy techniques, how to sense energy, how to see it, how to crystallize it, how to, use it to defend yourself. And it's also very useful to learn, what other people might employ, because many people will be employing such techniques if you're in certain scenes, such as, if you're ever caught hanging around other occultists or whatnot, or if you ever bump into people who are overly charismatic and just in the streets, in general. Because there's a lot of people who do have interesting ways of preying on other people, utilizing techniques that are very close to psychic vampirism. And I'd also like to ask Brandon Young or Pac-1 Morales if any of you have any suggestions as well, as far as defending oneself psychically.
This is Pacone. So, for me, it's always been just like this technique where it's like a golden figure eight around yourself, and like Daniel's always promoted it a lot, and it's visualizing, like a super barrier between yourself and someone you may be skeptical against, um if you in your energy or you in your conscious or anything have to second guess someone and their intentions, I mean, it's just like that whole, you sniff the milk, if it smells bad, don't drink it. If you don't feel right, you should definitely have some type of psychic defense. One of the books I read was by Melita Denning and Osborne Phillips, and that was covering creating a energy field around yourself, and always picturing like a light beaming down on you type deal. Whenever you're around people, it's so more of the sense of like almost even martial arts, learning your forms. If something becomes repetitive to the point where there's a muscle memory where you can visualize those steps or do whatever mentally, and that's also how the defense would work. You would sit there and you would visualize, and picture it to the point to where you become accustomed to it. To speak for someone a regular person to understand, like you wouldn't be able to like draw it out for them, but the believing in it is what gives it.
It becomes like a reflex, more or less. Like it becomes so natural that it becomes almost like a reflex where you don't have to think about it too much. You just set up the technique and bang, it's there when you need it. I also recommend, and this is also a really good banishing technique, which I think is getting a lot more attention these days, is cleaning. It's just like basically cleaning your house, cleaning your area. You can just use water. Water is very purifying. It represents purification. So you just like use a rag and some water and just clean every inch of your area or something. Showering is also a very good thing. You can sort of visualize all this gunk that might have been built up around you just being washed away by the water into the drain. And this is where salts also come into play. Any type of salt is good. You could use you could use Epsom salt, you could use rock salt, you could use basically tablespoon salt. Any type of salt is really good. And another good defense, especially against human beings. Well, this is the thing. I have more experience with problems relating to communicating with other people. So naturally, I tend to be more defensive against people, not realizing sometimes that, they might be driven by other things. But the best defense is, not letting yourself be opened up to an attack to begin with. You maintain a sort of mental distance between you and the other person, or even you and whatever entity you might be dealing with. If you've ever had experiences with a ghost, you realize they just pop up whenever the fuck they want. And you never know where they're gonna, appear or whatnot. I've had experience with ghosts growing up, in Brooklyn, in an apartment that we used to live in. And as a kid, shit, man, it probably was one of the things that was pretty traumatic for me early on. And it's probably why at this point in my life I feel sort of numb to it. where, sometimes I would even, seek it out or whatnot. But I don't mean seek it out for thrills either. I mean, like, what I mean by is that it's become a fascination rather than a fear, rather than something that terrifies me. But the best defense against, first off, there's a lot of people who oftentimes aren't as powerful as they say they are. And a lot of times there are people who are out there who are using an image of power so they can have their own cult following. Certain people might be very charismatic, people who might have, certain backgrounds where they have knowledge of psychology, or they might have knowledge of, being able to sell or market things, or they might have, knowledge of advertising and things like that. People who know how to present themselves too well to a certain degree, I would say there might be something more going on. So that, I'm using this as advice to avoid cults, especially personality cults. If you look at certain people for like the techniques, that's fine. Just make sure to use your own if you ever are, someone who practices. And if not, then this probably won't apply to you because you probably won't have a general interest in it. But then this should more or less also come as a sort of warning for you that there are those who you might interact with who might be followers of certain cults or certain occultists who think it's okay to just, poke a hole in somebody's energy field and siphon energy from them. So you want to have ways to deal with that. The first thing is to know. The first thing is to just be aware at all times, to not have your head buried in a fucking cell phone with your neck, arched down all the time. This way you're aware of who you're bumping into. Awareness to your surroundings, often people who are weaker or entities that are weaker, if they know that you can sense them, if they know you're aware of them, sometimes they'll back off. Now, for those who don't, like, if you feel yourself tired around someone a lot, stay the fuck away from them. It's that simple. If somebody has energy that you think is draining to you, whatever, stay away from them. And I have to be careful about how I word that. There are people whose behavior drains energy, and then there are people who can behave like normal human beings, who aren't always complaining or being negative. There could be people who seem positive, but for some reason when you're around them, you start to feel tired. You start to feel kind of woozy, or you start to feel like you're open to suggestions that you ordinarily wouldn't follow if you were, not around that person. Then that's signs that that person's trying to, leech off your energy, or that person might be, consciously doing it. They might be unconsciously doing it, but it's always a good idea to stay away from that person or limit exposure to them. You can try to project around yourself like a sort of egg where, but when you visualize, you also want to be able to have a sort of tactile or sensory, as if you're not only so it's like you're not only seeing the thing around you, but you're also, like, in your mind feeling the hardness of it so that nothing can penetrate it, for example. And it's very useful. It becomes more natural with time. These are skills that we all pretty much had as kids, because kids are always playing with imaginary friends. Kids are always like, when two kids are pretending like they're shooting at each other or whatnot, their imaginations are able to see all the stuff in the mind's eye like normal. We get older, we sort of get a lot more divorced from the subtle realities that lay behind this one, and that also makes people more vulnerable to it. I would also say another good defense would be some of the Egyptian gods and goddesses. And from that pantheon, I tend to recommend Wadjet and Nekhbet, because those are the twin serpents who guard Horus. And so if you use that mythological motif, you would be walking around like a Horus, and they would be your protectors. They would defend you from, attacks and whatnot, as far as god forms are concerned. And they're also very pleasant spirits to interact with. They're very kind, they're very generous, and they're actually some of the first spirits I've encountered, who actually came to me or revealed themselves to me without me, having to do much as far as evocation is concerned. Is Brandon Young, are you out there as well? All right, so it's just me holding down the fort for a little while, guys. Oh, you're here? All right, yeah. I wanted to know if you had any recommendations for, like, psychic self-defense for people out there.
Yeah, I would just not fool yourself into it, not get mind trapped into believing that you have a curse on you, and just stay away from personalities, as you said, who gravitate towards such endeavors. I would also say, just on a tangent on that, the new sort of Phenomenon practitioners and the egregore is now QAnon, and the whole QAnon phenomenon and the pushers of the psyop of QAnon and their whole charade. So I would stay away from people who are pursuing those sorts of interests, and stay grounded within your own practice, and just pay attention to what goes on and what you consume. That's what I do, and I'm still here, and they've tried to everything. They've thrown everything at me, and so continue on. That was brilliant.
Yeah, and when it comes to people who are like cultists who follow things like QAnon, Reddit, there's a lot of people out there, especially and again, it's also worth saying that you should stay away from cultists who are people who are cultists of political figures as well,
Right.
Such as the Trump cultists, because they seem to be quite a abrasive bunch. And even entertaining them on like venues like Facebook and whatnot, it's draining. And it's them siphoning all that energy and giving it to their personal egregore, Trump,
Right.
which is not an egregore who needs any more power. If anything, that's one egregore that needs to be banished far, far away. In the frozen wasteland of Siberia, probably on or in one of those gulags. But yeah, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to segue into some of the interesting events going on in the world that have caught my eye. There's some that seem really funny. The United States and Russia are supposed to be holding a round of nuclear arms control talks in Finland's capital on Monday. Yeah, I can totally see Trump and Putin like saying, "Oh yeah, we gotta limit our nuclear arms." That's going to be very hilarious.
Yeah, and how does that work with Trump having COVID? So is it gonna be like via Skype?
Oh man, well, I'm hoping if anything, Putin decides that he's so tough that he doesn't care that he can't catch COVID, and he gets COVID from Trump. Who knows?
Yeah.
We can all wish for that.
Yeah, he can get the miracle treatment too all of a sudden. It'd be perfect. I feel like, and I was talking to Doug yesterday, and I was like, yeah, I was like, this whole thing is like this whole, ever since Trump has even came into the limelight. I mean, besides the fact that all through the late '80s and '90s and 2000s, he was like in every rap song ever. Every rapper ever wanted to be Trump for some reason, and it's crazy. Like the whole like how much of a person he's always been in the eye of people, aside from exactly who he was, because he really wasn't no figure to follow. But besides that, it's like everybody wants Trump to be like some biblical freaking prophecy type deal, and like nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize, and
How the
all,
fuck does he get nominated for a
dude,
Nobel Peace Prize?
dude, and he brings peace to two nations that have been in war for thousands of years. It's like he declares Jerusalem, the capital of Israel. Just like all these things, and they call him the Cyrus of Israel, and they put him on a coin, like just all this weird, just stupid shit. And it's like man, like who's really pushing this agenda? And like at some point it feels like you're really like I'm being punked right now. Like I'm being punked right now. Like you guys are trying to fill agenda. Like it's so retarded.
It's so retarded. It seems like it should be on a movie rather than something that's real.
Yeah.
It feels like that's what this entire these last
Lampoon.
4 years have been like.
Yeah. No, for sure. And it's crazy. It's just crazy. Like just how like they've went out of their ways. Like where was it, Paris, where they did the huge statue of him, and he was like almost like built like a Titan god with like the armor and all that shit, and they paraded him down, like this weird stuff like that, man. It's just like, why though? Like what? Like there's because there's no way this guy's ever that brilliant, that smart, anything.
No,
and
he's not being, he doesn't even know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
He's like an idiot puppet emperor who's being paraded around at someone else's behest. He has no awareness.
Yeah.
He's not capable. He doesn't have the cognitive capacity to be aware of what impact he has on other people at all. He's blind to it. He's completely blind to it. I kind of knew he would get into office only because his name was Trump, and I was thinking, yeah, this would be like the Trump card of the elitist or something.
Yeah.
And
well, I don't know if you ever followed like the NW, like back in the day they used to have the NWO card pack,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Charismatic leader and shit like that. Like if seriously like and I hate to like go down that kind of hole and shit, because it's like nah, but you see things, you're like, man, like how like this so stupid that shit even is remotely close to like what's going on type shit.
Well, the thing about that is, I know for a fact that they've revised those cards over time to fit current events. But aside from that, it's sort of like what sealed it for Trump, I think, was when he was on Oprah. The very fact that he was on Oprah in the past, I think that was an indicator to me that Clinton wasn't going to make it for some reason. I just had a feeling about it, due to the amount of power that a woman like that has.
Yeah.
Who I suspect is also a part of this whole cult as well, because they all of these people who have that level of money and power seem to be on the United Nations Security Council, and this is, you can vet this, anyone can vet this, but Michael Aquino was also on the UN, I think, Security Council, or one of those councils of foreign relations or something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean that should basically that's basically a smokescreen to who's connected to who and what agenda they're collectively pushing.
Well, even if you look at it like early 2000s, everyone was like all praising Oprah for like, her opening like them all girls schools, in Africa and stuff. And then like, you hear like, I don't know, maybe like 8, 9 years later down the road, like there were girls like being raped and, everything in those schools, like her schools ended up getting closed down and shit because of that, And then you look at like how she backed like Harvey Weinstein and shit like that, like all like, and even like Jeffrey Epstein type shit, like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, yeah, of course, but that's like it, dude, and I hate, and like Douglas nailed it on the head, like the whole Illuminati thing, like to say that is just like it's just as ignorant as saying like the word God,
Yeah.
like they're like something that for like instance the word God, like that's something so much bigger than just that word. So like that's in itself is just like something that's just retarded to use. And then to think that, like these people aren't connected and not doing these things, they're like clearly all together, clearly all together.
Meanwhile, anyone who can do the research can trace the names themselves. They could trace the names that connect Trump to all of this stuff. They could trace the names that connect, people like Epstein, Oprah, people who have a shitload of money. They could probably even trace it to, people like the other candidate, Biden, which,
Yeah.
and they could trace all these names if they just do the research. The problem is they're not doing the research. They're relying on people who tell them the information by word of mouth, and the information that's being told to them is a blatant lie. It's completely against the facts of what's actually going on. And then what they do is they regurgitate this, and they regurgitate it to the point where it seems almost as if you're speaking to the source who gave it to them. That's how scary it is. It's almost as if you're speaking to a puppet with no life, no soul whatsoever. And so I expect that this entire thing, this entire run, this entire campaign was actually nothing more or less than an extension of the Operation MK Ultra, which was a big operation centered around mind control, controlling people. And this is precisely what this is. This is an experiment in progress.
I believe that. That's very logical. That is very logical. Just, it's like it goes along the lines with like, there's no information out there. I mean, honestly, like in any outlet that we go as a people, there's no information out there that honestly isn't out there because they don't want it out there.
Yeah.
And there's honestly no verification other than the verification we get from those we're trying to de-verify. It's like just there. You either understand or you don't. And
Yeah.
and that's that whole thing. Like you were saying, like read between the lines, see between the lines.
Yeah.
By the way, I've just finished this Coke, so I need to wash the taste out of my mouth because otherwise I can feel it eating away at the porcelain of my teeth. I'll be back in just a few moments. I want to thank both of you gentlemen. You're holding very strong. I'm going to go mute again. I'll be back in about 3-4 minutes at the longest. And is our man Mr. Brandon Young still with us? I'm just curious. I think he was with us until a few moments ago, right? Minutes ago.
Still there.
It shows he's still on.
Okay.
Still there.
Okay. So was it just the both of you talking since I left, or did he?
No.
Okay, he did speak. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I hope he's not imposing upon himself because, of course, well, good God, what am I saying? As a father, our man, Mr. Paquan Morales, is all too familiar with the responsibility of children. I mean, I can't even imagine staying up as late as you gentlemen are staying, but I appreciate it, definitely appreciate it, considering your familial responsibilities. So, but of course, I definitely hope that as far as you dare, that Mr. Pac-Man Morales opens up a little bit more about some of his occult experiences, not necessarily tonight, but sometime in the future. We are familiar with some of James and Reese's because he's been courageous enough to share them. And Pac-Man Morales will educate people further with some of his experiences in the future, perhaps. As I said, I'll be back in about, 3-4 minutes at the longest. And in the meantime, I'll count on all of you gentlemen to continue to keep things going. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. We have. All right. Geez, I'm just going through like international news and stuff. I'm just pretty much reading just the highlights. It's more or less just to give people a view on how active the rest of the world has been, because so often we're so focused on the dump truck that we forget, there's a fucking world outside.
There's a whole fucking world.
And so we have, let's see. All right. We have hundreds of Honduran migrants who set out for U.S. despite the pandemic, and later on it says they were taken back to the border by U.S. officials. We've got migrants trying to cross Guatemala, despite, well, that was October 2nd, so I'm just pretty much continually moving on. Basically, let me just sum this shit up and be blunt about it rather than going through everything. The world's a fucking at a flashpoint, basically. There seems to be a lot of environmental shit hitting the fan in Europe. We got floods in Italy, where people are. We have floods in France, where people are missing and whatnot. It seems Israel is doing its usual shit of fucking everybody else the fuck all over. We're seeing an uptick in fighting with Armenia. Oh yeah, there was something interesting. The UN claims that we're actually very close to what might be a nuclear catastrophe. So you can take from that whatever you will. It doesn't seem like we're not at war with anyone yet. Nobody's like, I mean, whatever skirmishes are going on, whatever wars are going on, it's nothing that's been global anyway. Let's see. We have, well, yeah. I mean, it's basically international news. I mean, I could look for other things. Again, my personal life is relatively dull. I generally don't have much to talk about. This is whatever speaking I'm doing here is the most speaking I do for the next, for the next 2 or 3 days. And outside of this, I'm just like literally a quiet existence.
Because my vocabulary doesn't expand that further beyond that of like a 14-year-old and 2-year-old as of the past year. So not much being had over here either, brother.
Well, we do have these the wildfires are surpassing 4 million acres. And it seems like the records are just going to keep getting worse. They either have to find a way to implement the controlled burns at the hands of the indigenous Americans who've known how to do this and are probably only people who know how to manage this shit, or this is just going to keep happening again and again. Let's see, we are still at a shitty place when it comes to global warming and whatnot, and we definitely have the technology where we don't have to rely on gas, oil. I mean, again, everyone knows that we have Nikola Tesla's technology, which pretty much was able to generate energy You
out
know,
of the ionosphere.
yeah, literally for free, literally for free. And the thing is, people are like, okay, but they couldn't sell it. Yeah, they could sell it. Just have the power companies charge people for free energy. I mean, shit. I mean, at least, even though a lot of people would be pissed off about it, at least, it would be win-win because at least the environment won't be getting clusterfucked by it. And I'm aware that, in this world, there needs to be compromises. So, there's no way a corporate entity is just going to turn over, something that gives it its main revenue and say, okay, yeah, we're going to just go environmental, unless there's some kind of incentive for them to do so. And it doesn't seem like, the people who are making policies and whatnot are giving them any incentive to do so. And I would argue that, this has even gone on before the Trump regime. Because, we could have had this as of 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. So it's quite obvious that they're more than happy to see the planet destroyed. And the tragedy is that,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
well, the tragedy is that it doesn't seem like there's much that the regular person can do about it. Because, I'd say what people can do.
Okay, so we are getting a
okay.
message from Jameson. No, we're getting a message to Jameson Reese and Mr. Pac-1 Morales from Brandon Young, who says, guys, I am going to leave the call for the time being. Very smart, insightful discussion, and thank you very much for having me. I will be listening in the background. Brandon, can you talk for a second here? Come on for just a moment here and speak if you can. Let's hope he can come on for just a few moments before he leaves. If that's possible, Brandon, please do so. And if not, let's hope he responds. If not, that was truly a Parthian shot. He was putting it in there just before he left. And what I'm hoping is that he will be coming on more in the near future. And we will... let me get this message to him, and let's see if he's even seen what I left him in the messenger on Facebook, and see if Brandon Young has actually seen that. He hasn't even looked at that yet. And interesting, for his Facebook, he's used a car for his icon, which I'm assuming has some significance. And what we'll say is, we need you back more often. How's that? We need thyself back on with us more regularly. Regularly, Brandon. Now, there's a lot of static in the background. Where is that sourcing from? Good
it's
Lord.
not sourcing from me.
Okay.
I don't think it's sourcing from any of us. I think that might be just like the interference that we've been getting.
Okay. I mean, that's believable. Pac-1, do you have any idea?
I'm literally sitting in my dining room, quiet. So.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what I will do is try and cover a little bit more of the topic that I feel needs to be addressed, since we've brought these subjects up, and people are, of course, asking myself in certain questions in email about specifics of magic, which I, of course, very seldom ever have sprackathon. In terms of our time that we've been on to this point, let's take a look at that. I'm happy to say that we have a very large number of people watching. So I've actually had more people than usual. And the interesting thing is the fact that we were knocked off resulted in my going a direction I had never intended to go in some place. It's a direction I've never actually ever gone in before. By the way, can anybody... if everybody can hear me, I need to know it, because I had the microphone pretty much buried under my armpit there for a second.
Oh, you'd be audible. You're audible.
Okay. And it's now, I'm only now bringing it up before my face. I was speaking very, without even conscious thought of the placement of the mic. And it is like with the Lilith Aquino attack, where Peter Moon was thoroughly enjoying himself, feeling that this was a machine gun that blew off the toes of the very people who were trying to attack us. with the Lilith Aquino attack episode, and that it just brought us back to bringing attention to something they were trying to suppress. Something very similar has happened tonight, so we might as well take it to its logical conclusion and continue with the subject. And those who are familiar with me, even though I'm identified with magic quite often, and people seem to, how would I say it, that might be one of the first subjects they think of when they see me. It's almost something that I've never really spoken on, as anyone who's listened to me can actually attest. So tonight we're just changing that a bit, and you might even consider it in spirit of the season. So let's just...
Yes, the thinning of the veils. Yes, and there has been this feeling of reconnecting to the spiritual aspect within. So I have to say this is one of the few seasons in which I'm actually happy, or not happy, but content, rather, which is very rare.
That's good. That's good.
It's very good.
I'm sorry, go on.
No, that was it.
Okay. Definitely one of the things that people are asking about is certain specifics about the Simon Nomicon, or the Simon Necronomicon. And their questions are what some might consider fairly technical in nature. Oh, thank God. Brandon Young has responded. Can you gentlemen see that? He is saying, absolutely. Yes. So, very good. So, again, if he can talk, he's welcome to come in just to drop in a little bit. And so, Brandon, if you can hear me, do come on for just a moment. Say goodnight to the audience formally, because that's the right thing to do. And... that way you can part in good conscience. And otherwise it's left people kind of hanging. And that's something that you don't want to do. You want to say goodbye to people and say goodnight. And let's see if he does that. If he doesn't, then of course I'll just go where I was going to go. And I was actually glad he remembered that television series, The Wizard. If anybody can find the full 19 episodes on YouTube or something, you let me know. Of course, it would bring tears to my eyes to see Mr. Rappaport, and just so sad what happened to him. And as our man Brandon said, it has a lot to do with people being exposed to myself, and this is why so many who stand with me oftentimes don't stand for long. We do hope these young men by my side tonight, Pac-Juan Morales and Jameson Reese, and of course Brandon Young, will continue to be standing by my side for some time, as well as the wonderful lady Selena Khan. For those of you who are enjoying tonight's transmission, the person to give credit to is Selena Khan. This is why we have ladies in our lives. If she had not encouraged me to continue transmission, I would not have done so. And I do want to credit our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, as well, for bringing up the Tesla free energy. Rather, what he was concentrating on was, of course, harnessing the lightning. By the time Nikola Tesla's alternative current generators had proved their superiority over Edison's direct current, his mercurial personality was what became the issue, among others. But people are quick to blame many of the robber barons of the age, and they're not exactly heroes. But people have to remember that Nikola Tesla was dating the daughter of the grand financier, J.P. Morgan, whose bank, Chase Bank, I bank at myself. And Anne Morgan was someone, if Nikola Tesla had married her, it would have done so much to change the world. Really, what's behind every great man fulfilling his potential, which Tesla did not do? There has to be a woman involved. And if Tesla had married Anne Morgan, J.P. Morgan was more than willing to finance Nikola Tesla. So you've got someone who's definitely, as emphasized in the chat room, on the autism end of the spectrum. In fact, that's Jameson who's bringing that up. And is, personality-wise, really an asshole. And you've got someone who, if he had married Ann Morgan, J.P. Morgan had already recognized the potential of radio, and through the realization of radio, he recognized immediately the potential for transmitted energy. So when Tesla invented wireless telegraphy, which is radio, then Morgan was telling Tesla, trying to persuade him to stop all his other investigations, to perfect an experimental system of global radio broadcasting. And so, had he just married Ann Morgan, the Morgan Tesla Radio Company would have been born. I mean, it was on paper. They had the fucking contract waiting. And that would have began global radio broadcasts from Wardenclyffe, Long Island. Right where Selena Khan and Peter Moon both live. And the immense success of global radio would have meant that Tesla would have been free to concentrate on his lifelong goal, broadcasting electrical power without wires. We would have been in the nth generation of wireless by now. And even though Morgan himself died in 1913, his son would have been Tesla's brother-in-law, and would have continued to support his work and profit from it, as Tesla's inventions would have been turned over by marriage, by right of contract, in the sense of a monarchy, where you have a monarchic union by marriage. This would have been effectively similar. And those inventions would have been turned over to the teams of Morgan technicians to be perfected, patented, marketed. And probably by the year my late and sainted Cyrus, the woman who mothered me from her womb, Diana Dietrich, was born. And then about that year, 1923, which would have been just 3 years short of Tesla's 70th birthday, Morgan Tesla would have introduced their system of broadcast power. Now, of course, the result would have been global panic and a stock market crash. But you see, J.P. Morgan Jr. had already foreseen that effect, thanks to his father's telling thereof of what wireless power would cost. And they would have sold short. And they would have stabilized the market immediately, with an immense amount of capital that they would be controlled. And certainly in America, at least, the Christmas panic of that year of my mother's birth would have ended by spring. Now, I do need to take care of something. As everyone knows, I have an eyelash condition that was exactly the same kind of condition that Elizabeth Taylor suffered from, and I've got another winker in my eye. Our man, Pack 1, take over and take the stage for at least 3 minutes. I'll be right back, and I'll return to the subject of the Simonomicon and some of what it entails in terms of the Klipothic entities, because people are demanding some answers. So, counting on you, sir, and I'll be back soon enough. Thank you.
All right, Doug. Well, as far as the Simon Necronomicon, I'm not too really savvy or
well, you don't need to talk about that. Rather, talk about your own occult experiences. Yes.
Okay. Well, let me see. So, I guess I've had, there was a time, like I did, I was a part of a past life regression type deal, and I went down to this pagan temple with a covenant that apparently I became a part of this covenant without even really, saying, yeah, I want to be a part of it or whatever. It was just more like the way it was always presented to me was just like, oh, just come hang out, just come, whatever, and it was just always awkward. Like I always felt really awkward when I got around everybody. Um, it really always became like this thing. Like every new moon, every full moon, like it'd be like a moon ritual, and like almost like a guilt thing to be a part of every ritual, and like a lot of the rituals like would take place in Flint for like the first couple months, and then like the last couple months that I was a part of, hanging out, quote unquote, they were taking place like down in Detroit at this big pagan temple type deal, and we did like this. The high priestess had us certain individuals carry a certain type of stones, and we had like multiple stones, like of that one stone, like each person had a certain stone in their pocket. And then when we got down to the temple, we like she told us to like go outside, or go to the four corners in the building and like drop these stones or whatever to seal in, or whatever it was. It had no, that again comes with, doing things. You shouldn't be doing things if you don't know what you're doing, Just because someone says it and they're like, I'm a good person, doesn't mean shit. And so that night, there was like a mega ground. I don't know, like pretty much like they depend on like all their chakras, and like they make you focus on your root chakra and ground yourself, and then like did like a past life regression deal, and for me, like it was just like one of those things. Like I'm not like a huge meditator. Like I've like been in moments where I've been focused and doing my breathing and stuff, and had like a lifting sensation, or just nothing that's like stupid, like I went into like the clouds, nothing like that, just like just regular stuff. And this night though, it was during a past life regression ceremony or whatever it was that we were doing. I literally like it sounds crazy, but like seeing myself like as a tree, and like watch seasons past, and that was like my experience. That's like something I took, and I was talking to Derek, and he was talking about when Jesus restored the blind man's vision or whatever, he said when he first restored it, he restored it 2 times, and the first time he gave him true sight, and he said he's seen men as trees, and that's what kind of like flipped that dude out, kind of like made him kind of like crazy during that moment. So he, again touched him, and he had regular vision again. But it was like one of those moments that it would really be, I guess, for the person going through it, me, was changing, because it felt real. It was something that I can't explain, but it was something that I experienced, and it went into that whole folder, or filing cabinet of mine under don't fuck around type shit.
Mm-hmm.
It changed a lot of my outlook on things, just as in seeing things that you wouldn't typically see, like there was no, like that night, like I wasn't under any kind of substance, I wasn't, nothing, and it felt real, man. Like, and that's one thing, like there's no explanation, there's no need to lie about it, or it felt real. It was legit, whether it was something wrong or not, I was around the wrong people, whatever, but what I felt was legit.
Yes. Thank you for the courage to share that. And Daniel Larola brings up in the chat room, people that leech off of other people's energies draw from the attention as the supply. And he says his method with memes is also a useful means of psychic protection. Does that remind you of anything else from Daniel Larola that helped you?
Oh yeah, for sure, and that was like one of the things why, like the that high priestess of that covenant that I started hanging around with when I first met her. You know, she had like it was a little stone slash Reiki shop, you know, and it wasn't doing well, and it seemed like the more I came around, and you know, I don't want to attribute it to me, you know, but like the more I came around, everything like the more successful she would get, and like kind of the more strife I would deal with, man. And it came to the point where like she was like opening a second store, and all of a sudden now she's on local radio doing, and it was like holy shit, like you know, I kind of pulled away, you know, just because everything I was dealing with, and it was crazy because people from the covenant would show up places I was at and be like, "Hey, where you been? How you been? Are you coming to the full moon ritual this weekend?" Or you know, like, and it was really weird. And you know, after me not being around for like 8 9 months, like like she lost both her businesses. She, you know, like her house went into like some situation with her landlord type shit. Like it like legit, you know, felt like I was literally being drained to power someone else's life, dude.
You were. that's you felt that way because that's exactly what was happening. As a matter of fact, I'm proud of you that you don't maintain an incredible bitterness over your energy, your success, your prosperity being stolen. But remember, of course, that what you have is essentially an infinite, limitless pool of success and prosperity that you have yet to tap. And all she was doing was tapping into that. And
Yeah, I reached a point where I literally like said it out loud, you know, to myself, you know, and I reclaimed all the energy. Like I literally, that's one thing I did. Like I was like, you know, anything I've ever put out there, anything I've ever given someone that wasn't deserving of it, or, you know, I need that back. Like that's mine. It was never meant to be yours. Like, you know, everything was built on trust type, you know. And I'm not sure where I got that from, but like I used that and it felt right, you know. And that was one of the things that helped me keep that distance, you know. And that's with anybody that in my life that may seem like, you know, show a toxic side or anything. It's like, okay, well, how long has that been festering, you know? Because most people who have like toxic agendas or whatever, like they can only maintain a friendship or their facade for so long till they blow up, and then you see them for who or what they are, you know.
yes, thank you, and deeply appreciate it. And I don't know if our man Jameson Reese has returned or not, but he says he's back. Good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start into some of the questions sent to me by email in particular to talk about some of the particulars that people are bringing up about the spells from the Simon Necronomicon and exactly why these gate spells are so dangerous, what they are ushering into our world, our universe. Now, the real, shall we say, crime in terms of the real blasphemy that is being pulled upon everyone, the world, by Peter Levinda is his bullshit amalgamation, his theft of the ancient Fertile Crescent cultures in trying to provide a background for the Qlipothic entities, these anti-godly entities that have been, in a very real sense, manifest or given form by H.P. Lovecraft's pantheon, which is not a hoax mythos in and of itself. It's very real in the sense that at a very young age, as a child prodigy of profound genius and maturity and insight, Howard Phillips Lovecraft was sophisticated enough and interested in the exotic East and the Orient enough to realize he was alienated from his immediate culture, and this is where we have to qualify his racism. Howard Phillips Lovecraft was racist to extent, but he was not pathologically bigoted. This was a man who had enough sophistication to realize a superior culture in the Orient, and in his fascination with the Orient, converted at a very young age to Islam. And he stayed a practitioner of Islam for a comparatively short period of time, enough so that modern-day biographers never even mention it. If they do, they mention it as some kind of phase, as if it were in passing. But it was intensive enough in investigation where he familiarized himself with the warnings from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, against Al-Cthulhu, the great Forsaker. That manifestation beyond Shaitan, or the Muslim Satan, that which is worse. And so, aside from that, the Arabic word for Yog Shothoth, that which waits, that Kabbalistic concept of the gates, which he converged with the name Yog Shothoth. This and other Arabic or Islamic traditions were what exposed the reality of the anti-gods to Howard Phillips Lovecraft, which he then shared with the general public in an obtuse manner, based upon the kind of hidden truths as presented to him in the library of his father, who had been a Freemason, which of course has stolen much of its legacy from the world of Islam. Now, because the Arabs themselves had overtaken the lands of the Fertile Crescent cultures, there's a logic in Peter Levinda trying to conflate the anti-gods warned of by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, with the pantheon of the Syro-Babylonians. But this is where the blasphemy emerges. Much of what the Syro-Babylonians warned us of, in terms of their own hierarchy of demons, from Pazuzu, made famous through the Exorcist franchise, to Lamashtu, who is the real evil entity that all too many people conflate with the entity of Lilith, which is compounded in its desecration by Lilith Aquino, assuming that name as if she were of the positive side of ancient mythos, conflating that with her own evil, which sources from Lamashtu, the anti-Lilith. This is the confusion of the chaoses that the cult of the kings of Edom perpetuates through the establishment of such entities as the Temple of Set, which of course, derivatives in the shorthand, the name Set from Seth-em, which is the source of the modern Satan, and thereby confuses people when they hear Set to automatically assume the negative, when in reality Seth was the righteous third son of Adam, and that was simply his name. It was not shorthand for anything, and he was the man who converted the Chinese to Islam, and those among his converts maintained a monastic organization, the Sons of Set, the original SS, whose lineage traces back thousands of years and was lastly most immediately manifest in my late and sainted mother, the Cyrus who gave me birth, who sired me, Cyrused me from her womb, Diana Dietrich, Takabayashi Hideko, Suchin Lin, heir to that lineage of the warrior monks of the Sons of Seth, the converts to Christianity in China before Christ manifested in our world as the Messiah by thousands of years, having been foretold of his coming by Seth, the righteous third son of Adam himself. Now, while the Sumerian underworld was not an especially pleasant place, there is little corollary between it and the Christian hell. It is much more through my surrogate son and his consultation with some of the projects that were worked on in animation as manifest in a cartoon that was shared by Lena Shea to Jameson Reese. He can tell you a little bit about the Sumerian underworld because through my son's consultation, the cartoon was manifesting this kind of underworld as a place very similar to our own, but the detritus thereof, in which the shades, or the shadows of people as they had been in life, try to live out their existence with the very traits that they manifested in life. It's very Asian in the sense that many Chinese people do not have a fear of the dead in the sense that Westerners do. Westerners have a true fear of the dead as a mass, because to Westerners, when you die, somehow you get all the answers. And therefore, they're afraid of the dead, period. To Chinese people, or specifically, the culture I'm most familiar with, or Asians in general, the dead do what they did in life. So if Uncle Joe was basically someone who was really into the wine, deep into his cups, a bit of a wino, if he comes back, your average relation has no real fear of him because he knows that all Uncle Joe is going to do is come back and ask for some more wine. The Chinese, when they manifest a fear of the dead, is that of the Manchus. Whenever you see the hopping ghost or the vampires of Chinese culture, they're in Manchurian guard of the ancient nobility, an alien race of Turkic or Turco-Caucasian origin who had conquered China throughout hundreds of years of dynastic rule. Those dead would try to commandeer your life and demand that you serve them because that's what they did in life. So if we're really shades or reflections in the Asiatic sense of death, when you saw the cartoon that Lena Shea shared with you, James, and share with us a little bit of what people manifested in the afterworld in the Asian sense, the Chaldean sense, the Near Eastern, sumo Babylonian sense that's portrayed in that cartoon, and give us a little bit of the mood, kind of that, if you remember. It cheered you up at a time when you were feeling down.
Yeah, it was a kind of somber mood, and the characters were two females, and they were going through what they had gone through as far as sexual exploitation in life, and using substances to sort of like numb the pain and whatnot. Something that felt to me very real, and I think it's the reflection of that reality that pulled me out of the stupor, but of despair. But oh, give me a moment. I'm still waiting for the caffeine to kick in. Dead serious. I'm nursing this. Oh God, I shouldn't even be drinking this shit. This Rain Inferno, fucking energy drink, which is probably going to send me into a fucking seizure when I try to go to sleep later. But
well, let's bring in Pac-1 Morales for just a second because he needs to say goodnight. His son is woke up and he's got to get him back down. Gonna call it a night. Much love, my brothers. So Pac-1, can you say goodnight to people personally, or do you have to go? Blessing to have been here and hold real convo with everyone. Good night and stay blessed. Don't want to interrupt. Thank you. Good night, Pac-1. We love you, dear brother.
I hope both Pac-1 and Brandon Young can come on, on a future show.
Well, more
it
regularly.
It's quite interesting speaking to them.
Yeah.
All right. What I did notice about it was it seemed like the shades that were chasing, what they were in their former life, they weren't happy doing it. It didn't seem like there was a profound sense of happiness in the characters as they were reliving the same, shit. And it's kind of interesting because when people do like EVPs on ghosts, sometimes they do find like sometimes the ghosts seem like they're distraught, or they seem miserable, like you just don't want to be here, like they're just completely reliving the same thing over and over again.
Yes.
And usually it requires some kind of priest or priestess or some member of the clergy to sort of relieve them and send them back to wherever, because we have to remember that that's not the person that passed. It's like a copy of the person's information. The mechanism that animates that information is not present, so it's like it's like something that is a replay of you. I mean, it's like, say you woke up and you realized that you were already dead and that you're just reliving the shit again and again and again, and you're going to keep doing it, but you're going to be consciously aware that you're reliving the shit from the youngest age to where you are now again and again and again. That would be kind of hellish, wouldn't it?
Yes. Well, that's hence we evolved or devolved the concept of hell as time progressed and the Christian paradigm overtook the ancient paradigms. The ancient paradigms had more of an understanding on the visceral level of the dead being among us. This is, and I wish Pac-1 Morales were still here so he could hear this, but hopefully he'll hear it in terms of the replay sometime soon, and don't forget to bring it to his attention. I'll try to as well, but we'll double team him on this. This is the kind
reminds
of...
me of the Day of the Dead.
Yes, yes.
In the Spanish culture, where they celebrate the dead, which is actually a much better. I think that actually leaves a better taste in my mouth than the fear-stricken, misery-stricken West, where everything's like, oh my God, the dead are terrible. It's like, I was like, first you're crying because they're gone. Now that they come back to see you, you don't want to say anything to them. You're running the other way.
Yes, no, I think that's profound. That's profound. And what you're pointing out is, rather than the difference between East and West, what you're seeing manifest is the difference between North and South. So when it comes to the Latin American culture or the African culture, Afrocentrism is really a Southern kind of revolution against the imposition of the North. And the Latin American culture is the same way. So what you have is kind of a manifestation in the Latin American sense. And this is kind of the... more so than in Spain, which of course is profoundly, pervasively influenced by Catholicism to a degree that Latin America is not, because Latin America infuses that with the original Mesoamerican and indigenous cultures, and then you get more of the Santeria, and you get more of the mystical voodoo, the Vajahuduns, and the various manifestations thereof. Then what you have is the concept that the dead or alive, they're family. And therefore, you get the sense that on the Day of the Dead, so a relation comes back, they're not someone you're afraid of. And this is what they were trying to manifest in the Dawn of the Dead. But George Romero was actually respecting Latin American culture, though most Westerners perceived it as ignorant, stupid, and auto-destructive. What George Romero was respecting was the fact that to the Latin Americans in the housing projects and to the Jamaicans and the people from the Caribbean, their relations had died and they had locked them all in the housing project basements, the very large bomb shelters at the bottom of the housing projects. They were maintaining the dead in the bomb shelters that had been built beneath these 1960s and 70s era housing projects. So that's how the Dawn of the Dead starts, is with SWAT teams breaking into housing projects to annihilate the dead that are being maintained by the project residents in their basements and bomb shelters. But as is said by the black character in the Dawn of the Dead, it's really because whose father is supposed to have been a voodoo priest. He says it's because they still find a dignity in dying, and this is because dead or alive, their family. So their perception of the reanimate is that, and it's portrayed as a negative in terms of its outcome. in Dawn of the Dead, but the Latin Americans view it in a spiritual sense, that they would view the dead as someone who's not coming back to eat you. That would not be their initial suspicion. That's a very Western paradigm, and it's infected, of course, the world with that paradigm. We've all been exposed to that now. So like a meme, a virus of the mind, it's become the disease that's infected the world, and how many people interpret the dead. But that's why you get zombie movies out of China and Korea, and that, like the Train to Busan is a franchise out of Korea about zombies that are, of course, eaters. That's not natural. That's not of. It's very similar to a Western heresy like Marxism or communism infecting Asia, and therefore you get communist Chinese and communist Vietnamese. That's just a part of the westernization of the world in the most negative sense. Marxism is but a Western heresy. So there you have that. And so when it comes to the Sumerian underworld, it's not an especially pleasant place because people are echoes. This is what Jameson Reese is saying. Ghosts are echoes. They're basically a bit of data that is on a loop, that is replaying itself, and is therefore miserable. The way the Chaldeans and the ancient Fertile Crescent cultures believed, the afterlife were shades that were of essence of the personality, but replaying many of its faults, which was inevitable and not considered something to escape from, but rather something inescapable. And therefore we're trying to relive life in the shadow world, in the detritus, the echo, the reflection of the world above. That was the real view of the Sumerian underworld. There's little corollary between that and the Christian hell. And yet, of course, Simon, or rather Peter Lavinda, equates the underworld of the ancient Fertile Crescent cultures with the Judeo-Christian Gehenna, a place of perpetual misery. And, of course, the gate-walking rituals, just so people understand, in the book of the Simon Necronomicon, was, a matter of fact, you have Jameson Reese here, who could probably give us a little bit of an introduction. In the book of entrance, within the Simon Necronomicon, the reader is instructed to prepare for a 7-month initiation of gate walking, or astral path working. Now, among these 7 planetary spheres that are brought up as the naked eye planets, what man could see with the naked eye before the telescope in the sky, parallel to those 7 planetary titular spirits, and in preparation for the gate walking, the practitioner is, of course, never told to cast any protective circle. How would I say that? He's told to do so by that same book for the conjuration of the Watcher. This is comparable only to the book of the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage, which, alone among Western grimoires, demands that the magician rely upon purity for protection, rather than upon the circle, which you'd be much better off with, because most of you are pretty fucking impure, or at least nowhere near purity. There's a book called Sacred Magic, which calls upon the magician to pray and purify themselves by physical cleansing, perfuming their chambers with incense, and abstaining from intercourse for 4 moons, or 4 months worth of time. Now, the Simon Necronomicon demands no more purity from the magician than not ejaculating semen for 1 lunar month prior to each gate-walking ritual. Now, note the intrinsic chauvinism here, of course, because, what's the female equivalent of that to abstain from? But there's some precedent among present-day magic users for not using a protective circle, as in the case of practitioners of Mott magic, spelled M-A-A-T, a form of Thelemic magic taught by a former disciple of Grant, known as Nema. Now, Most modern practitioners, however, of course, consider practicing magic without a warded circle to be suicidal. As one Wiccan I personally knew put it, there are too many things in the universe that will eat you, like an hors d'oeuvre. So, in lieu of a warded circle, instead, the practitioner who's opening the Simon Necronomicon is told to summon and leave behind a watcher to protect his body. It always uses the word his in the Simon Necronomicon because he's a chauvinist pig. And that's so your body will not be killed and your spirit left to, well, the way Simon or Peter Levinda describes it, without the watcher to literally rub your ass, your spirit will be deprived of its corporeal embodiment when, it's devoured by what you summon, and left to wander throughout eternity, the dark spaces between the stars. His word. The practitioner must also bind the watcher to himself via sacrifice of new bread, pine resin, and the grass of Olearibos. Now, that would require some explanation. But aside from all that, tell us a little bit about, you've opened up the Simon Necronomicon, of course. Do you remember any of the gates of the Book of Entrance and their procedures at all?
I'm actually looking at the book now, but what I can say is I'm aware of what pathworking is. I've honestly never been good at it.
No worries.
Perfectly dead honest with you.
Thank you, and it's appreciated.
In fact, when most people talk about pathworking, I've always been like, what the fuck are you talking about? These people, pathworking, from what I read, it's supposed to be like a sort of guided meditation through something. But if someone's not giving you the imagery, or someone's not writing down what you're going to see and be experiencing, where the fuck are you getting it from? Your imagination?
Well, that's what Peter Levinda was doing in many cases. And don't forget, much of what he was stealing was from the popular imagination. Now, remember, this was published, his Simon Necronomicon, in 1977. We're talking about the exact same year that Star Wars was released by George Lucas. We're talking about almost the same year, if not the same year, Jaws was released by Steven Spielberg. But before all of that, the real cultural impact had been The Exorcist from 1973, and that's what brought to people's minds, aside from priestly fathers, the Sumerian demons, because of Pazuzu. Rather, Mesopotamian would be the better word for it. And so, Mesopotamian demons were very much in the 1970s. So, there are other factors that link the Simon Necronomicon unmistakably with the era of 8-track tapes and bell-bottom pants. The book reveals an appalling amount of misinformation about what scientists, or archaeologists, and anthropologists would call Assyriology, the study of Assyria. But, of course, Peter Levinda knew there was no problem with that because none of the people who would ever be so stupid as to open up his book would be Sumerian or Assyrian scholars. Of course, there wasn't even much information available about ancient Sumer at that time. Today, Sumerology and Assyriology, the studies of Sumeria and Assyria, have made considerable advances since then. So it's now easier to catch Simon's mistakes than it was circa 1977. So the very heart and soul of the Simon Necronomicon would seem to be what its enthusiasts, the necro-nerds, or the Simontologists, call the gates. Now, this is comprised of 3 chapters. Of the Zoni and their attributes, the Book of Entrance, and of the Walking, and the incantations of the gates. The gates are metaphors for entrances into magical realms, with very apparent influence from the Gnostic writings, Dr. Dee's Enochian magical writings, both as a matter of fact. Now, since Magical Child, the company that published this shit, published a facsimile edition of Marikazaubans, A True and Faithful Relation, a work that was released as early as 1974. Simon was influenced by that as well, and he was influenced in his use of the gates by older works on Gnostic texts like G.R.S. Mead's Fragments of a Faith Forgotten. That was published around 1910. Now, scholars understand that Edward Kelly's scryings were fraudulent and that Kelly merely plagiarized Gnostic texts to give John Dee his supposedly angelical revelations. And there are others, Geoffrey James, that feel that this is unlikely. Whatever the case, the influence is there on Peter Levenda. And, of course, the other influence that is inescapable is that Enochian magical influence from Aleister Crowley's writings, specifically Liber 418 and The Vision and the Voice. So, Simon's gate-walking rituals, which people are asking me about in email, they're just a dumbed-down version of the kind of planetary magic found in the Western ceremonial tradition. The correspondence in the Simon books makes it obvious that these 7 gates are openings into planetary sphere, magical worlds of the 7 philosophical planets and of the gods, or zonae, as he renames them, associated with those planets. It would seem to be a good choice for writing a supposedly ancient grimoire, since planetary magic is one of the oldest systems of magic and is foundational to most systems of Western magic, from Kabbalah to esoteric herbalism. So, if you read the occult scholar Donald Michael Craig's works, planetary magic is revealed to be at least as old as Babylon, and it forms a bridge between natural magic, like Wicca, and ceremonial magic, as in that practiced by the Order of the Golden Dawn, and thereby between ancient and modern systems. So that's how Simon exploits that tradition. But, as I said, he perverts it by conflating the Sumerian underworld of detritus from the material plane and shades living out their existence as they did in the world of incarnation to the Christian hell. So, or rather, the Judaic Gehenna. And this, of course, means that the gate-walking rituals will only lead the practitioner to the lower astral realm. In other words, Peter Levenda is taking any practitioner who has the ignorance to open his book to astral hell. The 7 astral hells. Now, Peter Levenda himself was probably not acquainted with the Atanya, or the ancient Chaldean, Sumero, Babylonian, Assyrian concept at all. And he based his gate-walking initiation on a completely corrupted, bastardized version of the descent of Inanna, which is blasphemous towards those ancient religions. And that's because Herman Slater, who was the owner of Magical Child, the bookstore in New York that published his works, definitely played a role in the publication of the Peter Levenda Simonomicon, and used the descent of Inanna as a model for a Wiccan initiation ritual himself in one of Herman Slater's own books on witchcraft. In the Hebrew Kabbalah, there are 7 hells, just as there are 7 gates to the underworld in the Babylonian system. These 7 hells also correspond to the first 7 Sephiroth and their Qlipoth, or their negative reflections, as in reflections on a black pool of oil or a pool of spilled human blood that you find on the Tree of Death. These Qlipoth are opposite, negative, poisonous versions of the Sephirothic realms on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Even more pertinent, the planetary associations for the first 7 Qliphoth are the same as they are for the first 7 Sephiroth, or the Sphere of the Tree of Life. That means there is a direct reflection on the Tree of Death to what is above the soil line. The Tree of Death being the roots that have gone rotten amid all the compost that produces the Tree of Life above the ground, or the soil line. These, how would I say this? This means that each of these hellish Qliphothic realms is associated with one of the planets, just as each of the 7 heavens are. Exempli gratiae, the Sephirah Yezad is associated with Selena Diana, the proper name for our lunar companion, Ides the moon. But so is Gamaliel, the obscene ones, the Qliphoth, or negative reflection of Yezad. Now, occultists have always connected the 7 gated levels of the Babylonian underworld with the 7 hells of Hebrew Kabbalism. They are, after all, coeval cultures, meaning they evolved simultaneously and parallel to each other. The Qliphoth being the demonic shells, or shattered realms, of a former creation. Of the Kabbalah, you can read the works of Kenneth Grant, and when you encounter his explanations about the tunnels of Seth in the diabolic sense, the tunnels of Sethin, or the sewers of Seth. Oh, by the way, we're hearing the cats from Jameson Reese. If you could go mute, good sir. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. These are the hellish lower astral realms described by both modern occultists and Tibetan and Indian yogis. So these gate-walking rituals of the Simon Necronomicon are engineered by Peter Levinda's malevolent design to take the practitioner into these infernal spirit realms. Now, disgustingly enough, Peter Levinda himself suggests this under the name of Simon, the pseudonym thereof, because the Necronomicon he wrote ends with the following quote, a quote from the Chaldean oracles of Zoroaster. I shall read it. Stoop not down into the darkly splendid world, wherein continually lieth a faithless depth, and Hades wrapped in clouds, delighting in unintelligible images, precipitous, winding, a black ever-rolling abyss, ever espousing a body unluminous, formless, and void. Now, if we consult the translation that Simon used to come up with this, that of Sapir Yaude, that's a pseudonym, the first name being Sapere, the surname being Aude, Sapir Aude. Actually, that was Mr. William Westcott. He translated from the ancient Mesopotamian that passage, which was followed by another Simon didn't bother to print into the book. Or rather, Peter Levinda did not bother to publish for the reader to peruse in his Simonomicon. That forfeited passage reads as follows. Stoop not down, for a precipice lieth beneath the earth, reached by a descending ladder, which hath 7 steps, and therein is established the throne of an evil and fatal force. So that brings us to my notes from the underworld. There's been some practical experience on the part of Simonomicon users to substantiate what I've just articulated. On Friday the 20th of October, On my own birthday, in 1995, I having been born on October 20th, there was a sobering posting on the alt.magic, spelled with a CK, news group, from Sun at Sun, Sun at symbol Sun, which, of course, was dealing with sorcery trouble, the subject regarding Simon's Necronomicon. The practitioner at that time was asking for advice and recounting the frightening experience he had with the gate-walking ritual. He had been trying to cross into the sphere of the moon, or of the god Sin, as in S-I-N, from where we get the word sinfulness from. I will read the post he had published on my birthday. I will elaborate. The vibrations which haunted me had also the effects that it felt as if parts of my soul and body were dead. In parentheses, he writes, this is difficult to explain. At times I was afraid that some evil parts of myself, which seemed to thrive on the emanating vibrations, would become powerful enough to possess me. It was sometimes like being trapped in one of Baudelaire's poems, but colder. Now, there was one well-respected magician who was active on the internet at that time. This is when all this was new. This was back at a time when Michael Aquino was suing Electricity. That was the name of a company which was spelled E-L-E-C-T-R-I-C-T-I or whatever. It was electricity, but ending in an I instead of a Y. That was one of the first, if not the first, internet company in existence. A private company dealing with the internet after it had been released or unleashed on the public by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and it was sued by Michael Aquino for publishing about his pedophilia. Now, at that time, this magician, who I will not name, they were active on that internet, which was pretty sparse back then, and they were trying to advise this practitioner, whose post was published on my birthday, which I just read unto you, and they speculated that he had opened the wrong gate somehow. Kind of like, fucking somebody and sticking your dick in the wrong hole. It's like, well, how exactly does one do that? And instead felt that this practitioner, or malpractitioner, had breached Ganser, or worse. The practitioner, however, insisted that, and I'll read from their post again, the energy, I think, could be described as dark and negative moon energy. Sometimes I thought that the vibrations were perhaps better described not as insectoid, but as shellfish, a la lobster, crab, crayfish, or shrimp. Now, it's interesting to note that crustaceans are classic magical correspondences for the moon. The crab symbolizing the astrological sign of Cancer, ruled by the moon. The lobster or crayfish pictured on the tarot trump card, the moon. From the impressions and correspondences cited by the hapless practitioner in question, there is every reason to believe that he had made contact with the sphere of the moon as he had intended. Only it was the frightening, hellish, clepothic, dark side of that lunar sphere on which Jack Parson has a crater named after him in the part of our moon which never faces us and where it is forever night. The Ganser, to which the magician be referencing, whom I will not name, is an ancient Sumerian name for the underworld. Ganzir. That is also used throughout the Simonomicon. The inference being that the helpless mage had accidentally opened the gate to Ganser, or hell itself, instead of the lunar sphere. If the Simon book never sends anyone who uses it to any place other than Ganzir. However, what of the Qlipothic correspondences the practitioner reported in one of the earliest posts on the internet on record? The Simon book itself describes the underworld of Ganzir thusly. I am reading therefrom. For a broken star is the gate of Ganzir, all in the uppercase, the gate of death, the gate of the shadows and the shells. The Hebrew word klipoth transliterates, that means translates literally, as shells, which in and of itself offers us evidence from the Simonomicon itself of the Sephirothic, or rather the Qlipothic nature of Peter Levenda's version of Ganzir. Another intriguing piece of correlating evidence cometh from the Book of Entrance, or page 49 of my mass market paperback edition of the Simon Necronomicon, which warns the astrally traveling mage to beware of the Alu, in the uppercase, a double L-U, frightening dog-faced demons. Now, both Robert A. Monroe, of the Monroe Institute fame, in his work entitled Journeys Out of the Body, and an anonymous woman narrator, quoted by Dennings and Phillips in their Levelin Practical Guide to Astral Projection, reported being attacked during astral projection by demonic entities that resembled dogs. Howard Phillips, Lovecraft's Hounds of Tindalos. These dog-like assailants were also exclusively dwellers of the lower astral. One would be unlikely to find them in the upper astral realms of the planetary spheres. Now, there are those I know who practice astral travel more regularly. Oh God, what was her name? I'm trying to remember the woman who used to be on my Facebook timelines who was Jameson Reese. Help me out here. Do you remember the guy I had on a few times, came back into the chat room, who was a member of the Megadeth band, lost his testicles to testicular cancer, and he was just a pathetic character, and he interviewed me a few times, and then one time I was talking with him along with Laura Lee Solomon and the ladies. Brandon Young was with us, and he was, Jeff Young was his name, right? Jeff Young. What was his girlfriend's name? She was a woman who was on the old timeline of mine forever, and she wasn't Amanda Ute. It was another woman who had basically been practicing astral travel a lot. Judith Ager was trying to learn about astral travel from her because Judith had encountered myself in the astral and was trying to repeat the experience.
Are you talking about that lady who had her own show?
No, she didn't have her own show. I had published some photographs of biofac simulacra that had actually been modeled on her because she had been a subject of mind control programming or satanic ritual abuse by the government herself. So there were actually models of her that biofac simulacra were based on. I don't remember her name, but it was somewhat unique. It was, oh God, it's you know, if the old timeline were up, I could just look for it. But
yeah, it doesn't ring a bell. I mean, I might have heard her on some of the older broadcasts, but I can't recall the name.
I used to read some of what she wrote, but she never came on. But she was, you know, Jeff Young was involved in what she insists was literally a physically abusive relationship with her. That she says he was a coward and a bully, a coward to his own girlfriend whom he lived with, who would beat him to a bloody pulp, but then when he lived with her, he was beating her half to death. Ramona Halitha Henry told her to get rid of everything he had gifted her because it was all just binding mechanisms by which he kept her under control. She said that when he was with her, he kept insisting I was like government shill and cutting off all of her contacts with myself, forbidding her.
I remember her, but the name is not clicking. I am like literally.
I'm there too. I'm right there with you. It's like she's been blocked from our memory. There's like an occult wall, which is fine.
It's like it's censored from my mind.
Yeah, it's
although in my case it has to do with another. It has to do with being in a mentally altered framework.
Right, understood, and that's fine. I mean, I've been there plenty of times myself. Thank you for your help with that. And but this lady, the reason it's important was she practiced astral travel almost involuntarily. She had been an FBI psychic, a psychic consultant for the FBI that had helped them trace down abducted children, and she went into deep depression because most of the children, probably close to 100%, she helped them track down, were always dead. Once they start looking for them, it's over. I mean, by the time the FBI gets involved and starts looking for the child's already been raped and skinned alive and left to rot in some cesspit somewhere. With, of course, the assailant already having taken film of all of their deeds so they could keep that in their treasure chest of memories to jack off over for the next 50 years that they're still loose. At any rate, that particular woman was someone who just basically would lie down and fly into the astral. It's not even something she tried. So there was nothing she could really teach Judith Eggert because it's like something she just did as opposed to attempted. But she was attacked by a dog-like being while out of body, and she was not traveling in the astral realms at all, but merely through earthbound space. That is where these lower telepathic entities would be, if not in the lower realms, or the lowest realms of all.
Because you could probably even find those entities who look sort of like grays down there too.
Yes, that makes sense.
I'm not sure what they are. I don't know if they're thought forms or if they're actual beings. I think they're actual beings, but they you could probably even find them in the higher realms, but you also find them in the higher realms as well that aren't like really shitty, you know. Because I've been to both. I've actually been possessed physically, and I will say that, you know, when you're physically possessed, you are somewhere else and your body's doing something you don't know what the fuck it's doing. I will say that you will see what's possessing you right in front of your eyes. And your eyelids will probably be closed at the time, or it will seem like it. But you'll see whatever it is face to face for that period of time until it decides to let you go.
Okay. Yes. And I appreciate your bringing that up. And so, in terms of, it's a pity I don't remember her name. She was the cause of course, some strife between Judith and I. Who
it wasn't Heather Hoffman, was it?
No. It's funny you mention her. That's it's a good call. No, but wrong. But good call though. It was. I'll remember her name at some point. Judith would remember it just like that. But in terms of this magician, who I'm not naming, who was on the internet at a very early time and was responding to this hapless practitioner, he himself had experimented with the gate-walking rituals and told myself that he considered the process comparable to practices found in both shamanism and Gnosticism, considering it nearly unique in modern times in revealing an egregore whose boundaries and ultimate nature remains a mystery. Of course, an egregore, for those of you who are lay public, it's an entity, rather it's a thought form, not even an entity, created by the magician by will and visualization, a mental image solidified into astral substance. So this experienced magician was convinced that the astral realm of the gate walking was a created thought form one that he himself believed ultimately had nothing to do with either Akkadian mythology or Howard Phillips Lovecraft. In this, the individual I'm citing was completely correct. Peter Levinda's so-called initiation of walking the gates simply leads the hapless practitioner into what is only a large thought form created by a modern magician, or more precisely,
More than one magician.
thank you.
If it's an egregore.
Yes,
Because usually if it's one magician, it's a servitor.
thank you. A group of magicians is creating this thought bubble, this echo chamber, this echo bubble, into which all the Simonomicon practitioners, the Simontologists, are entering. And this group of magicians' aims are completely malevolent. The destruction of all life in this universe, so they can become as unto death, as unto God, in the realm they intend to usher in of the anti-gods. By the way, Dat Dude 873210, thank you, Dat Dude 873210. Good calls, but wrong. He brought up Solaris Blue Raven and Christine Joanne Hart. Great calls. I mean, these are all good calls. Both Dat Dude 873210 and Jameson Reese know me very well. They both know enough of my past where the names they're calling up, from Heather Holman through Solaris Blue Raven through Christine Joanna Hart, make perfect sense. But that's not the one. This woman wasn't very public. She wasn't very public, but she was out there. She was the girlfriend of Jeff Young, and he roundly and soundly abused her. And she either is hating him and denouncing him, or back in his control at any given time. Altogether, it's just just an awful thing. And I'm gonna let me see if I can check around just a little bit more and see if I can dredge up her name. And it's not that important, and yet it's one of those things that once you remember it, it's hard to let go of. I'm trying to remember what was the key phrase she was talking about she left me this whole like trail of things that she was speaking about concerning Jeff Young. If I could look that up, I'd find her name. But I will remember it at some point in the near future. I'm sure by that time we'll be on a totally different thread of discussion. But still, it's one of those things. How do I say it? It grabs a hold of your mind, and you just try to find it and fish for it. It's aside from all that, you got to let it go, right? So
yeah, well, that's usually the only way to remember it is by letting it go.
It's so true.
And then it just slips into your freaking mind, and it's like, oh, okay, where were you 50 minutes ago?
Thank you. But it's so true. That's how it works. It's the mind is so frustrating like that. Anyhow. Basically, this gate walking egregore, or thought form, this tulpa, is deliberately designed to fry the circuits of anyone who uses it. And so we're knocking on Ganzer's door, the gates of hell itself, when we open up the Simon Necronomicon, which is where Peter Levinda wants to take us on. So, another objection to the practice of the gate-walking rituals relates to the fact that the gates lead into the hellish Klipothic realms, into an equally hellish man-made thought form, if not the realms of hell itself. And aside from that, when we relate this reality to themes from Howard Phillips Lovecraft's own mythos fiction, that the users of the Necronomicon succeed in opening the gates and traveling through, that if they do so, the gates then be opened, the gates themselves then be opened for entities from outside to enter the earth plane and make a bid to take over or retake our dimension of reality. So that is the ultimate intent of the cult of the Kings of Edom, through the popularization and now even the free and open distribution via the internet universally of Peter Levinda's Simon Necronomicon. So, obviously, any doorway, once opened, will allow traffic to pass through from either side. By the way, I'm going to ask Jameson to go mute again for a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, dear brother. Now, Peter Levinda himself confirms this through the supposed words of the Mad Arab, Abdul al-Hazred, on page 19 of the Avon Mass Market paperback press edition of the Simon Necronomicon, which I have a copy of in front of me. There on page 19, Abdul al-Hazrab himself warns, through the channeling thereof from Peter Levinda as Simon, of the attack from without that must surely come. There you go. Now, one poster, a person who posts on the internet, to the alt.religion.wicca news group, from which I cited the previous aforecited quote that I brought up that was put up there on my birthday on that site, had her own eloquent way of expressing her experiences regarding the dangers of Peter Levinda's Simon Necronomicon. Though convinced the book is a modern production with no historical basis, in other words, she knew the truth, she believed the magic of the Simon Nomicon will work. And she said, I would never touch it with a 10,000-foot pole. So she was citing cases in her experience in which, well, to read what she wrote back in the mid-1990s, she said something to the nature of, anyone, even the slightest bit other sensitive, who has read it reported a similar thing to me. Odd dreams where they would hear the knocking on a door, or dreams of a brick wall crumbling down. It's my thought that someone, a tad lame-brained, invented some sigils that did inherently have some meaning. That there is some kind of Cthulhu thing out there in the flotsam and jetsam of dead universes. And it's icky. And it is behind a wall of sorts. That every time that book is read, a brick falls out and crumbles to dust and the barrier thins. Kinda ominous. But that be my experience. So I can relate to you case after case, based on my experience of liaising under orders with Michael Aquino of individuals using, or even just reading, the Simonomicon, experiencing frightening dreams of something large and powerful knocking on a wall. It is intriguing to compare this phenomenon with Donald Tyson's magical practices. He's another writer of the Necronomicon of a highly superior quality, and he has writ regarding the dangers intrinsic in Dr. John Dee's system of Enochian magic. Now, Donald Tyson is convinced the supposed angels who communicated the Enochian system to John Dee through Edward Kelly scrying were possessed of a very sinister agenda to bring about the apocalypse, as described in the biblical book of Revelation. Practice of the Enochian system is not ordinarily dangerous, but according to Donald Tyson, and I agree with him completely, it opens the mind of humans to be controlled by these so-called angels, thus bringing about their own destruction. Tyson once remarked that, among humans, the Enochian system is like a modern pistol that has fallen among primitive tribesmen who, having never seen a gun before, use it as a hammer to crush nuts. While it may be useful as a tool, Enochian magic, like a firearm pointed towards yourself while you're cracking open walnuts, can also do much more and be unexpectedly dangerous. That brings us, of course, to the Necronomicon meme. Some of the problems caused by the Simonomicon can be explained by the Necronomicon meme, as Michael Aquino himself called it. And he consulted with the world-famous atheist. Remember, an atheist is comparatively benevolent when you're dealing with the cult of the kings of Edom, because the cultists of the anti-gods are anti-theist or anti-godly. An atheist like Richard Dawkins is merely someone who refuses to believe in the gods of any pantheon. Richard Dawkins is, of course, a fool. Atheists are not all fools just because they're atheists. But Richard Dawkins is an atheist who happens to be a fucking fool. And he feels, of course, that we have literally a God part of the brain, in which we've created a God in our own minds. And he, Richard Dawkins, the super atheist, defines a meme as a set of ideas that can replicate itself like a virus and spread from one human brain to another. His viral analogy is apropos, since evidence proves that a meme can spread through a population in a way that is mathematically similar to the epidemiological expansion of a plague. In 14th century Europe, the bubonic plague wiped out a vast proportion of the population in but a few years. Memtic, or mimetic, memory, mnemonic contagion, may act more slowly, comparatively speaking. In the days of the internet today, it's actually lightning fast. That's part of the threat. The results being just as dramatic and now more immediate than those of the plague. Memtic contagion is spoken of by the Jewish author Howard Bloom in his book The Lucifer Principle, in which he pointed out that the meme of Christianity spread throughout the Roman Empire without any telecommunications, or even, indeed, telephonic communications, in only 300 years. What would be a glacial pace today, but was encompassing the known world of its time, making 3 years before it encompassed that world, enveloped it, subsumed it, and some would say consumed it, in what might as well have been a period of 3 days, by a parallel to today's speed of communications. Now, I'm just going to check something here, because it's almost like I'm hearing rain outside. So as for whether or not that's the case in San Francisco right now, it's certainly an interesting sound I'm hearing outside my windows. It adds mood, of course, to what I'm discussing. We have a precipitation that seems to be quite low, and there's no rain in San Francisco weather. So it's an interesting sound effect that I'm getting that you may not hear over the microphone from behind my back, with my back to the windows. Now, in terms of Howard Bloom and his book, The Lucifer Principle, he points out that the virus of the mind carried by Karl Marx's Das Kapital infected more than 1 billion people throughout the world. In The Einstein Factor, Win Wegner, or Win Wenger, and Richard Poe observe that a meme, as unto a virus, has a blind, unthinking desire to reproduce at any cost. They point out that memes do not recognize good or evil, and are just as efficient at spreading bad or trivial ideas as good ones. So, with such in mind, sets of concepts like democratic government, National Socialismus, or National Socialism, disparaged as Nazism, the Internet, rap music, the Dewey Decimal System, which as a librarian I remember with fond affection and nostalgia, and Beatlemania, are all memes that have infected, or still infect, human minds at one time or another, for the better or the worse. So what of the Necronomicon meme? An information virus that is spreading rapidly through our own population. New memes can splice themselves onto older ones, even those that have existed in the remote past, and still exist as archetypes in the collective unconscious. Magic itself, with a K, is an information virus of ancient lineage. Almost as old as magic itself, however, is the archetypal concept, the meme, which is named after the goddess of memory, Neme, M-N-E-M-E, whom you can look up, one of the muses of ancient Grecian pantheon. And as old as magic itself, the archetypal concept, that meme of a forbidden magical book or artifact that seems to offer a great power, but only brings suffering to those who use it, that's always been with us. The oldest surviving example of this kind is probably the ancient Egyptian folktale of Setna and the Magic Book, which is thought to date from the 19th dynasty of Aegyptus, which tells of the adventures of a sorcerer who steals the Scroll of Thoth from a tome in the necropolis, the city of the dead, at Memphis, in Egypt, not Tennessee. Setna, a telling name, S-E-T-N-A, has to give up the scroll after a series of disasters. A more modern example is found in the short story entitled The Monkey's Paw, authored by W. Jacobs, in which the user of the paw gets his wishes technically granted, but only in ways that bring tragedy and misery. Wenger and Poe believe us that extinct memes from the past are being revived by faithfully reproducing their memetic codes, the mental version of the genetic code. And I myself, through my experience under the tutelage of Michael Aquino, knowest that the Necronomicon meme has grafted itself onto the memetic code of the archetypal concept of the forbidden magical book that offers power and delivers tragedy. The all too predictably dangerous nature of the Simonomicon be in and of itself explained in the light of this subconscious meme. Howard Phillips Lovecraft himself once said that it would be impossible to write a satisfyingly scary version of the Necronomicon, since no written text could equal the terror invoked by a few ominous hints. And the ominous hint was the secret of Lovecraft's power as a horror writer. Though critics sometimes railed at him for his use of non-specific adjectives, 'twas his refusal to describe the horror in too great a detail that unleashed the imaginations of his readers. Lovecraft knew that the subconscious mind of the reader could make a hint more horrible than any graphic description. I myself knowest that the ancient meme of the deadly grimoire also operates on the subconscious minds of many of the users, or should we say abusers, of the Simonomicon. Well, the Simontologist, or the Simonomicon abuser, may consciously believe he has found the path to power. His subconscious mind knowest he be using a book that be reputed to bring madness and death to all those who even dare to read it. And most postmodern magicians knowest the subconscious mind is the true source of magical power. Thus, the Necronomicon meme worketh upon the human mind in the same way a computer virus locks up the files and wipes out the hard drive. And so, the Necronomicon acts as the Simonomicon, or the Simon Necronomicon, acts as snare to the unwary and inexperienced, not because of what Peter Lavinda put into the book, but because of all that he left out. One mage, on that same alt.magic news group from back in the early days of the internet, defended this lack of completeness in a reply to an inquiry by someone else who was interested in experimenting with the Simonomicon. And what they wrote is, whoever wrote the thing had real and personal experience of the ritual procedures and did not include every single significant detail in the published account. Most of the theoretical why is also conspicuously absent, filling in the missing bits, as must be done with any real grimoire, is a challenging and risky business, but not without its rewards. Knowing what's important only comest with experience. Now, I myself can tell you that some things simply cannot be taught, but must be learned by experience. Nevertheless, I see this apologetic for the Simonomicon as a terribly diplomatic way of saying that Peter Lavinda left out vital pieces of instruction and information via his deliberate malice. The practitioner is expected to be brilliant and erudite enough to fill in the gaps for himself. If not, he can fall by the wayside and devil take the hindmost. This occult version of social Darwinism should have gone out of style with the demise of the Holy Inquisition. In medieval and Renaissance grimoires, there is some excuse for deliberate secrecy and exclusion of information. In some cases, the author is trying to stay off the rack, the Inquisitor's wheel, or the burning stake. At other times, the grimoire consists of the personal notes of the author, who only needed an outline and could fill in the details from his or her memory. Secrecy was also the stock and trade of magical lodges and secret societies. In the postmodern era of revealed knowledge, however, those antiquated magical bureaucracies are lumbering toward extinction, as their occult secrets pour out of the woodwork like multiplying termites. Now the studying practitioner has a right to expect thorough and complete information at every level. In this, the information age, the notion that certain knowledge must be kept out of people's hands for their own good has simply fallen into disrepute. While some occult secrets may not be understood by everyone who hears them, this does not mean that those secrets themselves should be withheld. Knowledge is power, and anyone who withholds it does so only out of self-interest. Authors can no longer use a need for secrecy as an excuse to hide their ignorance or selfishness. Most of the people I have seen take an interest in the Simonomicon have not been experienced occultists skilled at filling in the missing bits, but youthful dabblers, not yet out of their teens. This can make the lack of completeness not only negligent, but criminal, since leaving parts of instruction out of magical books does not render them harmless, any more than failing to provide adequate instruction in the use of a ripsaw will keep the misuser from cutting off his or her fingers. In all fairness to the mage being consulted at that time so long agone, he did not give the inquirer unconditional encouragement, but asked him why he wanted to experiment with the Simonomicon, as, in his own words, there are easier ways to spend your time. Of course, disgustingly, Peter Levinda, the general editor of the Necronomicon, by his own open admission, agrees with myself on this subject, stating that his Simonomicon does not give full information, making it dangerous for dabblers, and that it may be more trouble than it's worth, with an exclamation mark, for those who want a kind of quick fix occultism. He himself believed, however, that it does have some value, pointing to Kenneth Grant's OTO, or Ordo Templar Orientalis, whom he claims have all done some really fine work with the Simonomicon, both from a practical and speculative angle. He goes on to actually make a surprising statement, which again, from the correspondence I took from Aquino as his liaison, I'll read directly Levinda's quote. The Necronomicon is not, all in the uppercase there, the witch's spell book, with an exclamation mark. If anything, it is the anarchist's cookbook of grimoires. Dangerous? Of course. Important? Absolutely! I am afraid I cannot apologize for it. His own words. Since most terrorists would consider using the anarchist's cookbook a good way for them to blow themselves up because of its faulty instructions, Levinda's metaphor taketh on a intentionally sinister, and yet at the same time completely satirical quality. Whether the Simonomicon text is comprised merely of pieces of a jigsaw puzzle or jagged chunks of flying shrapnel, it should be truly titled the Nitronomicon, the anti-personnel grimoire. There is a group of people in the United Kingdom where Michael Aquino had set up pylons, as he called them, branch offices of the Temple of Set, who call themselves the Cthulhu Survivors Clinic. And they left a message on the website I've been citing from oh so long ago, admitting, rather confessing, that they themselves had some pretty scary experiences with the Simonomicon, and were then, at that time, writing a website where others could share the stories of their misadventures with Peter Levinda's Simonomicon. Now, these British posters confessed, well, just to read one of their posts, we're poor occultists, and have to admit we can see no reason why it should be so dangerous, but it is. Even the apologists, or the defenders of the Simonomicon, including its own general editor, as he calls himself, the author of the book, Peter Levinda, go on to say, well, rather admit that it is dangerous. Dangerous but valuable, Peter Levinda claims, along with the apologists or Simontologists. Other critics don't see any value in the Simonomicon. To them, it's just a metaphysical minefield. In fact, any careful examination of the Simonomicon by any trained occultist will show us that its rituals were deliberately engineered to blow up in the faces of all its users, which now number in the millions. Now, I've examined the hazardous nature of the gate-walking initiation, a process whose goals can be attained more easily and safely by means of conventional planetary magic or Kabbalistic pathworking. There be more subtle booby traps hidden in the Simonomicon, however, waiting to frag the hapless practitioner. Some of these magical landmines can be found in, well, let me flip to this section. The incantations of the gates, which be comprised of a few Sumerian and Akkadian words mixed with a lot of meaningless Simonian or Peter Levenda-esque gibberish. Even the few lines of ancient text are incorrectly translated and are in any case inappropriate to the goal of the rituals. Takest, for example, all in the uppercase, the invocation of the Shamash Gate. That's on pages 56 and 57 of my mass market paperback Avon edition here. Shamash is the Babylonian sun god, so the practitioner must invoke him, with a capital H, in order to open the solar gate at this stage of the gate-walking initiation. For this purpose, Peter Levenda provided the practitioner with an incantation, one line of which reads, all in the uppercase, "Zi Dinger Uduya Kampa!" with an exclamation mark. Peter Levenda, as Simon saith, this means, "Spirit of the sun, remember!" What it actually transliterates into. And I consulted with an actual Babylonian interpreter contracted by the Department of Defense to get this translation. The transliteration, the literal translation is Spirit of the Sun, or rather, Spirit Utu, UTU, which is the Sumerian name of the Akkadian or Babylonian Shamash. Spirit Utu, be thou exorcised! As in, what a Christian would say would be something similar to, Spirit of the Sun, I rebuke thee in the name of Christ. Or, if you were Southern, or like your typical, any kind of white trash evangelical from anywhere in the United States, you'd say something like, I rebuke you, my son, in the name of Jesus. Since this invocation is actually a banishing, the practitioner who is trying to win the favor of the sun god Shamash by using this incantation could end up in deep horseshit. By the way, we've just got a reply from Jameson Reese to that very effect when he says pretty much, holy shit! No wonder, what exactly? No wonder I initially got shit occurrences after the invocations. Well, thank you. There we go, son. What did I say to that? That's kind of like, I myself am convinced. I personally, in my heart of hearts, I know I drive better when I'm drunk. Of course, no one agrees with me, and so I don't do it. Now, aside from that, hopefully the worst anyone will get is a bad sunburn. Unfortunately, they all get burned with hellfire. Another of these teratological tripwires can be found in the Eurelia text 2, the Abominations section of the Simonomicon. The Abominations is a section dedicated to the evocation of a repulsive crew of pseudo-Lovecraftian Cthulhu, as in Kutulu, an actual Sumerian word, into this pseudo-Sumerian Humwawa, and uniquely Simonian are Peter Lavenda ask, Zaster, Xastur. These are all in the upper case. Demons. Now these clipothic uglies are described as the ensnarers, the liars in wait, the blind fiends of chaos, the most ancient evil, and their nasty toilet habits and antisocial tendencies are described in lovingly gruesome detail. Their goetic-looking sigils are also provided, along with sketchy instructions for evoking them. On page 191 of the Simonomicon, amidst the section of the abominations, we are told to summon these and other demons. The herb Aglaophotis must be burnt in a new bowl that has a crack, and it must be the evil times, and at night. Okay, all of you hear this and you say, "Oh man, that sounds trippy. That sounds bad." What is it? Well, Aglaophotis is actually none other than the peony plant. In Latin terminology, the scientific name is Paeonia officinalis, if I remember, which is well known in esoteric herbal lore for driving away evil spirits, which is something you don't want to burn when you're summoning them. In fact, according to the Greek herbal of Dioscorides, Paeonia, or Glycide, some call it Pentoboron, Yemael Paeone, some Orobellium, some Orobax. I'm reading from the book itself. Yeah, Jameson Reese is saying, piss them off while you summon them. Ultimate joke book. Yeah, the joke's on the user. Reading from the work of the Greek herbal of Dioscorides, some call it, this herb, Panthoceratos. Some, Idea, Dactyli, or some, Aglaophotis. The herb peony is plucked up in the heat of the dog days before the rising of the sun, and it is hanged about one, and is good gainst poisons and bewitchings and fears and devils and their assaults, and gainst a fever that comest with shivering, whether by night or by day or a quartan. Hey, use it against the coronavirus. It's an anti-rona herb. The book doesn't say that, I do. And it is said that sometimes, growing on a hill where there are devils, it drove them away. So, this is writ by Agrippa, the ancient Greek philosopher, who also comments on the peony in his 3 books of occult philosophy. In a list of natural things that can be used for magical invocations of divine beings, the antithesis of demons, from which I read, the like doth the herb Aglaophotis do, as saith Pliny, the great Greek philosopher there, and the which Magicians use. Now, just as Agrippa claimed, Pliny also confirmed the divine nature of the peony plant, or Aglaophotis. Now, the Ma Dame, the Mrs. M.A. Grieve, surname spelled Grieve, a modern authority on herbal apothecary, or herbal pharmaceuticals, corroborates the findings of the ancient and medieval sages, adding that the peony is good for driving away evil spirits and averting tempests. Paul Bayerl, in his A Compendium of Herbal Magic, spelled with a K, comments that the peony is ruled by the astrological sign Leo and associated with both the light of the sun and the magic of the moon. In fact, the name Aglaophotis means bright light, clearly making it unsuitable for use at the evil times and at night, as Peter Levenda's own Simonomicon so ill advises. Since all the authorities, ancient and modern, agree that demons have an allergic reaction to peonies, alias Aglaophotis, I must ask what would happen to the hapless necro-nerd who summons a daemon while burning a Glaufotes, as Peter Lavinda himself advises? Would it simply refuse to answer your summoning because you were burning peonies? Or would the summoned demon react like a pit bull would if you rubbed poison ivy in its eyes, and retaliate by chewing off your face? At least metaphysically speaking. The best case scenario is that nothing happens. The worst case scenario is that they send you home to your mother in a plastic bag. Let's say that your summoning was successful. Quite a success. Basically, Jameson Reese says, expect a shitstorm of a week, a month. What does he say exactly here? And a year. For that. Thank you, Jameson. Yeah. A week, a month, a year of pain and suffering and misery for an act of impulsive insanity. Let's say that your summoning was successful. I use that word quite sarcastically. And that you evoked a demon from the abominations of the Simonomicon, but now it is furious because you are burning peonies in a crack bowl and the smoke is irritating its eyes and sinuses like the magical equivalent of tear gas. If you believe the warning in the introduction of Peter Lavinda's own Simonomicon, that there be no effective banishings for demons evoked from the Simonomicon, or Simon Necronomicon, you are now trapped inside your circle by an angry demon that you cannot banish. That's assuming you were sensible enough to cast a circle, there being no instructions thereby, or therefore, or thereof in the abominations telling you to cast one at all. So there you are, cornered by an irate demon, with no protective circle, and no way to banish it. At this point, your best bet is to keep burning peony, and lots of it, in the hope that the fumes will simply drive the demon away. As Simon Orne warned Joseph Kerwin in Howard Philip Lovecraft's own short story, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, do not call up that which you cannot put down, either from the dead solstice or out of ye spheres beyond. Have ye word is for laying at all times ready. In the same antiquated vernacular, I would add, do not piss off that which ye call up out of a cheap pulp fiction grimoire. That's Jameson's own words I'm playing upon, mind ye. And Jameson Reese chimes in yet again to say, most modern practitioners now teach youngsters they don't need one, referring to the protective circle, unless they spend $200 for a piece of plastic with a printing from Google Images. Holy shit. How do I get in on this scam? God, Jameson, you're in the wrong business. Stop practicing this shit and start selling it. At any rate. Let me refresh myself here. Jameson Reese says, I'm so like Tesla in that regard. There you go. All that brilliance and all that impoverishment. How does that go hand in hand? The smartest people are the poorest, and the dumbest motherfuckers in the world are genetically incapable of doing anything other than making enormous, sometimes astronomical amounts of money. Just goes to show, intelligence won't get you far. But greed will take you places you never dreamed of. Okay, back to the shit show. Opening, I'm actually flipping randomly through the Simonomicon. Those who insist on dealing with the Watcher may be interested to know as what Peter Lavinda says about it in his first publication on the subject. In his article entitled A Short Primer on Pagan Ceremonial Magic, which is found in an issue before me, I have a copy, of Earth Religion News. That is the old newsletter published by Magical Child, the New York City bookstore, that is no longer in circulation because the bookstore is no longer there in the form it once was, in which Simon makest, and Peter Levinda as Simon, makest the following statement on the nature of the Watchers. This is something that was never published in any of his pamphlets or his books that are for sale. This is an old newsletter that so few people possess, this might as well be the lost lore of Atlantis. In which Peter Levinda saith, under his Simon pseudonym, on the nature of the Watchers, the Watcher represents an evil race of beings that seem set to destroy the human society and maketh the world their own. We cannot really see them, or knowest their characteristics long enough to even recognize them, but the image is sufficiently strong to enable people like the sons of Jared to label anyone they don't like as a Watcher, in quotes. Simon goeth on to quote Budge's translation of the Egyptian Book of the Dead on the subject. Deliver me from the Watchers, who have slaughtering knives, and have cruel fingers, and who slay those who are in the following of Osiris. Mayest they never overcome me, mayest I never fall under their knives. Based on Peter Levinda's own words, as Simon, is this the sort of creature you want to invite to tea? Much less have guarding your soft fleshy parts, as he tells you to summon them to guard your very ass, whilst you travel in the astral, that you may have a corporeal form to return to after your incorporeal wanderings? While it may be fun to catalog various ways in which the Simonomicon can turn its users into recipients of the Darwin Award, as I've been doing throughout the night thus far, it simply doesn't answer the basic question of why the Simonomicon was deliberately designed to be dangerous. Why would anyone intentionally engineer a grimoire to backfire on its users? And how could an apparently reputable occult publishing house like Magical Child, asserted itself to be, have published such a spell book? Jameson Reese sayest, MK Ultra Culture. That be part of the answer. And of course, when we go into the motivation, I've already articulated it. It is the itinerary of chaos itself. It is the ultimate agenda and objective of the cult of the kings of Edom to portal in, to gate in the anti-gods, and bring about the end of your world, the end of the universe your God created. And by that, do these madmen believe that the anti-gods will lift them up onto the very throne of God to replace him as the new creators, because they served as the decreators of his original divine creation, which is yourself unto his image and the world around you. Now it's 1:11 a.m., 111 Pacific Daylight Time. It is now the 5th of October, in the 2020th year in our Lord. And with that, I will take my leave for the evening. Jameson Reese, anything you have to say?
Well, just good night to everyone, and my thoughts and prayers for Maria Grigorich.
Thank you. And also the cousin of...
and also the cousin of Pacuan Morales.
Thank you. Luz, as he calls him. Again, a very difficult name to remember. I want to thank everyone, and just now is, of course, time for me to recite my solicitation. So allow us myself to do so. Let me try and call that up. There's been a bit of rewriting of the solicitation because of our changes in where people can go to donate and support me. And I certainly need as much support as can be provided. Now, today is, of course, it was a Sunday. We are now entering Monday. And it was a struggle to get on at all tonight. I honestly was not going to come on after everything that happened. Derek Talley says goodnight. Oh, holy shit, Derek. If you're around with us, come on, call. Say goodnight to everyone. What are you doing up, man? Did you have to take a piss? Or oh, let's see if Derek Talley does come on. See if he comes on with us.
Hello, everyone. Good night. Remember, I got to be at work at 6, so it's I have to get up in about an hour anyway.
Oh,
so
shit. So what
I'm
were
gonna,
oh, my God. Are you going to go back to sleep for a few minutes or what?
yeah, for a few minutes. My alarm's going to go off in 45 minutes anyway, so I'm just going to lay down for a little bit.
We love you. Good night, and hope you get a quick dream with that. Fall into REM for a few minutes. It will be important. And have a blessed day, okay? Take care. Thank you. And that is Derek Talley. Wonderful human being. Semper Fidelis. Brother from another mother. And, of course, he'll be on with us. And Pac One Morales in next Sunday to speak of issues we dared not speak tonight. Just doing this transmission, producing it at all, is a struggle. It is Mein Kampf, my struggle. And Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, who you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which itself be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drex, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Henry McMills Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then placing his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. He, of course, is someone who took it on his own initiative to download the majority of what was published by myself onto YouTube into his own personal hard drive. Therefore, we were able to recreate that which was literally scrubbed completely from the internet no less than three times. And in that sense, he enabled my virtual personality online to interact with yourselves today, without which I could not do so because I would have no legacy into which to contextualize myself. In that sense, he serves not only as the bridge between the Akashic records and the cyberspace of the material plane, he has served as my creator in the data matrix, within the data matrix. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be of my legacy from the internet or all life from the surface of the world. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there, a footnote on mine bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com. Let it be known to all and sundry by spreading the word quite far and wide that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and that, if at all possible, they, those you inform, should electronically relay their contribution at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Abmaza Reducio, that renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself and encouraging others to do so. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply goest to DouglasDietrich.com and click the yellow donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, or the Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. We're on the Global Crises Analyst, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. By the way, the snoring you hear in the background is Derek Talley having successfully fallen asleep just by...
No.
Ah! Holy shit, that's... Dan, you scary! What is that then? Is that Jameson Reese? Did he collapse again in narcolepsy? Or what the hell was that? Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Anyhow, foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his former lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the team Dietrich. Jameson Reese says he's been on mute, by the way. So there you go. Funny sounds not issuing from myself. That's a fourth member of Team Dietrich, uninvited. One of the watchers has joined us, and well, at any rate, foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his sponsor as Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, along with his third video in in production, which is trailered on his channel as The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile and subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology. All of that be worth reviewing. So do so. And indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Draculus, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-Subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role, as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be not denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich /Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond mine own ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And even if ye be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in the notifications. Remember, please, to do just that, or you're not going to be notified. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. What the fuck is that? If it's not Jameson who's on mute, if it's not Derek Talley snoring, God, there you go. Well, we've got it on record. It will be permanently digitized. For the record, people can hear one of the watchers from out of the netherworlds, the nether dimensions of Peter Levinda's own personal hell imposed upon us all through his Simonomicon by the Simontologists, which now number in the hundreds of thousands, if not the millions, bringing us into a world we never wanted. So, to stave that world off, to rebuild that wall, which the Simontologists are grinding down into powder, brick by brick, to unleash the Cthulhuoid anti-godly entities. Subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. The yellow button, people. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Aside from which, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast himself, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published and scenes from the documentary films he's been producing. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben Estenius himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, Man of the Soil. When you run into the young white girl with the nice set of tits that's wearing the green Cole Hardware t-shirt or whatever the fuck it is, you know you're in the right place. And in that channel, you can, what's recommended is the aerial drone footage of the Man of the Soil, landscape architecture, contracts completed on the lawns of his clientele. All right, with that, good night. Blessed be thy slumber, sweet be thy dreams. Of course, for many of you, the day is just beginning. For me, the day is the time in which I take to slumber. I'll retreat thereinto, within a short enough period of time. And until next we meet each other, I pray tonight's very popular episode retains its popularity and serves to educate the public in a very dangerous field of endeavor, nevertheless pursued all too casually by Generation Hex, the millennials, who have grown up on Harry Potter and are being lured into the depths of anti-godliness by Peter Lavinda, the heir to Michael Aquino, along with his wife, Lilith Aquino of Lamashtu. Blessed be in your protection therefrom, should ye be of mine own, in standing against the cultists of the kings of Edom and their Cleopathic Cthulhuid egregores.